Naruto. Two opponents versus Naruto. Konoha panics.
1 Chapter 1 The dual comparison viewing experience arrives. Land of Fire, Pyramid Scheme Organization, Konoha Village. Arena. The Hyuga clan's genius versus the dead last. Complaints echoed throughout the entire venue. There was nothing to see. The outcome was also completely predictable. Hyuga Neji easily crushed Uzumaki Naruto. Just as he was about to end the match, Hyuga Neji suddenly stopped. He looked at Naruto, who spoke illogically but always replied like a super alpha after only half reading. Neji smiled, silently untying the forehead protector from his brow, revealing the caged bird seal on his forehead. This was the moment he had been waiting for. A fine layer of cold sweat appeared on Hyuga Hayashi's forehead. Not speaking sooner or later, but waiting until this moment, in an arena filled with dignitaries and people from other villages, to expose the Hyuga clan's scandal. Clearly, Neji had a strong purpose. At the highest point of the stands, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, glanced at the third Hokage, whose expression was somewhat grim but quickly hidden. Orochimaru smiled. His teacher was as enduring as ever. Truly worthy of being called the Professor. So, you're saying that as long as you work hard, anyone can become Hokage, right? Face reality. Those who can become Hokage are destined for it from birth. With that, Neji put on his forehead protector. Naruto, whose chakra had been sealed by a gentle fist strike, fell silent. He lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his shoulders trembling constantly. Finally, he clenched his fists and shouted at Neji. Humph. So what? I won't give up easily. At this moment, the victory was decided. Whether in terms of combat or rhetoric, Neji completely overwhelmed the current Naruto. 80 trigrams 64 palms. As expected, Naruto was once again sent flying by Neji. The idea that you can achieve your dreams just by working hard is simply a fantasy, Neji said calmly. The match, which should have ended long ago, was deliberately dragged out by Neji until now. And then, stupid fox. You've lived here long enough, time to pay rent. Lend me your power. Nine-tailed chakra erupted. Naruto regained his ability to move. In an extremely disheveled manner, he knocked Neji to the ground. Neji lost to the nine-tailed. He lay on the ground, watching Naruto loudly shouting. He briefly fell into self-doubt. Before the fight, just a dead last. After the fight, this guy was a major landlord. Poof. A captured bird, if it's smart enough, will use its beak to open the cage door, because they haven't given up hope of soaring freely in the sky. Shiranui Gunma, with his hands in his pockets, glanced indifferently at Neji. Neji was stunned. At the same time, on the stands, enthusiastic applause erupted. Suddenly, Neji felt a sense of relief. The birds were caged, but they didn't blame the cage, nor the person who caged them. Instead, they blamed the birds for not being smart enough. Uzumaki Naruto, your sophistry won. Just as Neji closed his eyes in resignation. Ding! Comparison live stream activated. The live stream will display the lives of this world's Ninetales Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto and a parallel world's Ninetales Jinchuriki. The screen with the golden border on the right displays this world's Uzumaki Naruto. The screen with the black border on the left displays the parallel world's Uzumaki Naruto. As a huge, seemingly mechanical voice rang out, everyone was stunned. They looked up at the two enormous screens that appeared in the sky. Genjutsu? Hehe, Hokage-sama, you really love to joke. We are all here, so who could cast a genjutsu right under our noses? The old thing was really afraid of death. Even though he said so, there was no sign of his chakra being disrupted. He was still continuously forming hand signs and dispelling them. Soon, the mechanical voice appeared again. Ding! Relevant personnel have been pulled in. Everyone can speak freely within the comparison livestream. Any aggressive behavior is prohibited during viewing. During viewing, there will be prize quizzes. Please participate actively. Rewards include ninjutsu, taijutsu, forbidden jutsu, etc., and are not limited to rewards such as resurrection. Ha! What are these things? Prize quizzes? And even resurrection? Just as everyone was bewildered and shocked, suddenly, the first message appeared in the chat room. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama, 1. Raza, I'm dead and I can still speak? Raza, hey! Orochimaru, get out here, you bastard dared to stab me in the back. Raza? Fourth Kazekage? Dead and can still speak? For a moment, the people in the arena were dumbfounded. They looked up. Wasn't the fourth Kazekage sitting right next to the third Hokage? Why would he say he was dead? Could it be? Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling Orochimaru's appearance during the second exam earlier. He looked warily at the fourth Kazekage. Orochimaru? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked uncertainly. At this moment, Orochimaru was also somewhat slow to react. A dead person can still speak. This. He tried to mobilize his chakra to launch a surprise attack on Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, his body was incredibly calm. Aggressive behavior is prohibited. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. Then he removed the fourth Kazekage's robes, revealing his true appearance. There's really nothing I can do. Sensei Hiruzen, you should thank the appearance of this comparison livestream. I cannot engage in aggressive actions. Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi sought his former beloved student. A surge of nameless anger rose, and at the same time, a wave of fear washed over him. He hadn't expected the fourth Kazekage to be killed by Orochimaru, who then disguised himself and remained by his side without him noticing. What exactly do you want to do? Of course, I want to send Sensei Hiruzen off on his final journey. Since he was exposed, Orochimaru no longer bothered to disguise himself. He looked up at the enormous screen in the sky. To make this old, dilapidated windmill of Konoha turn again. With that, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Are these screens the result of technology or ninjutsu? Many people, like Orochimaru, had similar thoughts. But just then, someone else spoke in the chat room. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama, It seems dead people really can speak. What is this thing? Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, it seems to be true, big brother. Uzumaki Naruto? Is he from Mito's clan? Senju Hashirama, he should be. Mito, are you there? Uzumaki Mito, I am. Senju Hashirama, ha, you're dead too? Uzumaki Mito, not long after Tobarama died, the land of whirlpools was destroyed. Every ninja village participated, including your Konoha. Tsunade eventually brought back Kushina, who was suitable to become a Jinchuriki, and then I also died. Uzumaki Kushina, huh? Grandma Mito. Wait, Naruto, my child. Senju Tobarama, damn it. The inherently evil Uchiha. Senju Hashirama, Tobarama, there you go again. Senju Tobarama, humph. Uchiha Madara, Konoha participated. Do you think the Uchiha, whom you deliberately targeted and isolated, had a chance to get a piece of the pie? Why don't you ask your dear subordinates? F4, danger. Senju Hashirama, ha, I knew you were here too, Madara. Senju Tobarama, big brother, shut up first. Uzumaki Kushina, all of you shut up first. Naruto, can you see the messages? They're all dead people. Are there any living people here? If so, make a sound. My guy, squeak. 2 Chapter 2 Kushina, you bastard. Minato, stop playing dead. Get out here. Wait, Might Guy. Kakashi was about to stop him, but he was still a bit slow. Might Guy had already spoken successfully. As a ninja, and with this matter concerning a Jinchuriki, he shouldn't have spoken so easily. After all, the person was already dead, and the living were still alive. Moreover, it was still unknown if it was a genjutsu or something else. Uzumaki Kushina, that's great. Is that Might Guy? Is Kakashi there? Where's Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Makoto, revival, prize quiz. Never mind that for now. Sasuke, are you okay? Tell your mom quickly, are you still alive? The two mothers were very anxious. Of course, there was another very anxious person. Raza, hey, wait a minute. All of Sunagakure, listen up, the plan is terminated. Don't let Orochimaru succeed. The Sunagakure ninja were all shocked. Their own Kazekage had died, and no one had noticed, so the plan was still going on. This isn't good. Uzumaki Kushina, Makoto? Makoto, how did you die too? Uchiha Makoto, we'll talk about that later. Sasuke, did you see it? Sasuke, who was changing clothes and waiting for Kakashi to take him to the arena, suddenly had red eyes. Mom, I'm still alive. I will definitely kill that guy with my own hands. 5 years had passed. Sasuke felt as if he was dreaming, to still be able to hear his mother's voice. Inside the arena, Naruto rubbed his head. Uzumaki Kushina? How strange, it's the first time I've met someone with the same surname as me. Fuga Niji opened his eyes, looking at the silly Naruto in front of him. He was speechless once again. Isn't it obvious? Above the stands, Orochimaru looked mockingly at Hiruzen Sarutobi's changing expression. Hiruzen-sensei, you seem a little nervous. Oh. It must be because you deliberately concealed certain things, right? Yes, that's very much in line with your style. After all, if everyone knew Naruto-kun was the son of a hero, who would bear the resentment of those fools? My apologies, Hiruzen-sensei, you must have been thinking for Konoha's sake. Orochimaru's words were like a large hand, gripping Hiruzen Sarutobi's neck. At this moment, many Konoha ninja looked up at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uzumaki Naruto. Auntie, do you know me? What a coincidence, your son's name is the same as mine. Everyone. Third Sachike Jinoki. It seems it's not a genjutsu after all. Even dead people can be pulled in. The third Hokage is truly an old Scrooge. Fourth Raikage. Exactly. If that old man were in my hidden cloud village, he'd have been dragged out and slaughtered long ago. Although the two were mortal enemies, seeing that the tide seemed to be turning against Konoha internally, they immediately started cooperating. Fifth Mizukage Mei Terumi. What exactly are these gold and black screens? Fifth Mizukage? For a moment, many people were astonished. Did Hidden Mist Village have a new Mizukage? Uzumaki Kushina, stop interrupting. Naruto, I'm your mom. Why don't you know me? Uzumaki Kushina, don't tell me you don't even know your father is the fourth Hokage. Kushina had a bad feeling. As soon as she said this, the arena instantly fell silent. That fox demon is actually the son of a hero? Don't be ridiculous. The genin of the new generation all looked at the silly Naruto below. Inazuka Kiba was even more dumbfounded. Niji was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he smiled with a sense of relief. Uzumaki Kushina, what exactly is going on? Uzumaki Kushina, old man third, didn't I ask you to take good care of Naruto? Uzumaki Kushina, is this how you take care of my son? Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, get out here and say something. I know you're in the chat room too. Inside the chat room, Kushina's furious voice kept coming out. Question after question directed at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato Namikaze immediately went silent. Naruto listened, completely bewildered. Hiruzen Sarutobi was even breaking out in a cold sweat from the questions. Even Uchiha Makoto was startled by her good friend and dared not interject. Ding! Just then, the voice of the comparison system sounded again. This voice, in Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears, was like celestial music. Similarly, many people felt the same as Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He was panicking, truly panicking. He was afraid that in the next second, he would hear his own name in Kushina's voice. Fortunately, after the comparison system's voice sounded, Kushina's voice was blocked. Content loading complete. Comparison viewing countdown begins. 10. 9. 1. Friendly reminder, please watch carefully and actively participate in the prize quiz. Comparison viewing begins. Buzz. The moment the words fell, the golden-framed large screen on the right lit up, displaying an image. Land of Fire, Konoha. 3 years have passed since the Ninetales rampage. Naruto, in swaddling clothes, has been taken in by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to the Sarutobi clan's compound for 3 years. Today is the day Naruto was sent out to live alone. The scene shifted. Top floor of an old apartment. A ninja from the Sarutobi clan pushed open the door, and a musty smell wafted out. From today on, this will be your home. The Sarutobi clan ninja said, turning back, his eyes full of disgust. At his feet, a frail child looked at him helplessly. The child had golden hair, a pair of azure blue eyes, and most notably, 6 whisker marks on his face. This is your living expense for this month. Once it's used up, you'll have to figure it out yourself. The Sarutobi clan ninja finished speaking, threw down an envelope containing 3,000 ryo, and turned to leave, seemingly unwilling to stay there for another second. Leaving the child standing helplessly by the door. The child was a young Uzumaki Naruto. Is that Naruto? Sakura Haruno was stunned for a moment. In fact, the Konoha 11 also recognized Naruto immediately. Incidentally, many of the instant noodles in Naruto's house were given by Sakura. Shikamaru leaned on the railing, looking at the golden-framed screen in the sky. Comparison viewing, the lives of 2 completely different Uzumaki Naruto? This must be the Naruto from our world, the Naruto we know. What will the other one be like? However, not everyone reacted as quickly as Shikamaru. Konoha's side became much more somber. Kushina's statement clearly put Konoha in a difficult position. However, one couldn't blame a mother who loved her child. As it stood, Konoha was to blame. Orochimaru was endlessly amused. Especially since he was close enough to clearly see the changes in Hiruzen Sarutobi's facial expression. How interesting. The only pity was that, among the living, no one in Konoha dared to speak freely now. After all, the third Hokage was still alive and right there in the stands. Orochimaru secretly sighed. As it looked now, it would be impossible for Hiruzen Sarutobi to die as a hero. Moreover, Orochimaru had a faint feeling that if he dared to persist, the fourth Hokage, who could not be brought back by Edo Tensei. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto? My child. Good, old monkey, so this is how you take care of Naruto, isn't it? 3,000 Ryo a month? You're really ****ing generous. Where's my inheritance? Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, if you don't get out here and make a sound, Naruto won't need to recognize you as his father anymore. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, cough cough. Squeak. 3 Chapter 3 A helpless child, a damned fox demon. Unbelievable. Damn it. At this moment, many people in Konoha were stunned. It really is. If Uzumaki Kushina's words had thrown them into disarray. Now, the hero of the Ninetales rampage who died protecting the village, the fourth Hokage, had spoken. It completely extinguished the last shred of hope they had. You said he was the hero's son. Looking at the scene in the golden frame, it would be a lie to say they didn't regret it. They all knew what scene would appear next. Why didn't you say so earlier? All we heard was that he was a fox demon, and we just needed to vent. This large family reunion scene temporarily came to an end here. Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Naruto, is he from the Uzumaki clan? Senju Tobarama, big brother. Isn't that obvious? Who said Senju Hashirama was stupid? See, after the fourth Hokage and his wife suddenly fell silent, he quickly came out to smooth things over. Even the dumbest person knew this was a Konoha scandal. Senju Tobarama also quickly cooperated with his older brother, Mei Terumi. As far as I know, people of the Uzumaki clan all have red hair, but Uzumaki Naruto seems to have blonde hair, just like the fourth Hokage in the records. Uzumaki Mito, Kushina is a pure-blooded Uzumaki clan member. When this happens, it usually means the other half's bloodline power is equal or superior. Senju Hashirama, Namikaze, did another great ninja clan rise in Konoha after we died? Orochimaru glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, then spoke in the chat room. No, the Namikaze isn't even a minor ninja clan. Even if they really had the ability to rise, hee. Orochimaru's words undoubtedly intensified the tense atmosphere in Konoha. Senju Hashirama, Tsunade's hair color is also blonde. It's clear now. What? The fourth Hokage is actually the illegitimate son of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin? The scene in the golden frame continued. Little Naruto, after the Sarutobi clan ninja left, struggled to open the window and stood outside the door, waiting for the musty smell in the room to dissipate. He tilted his cute little face slightly, staring blankly at the sky. He didn't know why everyone hated him. He stood there all alone until noon. Little Naruto was hungry, but the room was empty, and the musty smell hadn't completely dissipated. He mustered up the courage to go downstairs, with not much living expenses in his pocket. But it was too unfamiliar here, and little Naruto couldn't find a store selling food, so he aimlessly searched the streets. However, soon, a sudden sound disrupted the originally quiet street, instantly attracting everyone's attention. A man with a demeanor inconsistent with a commoner said, "Hey, look, it's him, isn't it?" Another commoner, also somewhat different, echoed, "That's right, it's him, look at the whiskers on his face." The two men's conversation quickly attracted a lot of attention. With these two starting, the villagers' chatter soon began to rise continuously. Many commoners had heard similar rumors in the past few days. A moment later, little Naruto felt a strong malice surrounding him. His steps involuntarily slowed, and the villagers' chatter and shouts reached his ears. "It's him! Damn it! That cursed fox demon! How shameless, why is he still alive? I'm going to kill him to avenge my Oniachan." The malice had materialized. The smile on little Naruto's face gradually disappeared. That cursed fox demon! Whoosh! Without any warning, a small stone whizzed past little Naruto's ear. Someone made a move, someone couldn't help but make a move. The camera focused on the face of the commoner who spoke first. Kill the fox demon. An old woman took an egg from her vegetable basket. Whoosh. Smack. It was accurate, directly hitting the unsuspecting little Naruto's forehead. Immediately, pain struck, egg liquid splattered, and little Naruto covered his forehead, his azure blue eyes shimmering with tears. Watching little Naruto curl up on the ground, clutching his head. Some people felt a pang of pity, but most seemed to have found an outlet for their anger, quickly grabbing the eggs from the old woman's basket and throwing them all at little Naruto. Fox demon, die. For a time, various small objects were thrown at Naruto. Naruto groaned repeatedly, wanting to run. But the next second, a small stone hit his leg, and in pain, little Naruto directly fell to the ground. This scene undoubtedly stimulated the hearts of this group of people. The fox demon was defeated? Great! So, more and more people joined in. They all attacked a defenseless child. Little Naruto curled into a ball, his cries covered by the incessant curses. He really didn't know why this was happening. This was the first time he had gone out on the street and been treated like this. It's because of this fox demon. It's he who killed the fourth Hokage. Cursed fox demon, why? Why did the third Hokage let him stay in the village? Whoosh. This time, a kunai was thrown at Naruto. Clang. However, just then, a ninja wearing an animal mask appeared. He blocked the kunai. The Anbu ninja, who had been monitoring Naruto, intervened very timely to stop the commotion. Feeling the attack stop, little Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He saw a masked ninja standing in front of him. However, little Naruto was still engulfed by malice. Even in the person's exposed eyes, he could still clearly feel the malice. His vision became blurry, then turned red. Then he felt someone grab his hand. It was very rough. Little Naruto felt pain all over his body, and his hand was being squeezed painfully. But he dared not make a sound at all. In his blurry vision, he was moving away from these people. After that Anbu ninja took little Naruto away, another Anbu ninja arrived belatedly. Stop. This matter ends here. Lord Third has given an order. All people are forbidden from mentioning words like demon fox in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Attacking Uzumaki Naruto is forbidden. Discussing matters related to Uzumaki Naruto is forbidden. One prohibition after another came down. Everyone present fell silent. But their faces still showed resentment. Many who came late felt regret, wondering why they hadn't come sooner and missed this opportunity to kill the fox demon. So, after that Anbu ninja left, these people all whispered to each other, recounting the incident. Not long after, the news of the fox demon's appearance spread throughout Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, that blonde-haired child with 6 whiskers on his face, was the culprit, the fox demon, who killed everyone's relatives. Uzumaki Kushina, ah! Uzumaki Kushina, Hiruzen Sarutobi, I want you dead. For Chapter 4 Minato Senju? Kushina's broken voice was quickly muffled. Everyone heard the mother's heartbreaking cries. Naruto looked around, somewhat bewildered. Everyone was looking at him. If it had been before, he would have been ecstatic. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that he wasn't happy at all. Suddenly, a strange power appeared. In an instant, Naruto was again holding the back of his head, smiling foolishly. So I have a mother, and my mother loves me very much. So close. Fuga Niji could clearly sense Naruto's change. He frowned. Something felt off. How did Naruto, who was just bewildered, suddenly become so idiotic again? He instinctively wanted to activate his Byakugan. To see if Naruto, this big landowner, was under a genjutsu. However, Niji quickly fell silent. Due to the system's reasons, he couldn't manipulate chakra. His Byakugan naturally couldn't be activated. He silently kept it in mind and continued to observe Naruto. The golden-bordered screen revealed a lot of information. The old fox Anoki naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Anoki? Hehe, so that's it, Uzumaki Naruto is Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki, right? Anoki? Third Hokage, you're quite something. That's the son of a hero, TSK TSK TSK. But I don't seem surprised that you would do such a thing. Anoki? If I'm not mistaken, even those Anbu ninja are like this. After all, if the beam above is not straight, the beams below will be crooked. Many Anbu ninja lowered their heads after Anoki's words. Fourth Reikage. Although that old immortal from Iwagakure is very annoying, he's right. I wouldn't find anything strange about Konoha under the rule of the third Hokage. Mei Terumi. I have a question. It's normal for the Uzumaki clan to be Jinchuriki. From the known information, it seems that Uzumaki Naruto's Jinchuriki identity was known to his mother, Uzumaki Kushina Mei Terumi. But as far as I know, Uzumaki Kushina was the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Information about the Nine-Tails rampage is scarce, and when a tailed beast leaves a Jinchuriki's body, the Jinchuriki dies within a short time. Given Kushina-senpai's personality, she shouldn't be a mother who would let her child become a Jinchuriki. Mei Terumi still wanted to continue speaking. However, her words once again stimulated Gaara. Gaara. These people should all die. Mother, Jinchuriki, letting one's child become a Jinchuriki. These were the words Gaara cared about most. Furthermore, what made him furious was that in Naruto, he sought his former self. But obviously, he was a bit better than Naruto. Because he had the protection of sand. Gaara. Temari and Kankuro looked at Gaara with complex expressions. Because they couldn't perform offensive actions. For them, it was tantamount to a temporary respite. No more worrying. Hashirama, Ha ha ha. In the chat room, Hashirama made a somewhat awkward statement. Uchiha Madara, disgraceful. Senju Tobarama, big brother, don't speak yet. Senju Tobarama, Uzumaki Naruto, you should have heard or seen my statement. Senju Tobarama, first tell me, is this video true? Regarding his disciple's decision, Senju Tobarama did not express an opinion. Of course, as a qualified politician, Senju Tobarama naturally saw Hiruzen Sarutobi's purpose at a glance. Even with not much information currently available. But as it stands, someone will soon appear in this grand play to rescue Uzumaki Naruto, who is in dire straits. Originally, as a dead person, Senju Tobarama didn't want to meddle too much. But his sister-in-law's attitude, and his once adorable granddaughter still hadn't spoken. He had a bad feeling. And, because of the previous discussion, he had already determined that Uzumaki Naruto was a combination of Senju and Uzumaki. If the Senju had not merged into Konoha, then, the fourth Hokage should not be called Minato Namikaze, but Senju Minato. This was an undeniable fact. After all, besides the Senju, there were only a few who could suppress or be on par with the Uzumaki bloodline. So, even as a dead person, he had to get involved in this matter. Is second Hokage uncle asking me? Sorry, I didn't mean to splash paint on your Hokage rock. I definitely won't do it next time. Naruto scratched his head, replying with a grin. Senju Tobarama, I'm not asking you about that. Do you remember the scenes on the screen? Uzumaki Naruto. A little bit, but I've forgotten most of it, hee. Not good. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils suddenly constricted. A fine layer of cold sweat covered his forehead. Tobarama-sensei had personally stepped in to ask questions. Things were getting tricky. Kushina, for some reason, suddenly became quiet. But Hiruzen Sarutobi dared not forget that last sentence. He believed that if Kushina were to be revived now, she would definitely rush to kill him immediately. Oh, right. This comparison system seemed to have mentioned that among the rewards in the quiz, there were rewards for reviving the dead. Plus Minato's attitude. Damn it. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a chill down his spine. He didn't even dare to meet the gazes of his subordinates. Orochimaru excitedly extended his long tongue, licking his dry lips. Hiruzen-sensei. I suddenly feel that, since things have come to this, it might be more interesting to continue this way. Orochimaru, shut up. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, feigning courage. However, his appearance only made Orochimaru more excited. Hiruzen Sensei, I've decided. I will leave with my people. This dilapidated old windmill of Konoha can continue to turn slowly. Someone will personally destroy it and rebuild it. I want to witness all of this happen. With that said, Orochimaru looked down at Naruto. His interest in Naruto continuously climbed. It quickly reached a similar level to his inner obsession with the Uchiha. And in the chat room, under Senju Tobarama's continuous guidance, Naruto spoke about the things he remembered and his inner thoughts. I don't know how to say it. I only remember that everyone seemed to dislike me, didn't want to play with me, and didn't want to sell things to me. Every time I walked on the street, I could feel everyone's malice. In the stands, Hinata clenched her small hands, her palms covered in sweat. She remembered the night she first met Naruto. So, Naruto was living that kind of life back then. Sister. Hanabi felt Hinata's emotional change and quickly grabbed Hinata's hand. To keep her sister from worrying, Hinata forced a smile. The genin felt a heavy heart upon hearing Naruto's words. In the lounge, Sasuke slowly sat up. No wonder that idiot is like this. Indeed, with his personality and that strange feeling. It's hard for him to have true empathy. It wasn't that he lacked empathy, but, just as future Sasuke once said, Naruto would never understand his pain. In Naruto's view, if he could overcome these hardships, others must also be able to overcome them. Simply put, it was you're miserable? I'm miserable too. I can get through it, so you must get through it too. In his eyes, there was no concept of individual differences. Therefore, when pain came, he finally understood a little bit of the reasoning. 5 Chapter 5 Old man, where's your shame? Luckily, I have Iruka-sensei. Iruka-sensei is different from others. Luckily, I have many companions. Just as Naruto was about to continue speaking, Senju Tobirama suddenly asked, Iruka-sensei? Iruka Umano. Lord Tobirama, I am Naruto's teacher at the Ninja Academy. Senju Tobirama. Answer me, were you different towards Naruto from the very beginning? Iruka. Iruka Umano. No, Lord Tobirama, at first, I was like everyone else, harboring resentment towards Naruto. But I am a teacher, and I know very well that this hatred cannot be imposed on a child. Naruto. Senju Tobirama. So, someone enlightened you and constantly gave you psychological suggestions to be kind to Naruto? Iruka Umano. No, it was I who deeply understood the will of fire, and only then did I finally awaken. Senju Tobirama stopped questioning Iruka, there was no need anymore. In that situation, even if Iruka hadn't changed in the end, a second Iruka would have appeared. At this moment, Senju Hashirama popped up again. Senju Hashirama. I see. Fourth Hokage, your son is outstanding, he understood the meaning of companionship very early on. Senju Tobirama. Shut up. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, let me finish. Senju Tobirama was about to speak. The wily Inoki jumped out again. Inoki? Ah, Lord Hashirama, you haven't changed at all. Inoki? However, the facts are laid bare. To downplay them is somewhat self-deceiving. Inoki? How was the Jinchuriki's identity exposed? So hard to guess, isn't it? How could a young child know so much or think so much? In their most helpless moments, people will grasp at the last straw, let alone a child. Inoki? In my opinion, it won't be long before we see Hiruzen Sarutobi's old man face on this big screen, haha. Fourth Raikage. Exactly, that's the point. In the Raikage's office, Mabui supported her head and shook her head helplessly, watching the fourth Raikage laughing heartily. In the Pure Land world, Kushina's beautiful red hair stood up straight. 1, 2, 3, exactly 9 strands. She was already on the verge of explosive rage and losing control. After the chat in the chat room, Kushina went into a direct rampage. Her eyes constantly scanned her surroundings, searching for Minato Namake's soul. In her disoriented state, she had forgotten that Minato was currently inside the Shinigami's belly. Ajura. In the Pure Land world, the Six Paths sage murmured. Immediately, he waved his hand. All the souls around Kushina were relocated. He shook his head. Soon, the Pure Land world became quiet again. Konoha Hospital. Naruto lay on the hospital bed. Bloodstains still remained on his body. His face, however, had been cleaned, but the medical ninja's movements were extremely rough. Apparently, the news about Naruto being a fox demon had already spread here. Naruto closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep, unaware of how he returned to that musty home. When he opened his eyes again, he was awakened by hunger. In a daze, he smelled food and quickly searched the room. Soon he noticed the dishes on the table, but they were already cold. Little Naruto didn't mind and quickly sat down to gobble them up. Even though they were a bit spoiled, little Naruto still ate with relish. Fishing. I think I know. I'll try it when I wake up tomorrow. Suddenly, little Naruto remembered the voice he had heard in his days. So, after a night, little Naruto ran to the back mountains of Konoha village. He couldn't afford to be sad. If he didn't find food today, he would have to endure hunger again. Before long, Naruto fashioned a simple fishing rod. He didn't know why fishing lines and hooks would appear here. Perhaps they were left by people who had fished here before. Splash, splash. It seemed like a beginner's luck, little Naruto's first time fishing. He caught 3 fish about the size of an adult's 3 fingers. Everyone looked at this scene with varied expressions. Coincidence, too much of a coincidence. Was it really just good luck? Why did it feel like someone was deliberately guiding him? Why weren't the fish thrashing around? Could someone have attached them to the bottom of the river? The sun shone brightly, and soon it was lunchtime. Little Naruto felt his stomach growl, and he immediately followed suit, going to look for firewood. Before leaving the Sarutobi clan, someone had impatiently taught little Naruto these things. When little Naruto started the fire, a cute smile finally appeared on his little face. He quickly skewered the fish with wooden sticks and waited for the charcoal to appear before placing the skewered fish over the fire. Without seasoning, the taste was naturally nothing to boast about. But at least it served as a meal. For the next few days, little Naruto continued to repeat such days. He also didn't know what was edible and what wasn't. No one was willing to approach him. He tried to pick up a ball for some children, but they chased him away. It was as if the whole world was rejecting him. Every night, little Naruto would secretly wipe away tears. There was one time when it rained, and a hungry little Naruto, with nowhere else to go, walked into a ramen shop. And because of that, he experienced the feeling of being cared for the first time. This scene completely drove Kushina in the Pure Land world insane. Every time little Naruto wiped away a tear, Kushina felt as if her heart was bleeding. After some time, one day, someone entered little Naruto's world. Night fell, and little Naruto placed the last fish over the charcoal fire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Before long, a thin layer of oil appeared on the fish, and the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Little Naruto, however, was already accustomed to this. His eyes were vacant as he stared blankly at the blazing flames. Smells so good. An aged voice suddenly rang out. Ah! Little Naruto was startled and fell to the ground. He quickly turned his head to look and saw an old man with white hair walking out of the darkness. The old man had a kind smile on his face, and unlike others, Naruto did not feel the same malice from him as he did from the villagers. Who are you? But little Naruto still watched him warily. Me? I'm just an old man passing by. The old man was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He looked at the fragrant grilled fish, and his stomach rumbled. The eerie atmosphere was broken. The old man and the child looked at each other for a moment, then laughed in unison. However, if this scene were shown directly, it would certainly evoke a warm feeling. But, when combined with what came before, the feeling seemed to be a bit different now. Old man, have this to eat. It was the first time he had seen someone so kind to him. Little Naruto naturally generously offered the grilled fish. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not polite and took it to eat. Thank you so much, this fish looks delicious. This is a fish I caught, of course it's delicious. Little Naruto happily picked up a grilled fish as well. The grilled fish was a bit hot, and little Naruto hadn't grilled many. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the few grilled fish were eaten by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Everyone. Old thing, do you have no shame? There were only 3 in total, and that was the child's dinner. After eating the grilled fish, the old thing and the child sat by the bonfire, gazing up at the starry sky. Look at the stars in the sky. The wily Inoki immediately sniffed out a different meaning in the words. Senju Tobarama was also the same. 6 Chapter 6 The Strongest Hokage. Tobarama Senju coughs up blood in anger. Look at those stars. Each and every one of those stars is actually just like the sun we see. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the time was right, so he pointed at the stars in the sky and said. Little Naruto looked up. The sun? You mean that big, blinding guy that comes out during the day? That's right, this world is very big, it seems to have no end. Wow! Little Naruto's eyes lit up. Old man, you know so much. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi showed a slightly proud smile. Anoki. Hee, as expected of you, third Hokage. Mei Terumi. I feel Uzumaki Naruto is different from other kids. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha. Senju Tobarama, big brother, don't just speak carelessly yet. In front of this vast world, humans are actually very insignificant. And our insignificant worries, in front of this world, seem trivial. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. Little Naruto didn't understand these things, and no one had ever told him. Old man, are humans really that insignificant? Looking at the starry sky, little Naruto's big eyes suddenly welled up with tears. It's all the same, all insignificant, so why is it different for me? Hiruzen Sarutobi took out his pipe and took a puff. Old man, I feel like you look familiar. Oh? Why do you say that? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes lit up. It's just like the stones on top of the village. Hee hee, you noticed that? Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't keep his smile down. Do you know what kind of people get their faces carved into the Hokage rock? Little Naruto naturally didn't know, he just shook his head blankly. Those carved up there are the great heroes who protect the village. Where Konoha dances, fire will burn bright. Hiruzen Sarutobi began to instill the will of fire into little Naruto. Little Naruto didn't understand, but he was impressed by the unknown. Seeing the look of longing on little Naruto's face, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew his mission was complete. I see, old man, you're amazing. Looking at little Naruto's shining eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly coughed twice. Then slowly stood up, leaving little Naruto with his back, hands clasped behind him. It's getting late, I should go back. Little Naruto immediately became dejected, but then, he asked expectantly. Old man, can I become Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his head and gave little Naruto an affirmative smile. Of course, you don't become Hokage to get everyone's recognition. Instead, after you get everyone's recognition, you can become the great hero who protects the village, the Hokage. I think, Naruto, you will definitely get everyone's recognition. Wow! Naruto exclaimed, then quickly asked. Then, old man, are you the strongest person in the village? Hee hee, of course, I'm the strongest one among those four. The scene abruptly ended. Everyone fell silent, looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi in the stands with strange expressions. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt his face flush. Orochimaru laughed unrestrainedly. Sakura Haruno. So that's it, no wonder Naruto's dream since childhood was to get everyone's recognition and become Hokage. Ino Yamanaka. Yeah, I always thought it was weird why Naruto kept shouting about becoming Hokage, turns out he was instilled with this idea when he was so young. Nara Shikamaru. Ahem, Ino. Shikamaru reminded her. Ino Yamanaka, however, gave him a glare, but didn't say anything more. Uchiha Sasuke. That idiot. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke. You're the idiot. Sasuke was speechless. But then he thought, no wonder the deadlast always unknowingly shouted about becoming Hokage. The wily Anoki's statement appeared. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyelids twitched. Anoki. Yo, the will of fire, yo. Anoki. Third Hokage, quite the trick, eh? Fourth Raikage immediately joined in. TSK, what an amazing third Hokage. Fourth Raikage. The strongest among the four. I remember, didn't the third Hokage also have the title of God of Shinobi? Senju Hashirama, huh? God of Shinobi? Senju Hashirama, amazing. Monkey, I didn't expect you to surpass me. Senju Tobarama, big brother. Shut up. If anyone else had said that, it might not have been as simple as the literal meaning. But coming from his own big brother's mouth, it was absolutely literal. However, Senju Tobarama quickly figured out the reason. Konoha had lost Big Brother and himself, to prevent other ninja villages from targeting it simultaneously due to the loss of powerful combatants. As a last resort, he was molded into the former god of Shinobi. Even if it was self-proclaimed, it could alleviate external pressure to a certain extent. It's just. Senju Tobarama felt that in the previous scene, when Hiruzen Sarutobi said he was the strongest, he seemed serious. It was fine to deceive others, but he shouldn't deceive himself. Ultimately, out of consideration for Konoha, Senju Tobarama still set against his conscience. Monkey's actions are somewhat understandable, after all, it's all for Konoha, to give the Jinchuriki a sense of belonging to the village. He couldn't continue, Senju Tobarama felt his face burning, he couldn't make it up anymore. Of course, from a politician's perspective, Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed a qualified politician. It's just that using such methods on Naruto, who was the son of a hero, was too despicable. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly spoke. Yes, I strictly followed my teachers, well, everything was for Konoha. Senju Tobarama? You bastard. Fourth Raikage. Haha, I see, so it was all the meaning of Konoha's second Hokage, no wonder. Anoki didn't speak further this time. After all, it concerned Konoha's second Hokage. He was also from that era. Naturally, he knew what Konoha's first Hokage and second Hokage were like. But the fourth Raikage was clearly not, and from what he'd seen in recent years, the fourth Raikage wasn't afraid of Konoha, this constantly self-harming paper tiger, at all. In recent years, even during Kumogakure's most difficult times, they dared to come to Konoha to snatch people. When caught red-handed, they thought they would have to pay a considerable price, but in the blink of an eye, Konoha ceded territory and paid reparations first. Uchiha Madara, as expected of master and disciple, as disgusting as ever. Senju Hashirama, Madara, you can't say that. Uchiha Madara, so? Just a mere Jinchuriki, yet they have to be so wary, even calculating to the point where he can't even afford ramen? Is this the Konoha of your ideals? Senju Hashirama fell silent. Senju Tobarama was furious, but just now, for Konoha's stability, he spoke against his will to excuse Hiruzen Sarutobi, and now being rebutted by Uchiha Madara, he could only shut up. Was he going to retract his words now? Uchiha Madara naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He immediately began to constantly criticize Konoha. He had long seen through this village, and also through the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara, so, until now, I haven't seen a single Uchiha, have they already been eliminated? Foolish. Uchiha Izuna, Onie-chan, I'm here. 7 Chapter 7 Naruto in Black Frame, Konoha F4, oh no. Why is this scene different? Uchiha Madara, Izuna. Uchiha Izuna, Onie-chan. The art style suddenly changed. At this moment, an abrupt statement appeared. Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen, I told you long ago that if you had given Naruto to me, such a thing wouldn't have happened. I can't believe you still use such dirty methods to deal with a child who understands nothing. Oh, wow. Are you trying to show off in front of your teacher? Hiruzen Sarutobi's beard was crooked with anger. Anoki. Danzo Shimura? How dare you say such things? Fourth Raikage. TSK, truly a den of vipers. No wonder Konoha is so dilapidated now, even your own disciple can't help but try to kill you. It was already obvious that Orochimaru was going to attack Konoha. After all, the fourth Kazekage kept popping up to make his presence known. Mei Terumi. It's normal for a Jinchuriki to be ostracized, as human nature is like that. But if, as a leader, you not only fail to stop it but even intentionally stir up conflict between the villagers and the Jinchuriki, no wonder Konoha has become like this. Of course, Mei Terumi didn't say much more, as the Hidden Mist village had only recently emerged from the Bloody Mist. In reality, among the 5 great ninja world, no one could truly criticize another. It's just that everyone else had their reasons, but Konoha, you don't. So many talented individuals. If they were in another village, one couldn't imagine what it would be like. Konoha has been messed up for so long, yet it still manages to maintain the best geographical position in the ninja world. It's no wonder the other 4 great ninja world are envious of Konoha. Senju Tobarama was rendered speechless. He suddenly began to doubt if his decision back then was correct. Especially after learning about Konoha's outrageous actions after his death from Anoki and the fourth Raikage. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama wanted to crawl out of his coffin. Senju Hashirama, look, it seems like there's a picture on another big screen. Senju Tobarama, big brother, you first, watch carefully. Senju Tobarama thought his big brother was about to say something thoughtless again, so he instinctively told him to shut up. Unexpectedly, it was true. So, he quickly shifted his attention. Buzz. Above. After the golden-framed large screen went black. The black-framed large screen quickly lit up and displayed an image. The top floor of an old apartment building. A Sarutobi clan ninja pushed open the door, and the smell of mold assailed him. From today on, this is your home. The Sarutobi clan ninja turned back and said, his eyes full of disgust. At his feet, a thin child stood expressionlessly. The thin child was Uzumaki Naruto. This is your living allowance for this month. Once it's gone, you'll have to figure things out yourself. The Sarutobi clan ninja finished speaking, threw down an envelope containing 3,000 ryo, and turned to leave, seemingly not wanting to stay there for another second. Little Naruto silently picked up the envelope with the money, then opened all the windows in the room to air it out. Looking at the sparsely furnished room, little Naruto frowned slightly, sat on a chair, and seemed to be deep in thought. Sakura Haruno. Ha? Wasn't this scene just shown? Ino Yamanaka. I remember, this is the scene of Naruto being sent out. Nara Shikamaru. No, this Naruto is a bit different. That's right. After Shikamaru's reminder, everyone realized. Little Naruto wasn't standing blankly outside the door as before. Moreover, this little Naruto seemed to be puzzled, deep in thought. Just as everyone was wondering. Little Naruto in the black frame screen began to move. Looking at the empty room, little Naruto opened the envelope and took out the 3,000 ryo. Seeing this scene again, Anoki once again mocked Hiruzen Sarutobi, using Kushina's previous words to retort him. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyelids twitched. Was this comparative viewing meant to deepen everyone's impression? Orochimaru, however, became interested. It's the same Naruto, but a comparison, interesting. I wonder how this Naruto will perform. The new generation of genin were also extremely curious. What would the Naruto of this world be like? The black-framed large screen continued to display the scene. Little Naruto spread out the 3,000 Ryo. A month is 30 days, a day's living expenses is 100 Ryo. So little. I remember when I went out with them before, the things I saw weren't cheap. Some time ago, I saw people fishing. The fishing spot is behind the mountain. The fish I catch can not only fill my stomach, but if there's extra, I can exchange it for other food at the market. Eating also seems to require seasonings and such. Little Naruto's murmuring came from the black-framed large screen. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph. This Naruto is different. The Naruto in our world is like an idiot. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke. You're the idiot. Hyuga Niji, still lying on the ground, subconsciously nodded, agreeing with Sasuke's statement. Not only that, but the other genin also expressed their agreement. Even Sakura, damn it. Naruto felt a sense of frustration. Didn't he just say a few more words? Why did everyone, after only watching for a short while, decide that he was inferior to his other self? Naruto. My Naruto. Wah! In the Pure Land world, after her anger subsided, Kushina regained some rationality. Seeing a different Naruto, tears streamed down uncontrollably. The quiz must be about the Naruto of this world. Among the rewards, there's a resurrection reward. I must get it. Kushina took a deep breath. She secretly made up her mind. This naive woman, at this moment, learned to think. At the same time, her mindset also changed. Her most trusted husband suddenly seemed somewhat unfamiliar at this moment. From beginning to end, he had only spoken once. And that was under her coercion, using Naruto as the reason. Perhaps, he was also regretting and blaming himself? No, none of that mattered to Kushina now. Now, her mind was filled with how to return to the ninja world. To make amends to her child. Kushina knew from Naruto's appearance that he was definitely not eating enough. If this continued, her child, even if he inherited the Uzumaki clan's physique, would still be a small, thin child. Which meant malnutrition. And then, what Kushina wanted to do most was to twist off Hiruzen Sarutobi's head and kick it like a ball. To hell with Konoha, to hell with the greater good, to hell with the will of fire. I am Kushina. Next, something that surprised everyone happened. Just as little Naruto in the black-framed large screen was planning his future, the scene suddenly shifted. A scene appeared that had not been shown on the golden-framed large screen before. Hokage building, inside the Hokage's office. Clan. Hokage-sama, your subordinate has sent Uzumaki Naruto to the designated location. And warned him not to return to the clan, and also reminded him of some things as you instructed. Standing in front of the Hokage's office was the Sarutobi clan ninja from before. Understood, you may withdraw. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly, waved his hand, and motioned for the Sarutobi clan ninja to withdraw. Immediately after, the scene zoomed out. At this moment, inside the Hokage's office, besides Hiruzen Sarutobi in the Hokage's seat, there were 3 other people. They were Hokage advisor Danzo Shimura, and the 2 advisors Utatane Koharo and Hamura Mitokado. Konoha F4, what the heck? 8 Chapter 8 The entire ninja world witnesses the iconic scene of I'll be your shadow, you'll regret it. When this scene appeared on the large, black-bordered screen, Konoha F4 immediately sensed that something was wrong. Didn't this mean that the following scenes would be very detailed? It's over. Information exposure was one aspect. On the other hand, how could Konoha F4 not know the content of their usual meetings? Hiruzen Sarutobi's forehead was dripping with large beads of sweat. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Things just got more interesting. Inside the Root organization's underground base, Danzo's face was unpredictable. Thinking of his recent statement, he suddenly felt like his nose was a little red. Utatane Koharo and Hamura Mitokado exchanged glances, both seeing the panic in each other's eyes. Humph. In a nameless bar in Tanzakugai, Tsunade slammed her sake bottle down. A bunch of old fogies. Lady Tsunade, you can't drink anymore. Shizen, holding Taunton, quickly stepped forward to persuade her. I'm not drunk. Tsunade pushed her away. She turned her head. She had been paying attention to Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama in the chat room. It was so good to hear their voices again. However, she still hadn't heard the voices of the two people she also cared about. She couldn't help but feel a little lost. But she also didn't want to speak first. Seeing this, Shizun shook her head helplessly. Then, holding Tantan, she sat quietly beside Tsunade. The scene continued. Hiruzen, you still need to give us an explanation for this matter. After a subtle glance from Danzo, Utatane Kohara was the first to attack. The Jinchuriki should be monitored within our control. Letting him live in Konoha like this, who knows what might happen. If it happens again, for Konoha at this stage, it's too risky. Following Utatane Kohara, Hamura Mitokado, also an advisor, said in a deep voice. Sip. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed calm and content, even taking a leisurely puff from his pipe. Danzo, what about you? Then, Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Danzo, signaling him to speak quickly if he had anything to say. Danzo said expressionlessly. Hiruzen, Kohara and Hamura's words are reasonable. The Jinchuriki belongs to Konoha, not just to you. You did this without consulting us at all. By all accounts, the Jinchuriki should not be outside our control. So? Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his eyebrows. Hand him over to Root. His behavior when he left makes me very uneasy. If you cannot guarantee his absolute loyalty to Konoha, then don't play with fire. The darkness of Konoha lives up to its name. Here it comes, Anoki is starting again. Humph. This old thing is also thinking for Konoha, and furthermore, this is an internal matter of my Konoha. What are your intentions by constantly slandering it? Danzo naturally retorted without showing weakness. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not speak, but continued smoking his pipe. Hiruzen, handing him over to Root is indeed a good choice. At least it can guarantee the Jinchuriki's absolute loyalty to Konoha. Utatane Kohara spoke. Oh? Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at her. Loyalty? To Konoha? Or to Root? Utatane Kohara immediately shut her mouth. I have already arranged this matter, no need to say more. Danzo, withdraw your men. I don't want Naruto to come into contact with Root. Hiruzen. Do you know how much damage that brat could cause to Konoha if he loses control? Can those few Ambu ninja you sent ensure everything is foolproof? Danzo demanded sharply. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe. Alright, have your men return. This matter ends here. Hiruzen. You. Before Danzo could finish, Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted him. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo's expression instantly froze, looking as ugly as if he had eaten dirt. Utatane Kohara and Hamura Mitokado also silently closed their mouths upon hearing this. Humph. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Bang. Seeing his plan fail, Danzo had no need to stay here and be disgusted by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He turned and left, violently slamming the Hokage office door shut. Ha ha ha. What an interesting scene. The fourth Raikage laughter echoed in the chat room. Hiruzen Sarutobi showed an embarrassed expression. In the Root organization's underground base. Bang. Danzo slammed his fist heavily on the table. Hiruzen. Damn it. However, just as Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the scene on the large, black-bordered screen continued. Seeing Danzo leave, Hamura Mitokado and Utatane Kohara exchanged glances. The two of them were caught in the middle, most of the time in an indecisive state. Hiruzen, let's put the Jinchuriki matter aside for now. The Uchiha clan has been a bit restless lately. As soon as these words came out, Sasuke's head went buzz. What's going on? Could it be that the Uchiha clan's affairs also have something to do with these old thing? Uchiha Madara, as expected of the Wastes who inherited Tobirama's will. Uchiha Madara, come on, let an Uchiha tell me, was the Uchiha clan annihilated? Uchiha Madara, a bunch of foolish wastes. If Azuna hadn't entrusted me before his death, why would I waste so much time in Konoha? Uchiha Azuna, Onie-chan, stop talking. Senju Tobarama, the Uchiha clan was annihilated? Monkey, don't tell me this is true. This was not the 4th grade ninja war era. Moreover, Senju Tobarama was not facing a wet behind the ears Tenzo. Naturally, he spoke his true thoughts. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tobarama-sensei, by the time I knew about this, it was already too late, alas. I have already stripped Danzo of his Hokage advisor status. Senju Tobarama, he regretted it. He really regretted it. Regretted speaking up for Hiruzen Sarutobi just now. Regretted staying behind to cover their retreat back then. Senju Tobarama was frantic inside. Is this what I told you to do? Targeting the Uchiha clan is fine. Just keep it within limits. But, clan annihilation? You really did it. No wonder Konoha has become like this now. Is this how I entrusted you? Danzo Shimura. Slander. Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen, how can you be so shameless? Danzo Shimura. I know nothing about the Uchiha clan's affairs. Besides, how can we be sure that this black-bordered world is exactly the same as the original world? Danzo got anxious and quickly spoke in the chat room. Orochimaru. Hehe, the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Orochimaru. I still remember this matter. Orochimaru, shut up. Hiruzen Sarutobi glared angrily. However, Orochimaru merely glanced at him contemptuously, a sneer on his lips. Then he continued. Uchiha Itachi massacred the Uchiha clan. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a somewhat unfamiliar voice sounded. Uchiha Fugaku. Let's stop this matter here, Orochimaru, don't say any more. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been lurking, finally showed up. He did not want Sasuke to guess the complex truth behind this matter. After all, Sasuke was still in Konoha at this moment, and they were all dead. If the last fig leaf was uncovered, Danzo, out of shame and anger, might very likely just throw caution to the wind and send a large number of root ninja to assassinate Sasuke. Father! Sasuke's eyes reddened. Uchiha Azuna annihilated himself? Which beast did that? 9 Chapter 9 Kushina, Naruto, you must remember what they look like. Uchiha Fugaku, Azuna-sama, that's my eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Azuna, unfilial descendant. I have failed Onie-chan. Uchiha Fugaku was too embarrassed to speak. Uchiha Sasuke, father, I will definitely kill that beast to avenge you, and to avenge our clan. Uchiha Madara, enough, Izuna, let bygones be bygones. This Uchiha is not worth your anger. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land world, Kushina was also stunned. Uchiha Itachi had actually annihilated his entire clan, even personally killing his own parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. It must be those old things secretly causing trouble. When she was alive, Kushina was good friends with Uchiha Makoto. She had also met the young Uchiha Itachi a few times. From her impression, Kushina believed that Uchiha Itachi would not do such a heinous thing. No matter the reason, it shouldn't be like this. The screen continued. Anyone would be dissatisfied going from the core area to the outskirts. Let's put this matter aside for now. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to smoke his pipe. Udatain Koharu nodded and said, since that's the case, we'll head back first. Regarding the Uchiha matter, focus on Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, that would be better. Hamura Mitokado reminded him before leaving. Hiruzen Sarutobi just nodded, not saying much. After the two left, Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke and looked out the window. Preparations for the Uchiha matter must be made first. Danzo is quite keen on this matter, so let him have free rein. It'll save him from constantly coming over here for no reason. Right now, for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the most important thing was naturally the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Anoki. TSK, I knew it, how hypocritical. Raza, the darkness of Konoha? He's just a tool in the third Hokage's hands. Whatever he does, could it really be hidden from the third Hokage? Raza, damn Orochimaru. How could Raza not know how disgusting Konoha was? If it weren't for Konoha, this so-called ally, oppressing them too much, to the point where Hidden Sand Village was in a situation where even his gold dust couldn't sustain it. Otherwise, Raza wouldn't have cooperated with Orochimaru to attack Konoha, taking advantage of this joint Chunin exams to make a move on Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was grim. He hadn't expected past events to be laid out like this. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I have no recollection of this matter. It seems, as Danzo said, that world is completely different from this one, so whatever I did in that world has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Senju Tobarama was already about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. Just one sentence had put him in an endless passive position. He really wished he could go back in time. And then, when Hiruzen Sarutobi proactively said he would stay behind to cover their retreat, he would immediately reply. Good, you go ahead. Afterward, when Danzo Shimura also said he would stay, he would immediately reply. Good, then the two of you cover the retreat. He still hadn't seen any statements from Akimichi Torafu and Uchiha Kagami, so how could he not guess their fate? If Yudetane Koharu and Hamura Midokado dared to speak, he would dare to agree. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Senju Tobarama could only sulk in the Pure Land world. What could he do? The words were out. Even his own older brother didn't dare to speak rashly anymore. Just then, on the large screen with a black frame, the scene changed. Little Naruto stood in front of a mirror, looking at himself. He raised his small hand and touched the 6 whisker marks on his face. Why am I different from everyone else? Little Naruto was very puzzled. But at the moment, the hunger in his stomach interrupted his thoughts. He then took out money and left. Is it going to happen again? This time, what will Naruto in this world do? Everyone couldn't help but become curious and expectant. However, Konoha's thoughts were different. They vaguely felt that this black-framed Naruto on the large screen might have a different reaction, bearing grudges, seeking revenge. Many people had such thoughts flash through their minds, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The screen continued. It was largely similar to the development on the large screen with the golden frame. Little Naruto paid attention to the surrounding shops. When he saw a store selling fishing gear, he stopped. However, before he even entered, he glimpsed the price of the fishing gear. It was very expensive, completely unaffordable for him right now. But fortunately, the prices of fishing line and hooks were not high. Spending 100 ryo, little Naruto got a small box of fishing hooks and 10 meters of fishing line. This was undoubtedly something that couldn't be bought for that price. It was because the shopkeeper saw that he was small, well-behaved, and sensible, which was why he gave him some inexpensive fishing hooks as a gift. Little Naruto silently put the items away, politely bowed to the shopkeeper, said thank you, and then hurried away to find a store where he could buy food. The shopkeeper even smiled and waved at him. This scene was completely inconsistent with the one on the large screen with the golden frame. Just as everyone thought that perhaps the entire world was different. A familiar scene appeared. A man with a demeanor inconsistent with a commoner said, "Hey, look, is that him?" Another commoner, also somewhat different, echoed, "Yes, that's him, look at the whiskers on his face." It appeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they became tense. "Uzumaki Kushina, old monkey." Kushina's voice suddenly rang out. This roar, mixed with intense hatred, had already materialized. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a chill down his spine. However, Kushina's voice was blocked again. Perhaps it was muted because the curses were too offensive. "Senju Tobarama, monkey. Look at the good things you've done." At that moment, Senju Tobarama also quickly spoke up. He finally got his chance. He had to seize this opportunity to distance himself from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Otherwise, he would remain in a muted state. "Senju Hashirama, Tobarama, what's wrong with you?" "Senju Tobarama, big brother, look at what this monkey is doing." Senju Tobarama, he repeatedly schemes against a child. These are the tender green sprouts of Konoha. When did I ever teach him such will of fire? Senju Hashirama, That's a good point. Monkey, you've gone too far. Uchiha Madara, a clumsy performance. Uchiha Izuna, Onia-chan, isn't that Tobarama fellow always so shameless? No wonder he could teach such a disciple. Senju Tobarama, you two are enough. I've tolerated you for a long time. In an instant, Senju Tobarama chose to be unreasonable and stir up trouble, making everyone forget his previous statement in favor of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Izuna, you think I'm scared of you? Come out and fight one-on-one. Senju Tobarama, come on, a defeated general dares to bark so wildly. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, to give me some face, everyone, stop arguing. Oh, and Monkey, you get out here and explain yourself. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hashirama-sama, it's not like that. I never sent anyone to do such a thing. It must be that Danzo fellow, enraged after leaving the office, who did it. Danzo Shimura. You're full of crap. Anoki. It's great to live long, you get to see Konoha dogs bite dogs. Because it was too noisy. The chat room was directly muted. Everyone was able to concentrate on watching again. The two men's conversation quickly attracted the attention of many people. It was almost identical to the scene on the large screen with the golden frame. Soon, little Naruto felt a strong malice surrounding him. His steps involuntarily slowed, and the villagers' conversations and curses reached his ears. It's him! Damn it! That cursed fox demon! How shameless, how is he still alive? I'm going to kill him to avenge Oniai-chan. Malice had materialized. Little Naruto's smile disappeared. Soon, he noticed that the shop owner who had sold him the fishing hooks and line earlier also came over, drawn by the noise. When he looked at him, his face showed disbelief. That cute and well-behaved child just now was actually the fox demon? After a moment of internal struggle, the shop owner's eyes reddened, but he was not swayed by those people to curse and revile black-framed Naruto. Damn fox demon! Whoosh! Suddenly, a small stone whizzed past little Naruto's ear. Little Naruto froze for a moment, then immediately looked in the direction the small stone had come from. There, he sensed a different aura. It seemed different from commoners. Is it a ninja? The camera then focused on the face of the commoner who had spoken first. Hearing black-framed Naruto's inner thoughts. P.S. Differentiating with black frame and gold frame. Many people's eyes widened. Kushina in the Pure Land world wiped away her tears. Uzumaki Kushina, good job, Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina, remember their faces. You must remember their faces. 10 Chapter 10 Ashura unleashes his power, Naruto with black frame, get out of here. Kushina's words undoubtedly made the atmosphere on Konoha's side extremely heavy. At this moment, those villagers who had once harbored hatred for Naruto panicked. The entire Konoha fell into a strange atmosphere after Kushina's statement. Previously, Kushina had only targeted Hiruzen Sarutobi. They still held on to a sliver of hope. Now. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, you. Minato hesitated to speak. However, the next second, Kushina's voice was blocked again. Uzumaki Kushina, get lost. Do I need you to tell me what to do? Continue being your dog Hokage and protect these idiots. Inside the arena, Naruto stood blankly. Why does mom want me to remember their faces? As the referee, Shiranui Gunma, who had not yet left the field, twitched at the corner of his eye. But he did not speak. As one of the 4th Hokage's guards, they were undoubtedly derelict in their duty. Beyond subordinates, how could it not be considered dereliction of duty? Looking at Naruto's back, in a trance, Shiranui Gunma also acquired Konoha's old tradition, presbyopia. Yandame. He murmured, and surprisingly, he saw Minato Namikaze's back in Naruto's back. And it quickly overlapped. Niji's lips curled slightly. Looking at the little Naruto in the black frame, he smiled. That's good. I just don't know if the scene of that incident will appear then. He. If this black-framed Naruto heard my words, how would he treat me? Niji couldn't help but look forward to it. The black-framed big screen continued. Kill the fox demon. An old woman took an egg from her vegetable basket. Whoosh. Even if he didn't understand, the little Naruto remained vigilant. This egg did not hit the little Naruto's head, he dodged it by ducking. Clatter. The egg fell to the ground, bursting open, and the egg liquid splashed near the little Naruto's feet. The little Naruto frowned, and anger began to surge. Why are they doing this to me? What did I do wrong? A fox demon or whatever, I don't know what it is, and it's not me. Just as the little Naruto's anger rose, his hot head suddenly cooled. An inexplicable emotion appeared, calming his burning anger. No matter what they do, I have to forgive them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I have such a thought? Black-framed Naruto's inner voice kept echoing. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? What is he saying? Hyuga Niji's pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be? He suddenly looked at the current Naruto. Seeing the other party's utterly bewildered expression, Hyuga Niji seemed to have discovered something incredible. It seems that this Uzumaki Naruto is not just a big landlord. In the Pure Land world, the familiar Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Whether it was the Uchiha Stone Tablet or Black Setsu's misleading, this message was clearly revealed. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been the Battle of the End Valley. Therefore, Uchiha Madara not only knew that he was Indra's reincarnation but also used this as the core driving force for launching the Eye of the Moon plan. Is that brat this generation's Azura reincarnation? A combination of Uzumaki and Senju, it is indeed possible. No wonder I felt that the golden-framed brat was a bit off before, so that's it. Apparently, Uchiha Madara had no intention of explaining. The black-framed big screen continued. Clatter. However, just as the little Naruto was roaring internally, another egg flew over. It was accurate, hitting the little Naruto squarely on the forehead. Instantly, egg liquid splattered, and the broken eggshell stung his skin. Pain struck, and the little Naruto subconsciously covered his forehead, his clear blue eyes, under the stinging pain, felt a pang in his nose and even shimmered with tears. But at this moment, the little Naruto's tears were more because of the inexplicable emotions that appeared in his mind, making him angry. Get away from me! Don't influence me! Kill this shameless fox demon! Just then, the villager who had caused the trouble earlier shouted again. Someone in the crowd immediately couldn't hold back. Fox demon, die! Grabbing all the eggs from the old woman's basket, they threw them at the little Naruto. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of eggs bursting kept ringing. In just a moment, the little Naruto was covered in a layer of egg liquid. Because of the throbbing pain in his head, the little Naruto couldn't even bother to dodge. He clearly saw the trajectories of these fast-flying eggs, but his body wouldn't obey. This made the little Naruto so angry that his teeth were chattering. He fiercely hit his own head. Then he raised his head, his tear-filled eyes staring intently at the villagers who had attacked him. He firmly imprinted each person's face in his mind. Buzz. But, the next moment, that inexplicable chakra, carrying soothing emotions, reappeared in his brain. It was constantly fading Naruto's anger, constantly fading the faces of these people in Naruto's mind. Get away from me! What exactly is going on? Was I like that back then? Naruto rubbed his head, made to doubt himself by this scene. That's not you. Hyuga Niji suppressed his inner speechlessness and the urge to roll his eyes. Well, he didn't need to roll them, he could just give Naruto a Byakugan glare directly. What? Naruto asked subconsciously. Who? Niji took a deep breath. He suddenly understood why black-framed Naruto was so angry. This is another you. Do you have any impression of the scene on the black-framed big screen? Naruto nodded. Seeing it a second time, I've remembered quite a bit. That's right, and you also heard black-framed Naruto's inner thoughts just now. Did you have that feeling at the time? Niji asked again. And at this moment, in the chat room, Senju Tobarama, after a moment of thought, also spoke up. Senju Tobarama, Naruto, do you have any memories of that time? Were you also like this black-framed Naruto then? Uzumaki Naruto, Second Hokage uncle, I seem to have some impression, but I just can't remember it. Naruto had just finished speaking when Kushina's message appeared, this time not muted. Uzumaki Kushina, you must remember. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto, promise mom, you must never forget every single one of their faces. Uzumaki Kushina, it's okay if you forgot, just remember them now, and mom will remember them with you. Uzumaki Kushina, shut up. Minato, I don't want to hear you say that. Kushina's voice abruptly stopped. Clearly, she was muted again. Minato Namikaze, he was indeed about to speak, but before he could, Kushina anticipated him. Inside the Shinigami's stomach, Minato Namikaze's soul sat idly, a bitter smile on his lips. Life and death are different. His thoughts were no longer bound or influenced by worldly things. Now, how could he not feel regret? Otherwise. Minato, Kushina is still on the verge of berserk. I know that girls temper better than you, so let's be quiet for a bit. By the way, if possible, I want to merge with my other self. No one can say what the future holds, right? The risk is still too great inside you. Otherwise, how could Minato Namikaze, known as the Little Sun, gain the approval of the Nine-Tailed half-body? 11 Chapter 11 Niji, you can do it too, you're Naruto too. Uzumaki Naruto, it's so strange, why can't I remember their faces no matter how hard I try? Uzumaki Naruto, I clearly saw them very clearly and carefully. In the chat room, after Naruto's message sounded. In Konoha, a strange scene appeared. Whoosh. It was a sigh of relief, one that came from the bottom of their hearts, feeling like they had just survived a catastrophe. Orochimaru blinked. She glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was not far away. Orochimaru clearly felt that her teacher, Hiruzen, who claimed to be the strongest Hokage, seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. How could that be allowed? Orochimaru smiled. She smiled very wickedly. As a qualified disciple, how could she let her teacher, Hiruzen, relax? As if sensing something. Orochimaru, what are you going to do? Hiruzen Sarutobi was like a startled bird at this moment. A bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. Teacher Hiruzen. Originally, I thought I wouldn't be able to give my gift. But now, it seems I still can. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned deeply. He didn't understand what Orochimaru's gift was, nor could he guess. But instinct told him. Orochimaru's so-called gift, after this comparison viewing, would probably become even more deadly. Oh? Teacher Hiruzen, are you already looking forward to it? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face instantly darkened. At this moment, he regretted it. Indeed. Danzo kept nagging that Hiruzen Sarutobi would regret it. Now, he finally regretted it. He regretted not personally killing Orochimaru back then. It was also at this time that he finally came to his senses. What the comparison viewing system would bring, he didn't know, even if he felt a chill, that would be a matter for later. Right now, the most important thing was the traitor beside him. His danger was neither delayed nor unknown, but right before his eyes. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the comparison viewing system, he would probably have already launched a surprise attack on him by now. Of course, thinking that way was one thing, and making a firm decision was another. One sentence from Orochimaru made him revert to his true self, and he became afraid again. Orochimaru. Lord Second Hokage, I have perfected your Edo Tensei Jutsu, and I have also collected your and Lord First Hokage's DNA. The sacrifices are also ready. Oh, and the sacrifices were provided by Danzo. The Konoha crush plan I'm about to initiate wouldn't have been so easy to carry out so brazenly without his help. Danzo was dumbfounded. Orochimaru, are you selling me out? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo. In Iwagakure, the old fox Inoki helplessly pushed away his granddaughter's hand, not letting her pull his beard. Stop messing around. Then, after hearing Orochimaru's statement, his eyes lit up. Konoha Crush Plan, X2. Inoki. Orochimaru, elaborate. Fourth Raikage. Orochimaru, please elaborate. I will have the army assemble immediately, we will surely lend you a hand. Their statements were almost simultaneous. That damned brat. That damned old man. The two cursed each other in their hearts. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Izuna, ha speechless, aren't you? Shameless fellow, you raised an even more shameless disciple. Bah! In the Pure Land world, Senju Tobarama was frantically pulling at his hair. I can't let this continue, or I'll be infamous for 10,000 years. Damn Izuna! How dare a defeated foe mock me? On the other side, Kushina was also frantic. Because her comments were too intense, she was muted for another 10 minutes, and she also wanted to revive. But she couldn't speak, how could she endure it? Senju Tobarama, good. Orochimaru, as soon as you can use chakra, immediately Edo Tensei me. I will personally kill that so-called the darkness of Konoha. Danzo Shimura. Teacher Tobarama, you must not believe what a rogue ninja says. Danzo Shimura. It's pure slander. Orochimaru is also Hiruzen's disciple. Senju Hashirama, alright, let's stop here for now. I'm very curious, what's going on with black-framed Naruto? The black-framed large screen continued. Little Naruto's eyes widened, as if they were about to pop out. Ignoring the dizziness, he stared intently at the group of people. Egg yolk mixed with blood, flowing into his eyes. The stinging pain instantly stimulated his tear ducts, and tears streamed out. Buzz. A chilling and terrifying chakra suddenly appeared. Little Naruto was startled, he suddenly felt his entire head become much lighter. But this feeling was fleeting. However, Naruto's external reaction was not obvious. This chilling and terrifying chakra appeared too quickly and suddenly, and it vanished in an instant. Furthermore, little Naruto was bowing his head, protecting his skull. So, no one saw little Naruto's azure eyes turn crimson and eerie in an instant. That feeling of clear-mindedness made little Naruto a bit dazed. Could it be because? Definitely, ninja. Ninja use ninjutsu, it's very magical, they can even breathe fire, and there's another kind, right, a ninjutsu that can make people hallucinate, called genjutsu? This situation I'm in must be related to this ninjutsu. Who is it? Is it the ninja who brought me out? Damn it! I can't remember his face all of a sudden. Thanks to the instant appearance of that chilling and terrifying chakra, little Naruto had a moment to catch his breath. At this moment, for little Naruto, the pain did not come from his body, but from his mind. The almost tangible malice of the villagers made him feel bewildered and wronged. Similarly, he also felt anger and resentment. However, that emotion, which came from who knows where, kept influencing him. This was the point that made little Naruto most distraught. Naruto paused. Was it like that back then? I have no recollection at all. Then, on the black-framed large screen just now, do you still remember the appearance of that ninja from the Sarutobi clan who brought you back? Neji suddenly asked. Naruto subconsciously replied. I don't remember. Naruto, I can confirm now, there's a power inside you influencing you. No, it's two powers. Jinchuriki. So that's it. Before, the reason you were able to defeat me was because of the tailed beast inside you, right? Neji took a deep breath. He had already pieced together the scattered information fragments in his mind. That's right, I borrowed chakra from that great fox. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he was caught cheating by his opponent on the spot. Although he was thick-skinned, it depended on who the other person was. Humph. You foolish brat, that's not this fox's chakra. This fox's chakra isn't that kind. Suddenly, the Ninetales' voice echoed in Naruto's mind. What made black-framed Naruto feel comfortable in the end, that was this fox's chakra. Haha, this fox is suddenly a little envious of my counterpart in that world. That Naruto will definitely become obsessed with this fox's power. Unlike you in this world, foolish and overly sympathetic to the point of leaving this fox speechless, constantly refreshing this fox's perception. The great fox. Naruto was lost in thought for a moment. Is that really how it is? The messages in the chat room also confirmed the Ninetales' words. Noticing Naruto's unusual state, Neji, who had recovered somewhat, stood up and patted his shoulder. You are both Naruto, and your starting points are the same. If he can do it, you can definitely do it too. 12 Chapter 12 Fox Demon? If I really am a fox demon, I'll kill you all right now. Clearly, Neji had started to place his bets. He was betting on Naruto. So that the future Hyuga would no longer be troubled by the caged bird seal. Even though Neji knew that the caged bird seal actually did more good than harm. However, his childhood experiences made him instinctively reject this answer. An existence even more terrifying than a great landlord, and with Hinata-sama's affection for him, in the future, it was very likely to change the Hyuga. Chat room. Mei Terumi. That I just now, did you all see it? Sakura Haruno. It felt so scary. Naruto sometimes turns like that. Mei Terumi. That's right, that should be the nine-tailed chakra. Nara Shikamaru. But the question now is, whose chakra was it that appeared before the nine-tailed chakra? Orochimaru. Black-framed Naruto-kun is very different from our Naruto-kun here. Orochimaru. That child's mind is extremely sharp, calm, and much more independent. Orochimaru. However, I am also very curious, whose chakra exists within Naruto-kun, besides the nine-tailed chakra? Orochimaru. Hiruzen-sensei, is this matter related to you? Orochimaru said this directly in the chat room. Hiruzen Sarutobi was so angry his teeth ached. But then he thought of Senju Tobarama. And quickly spoke up. Hiruzen Sarutobi. No, I don't know about this either. I never thought of using any genjutsu or other means to control the Naruto in our world. Uchiha Madara, don't even think about it. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't. Even your useless teacher couldn't do such a thing. Senju Hashirama, what are you talking about? Senju Tobarama, big brother. You, Sai. Senju Tobarama, huh? Wait. If that's the case. Big brother, did you feel anything familiar about black-framed Naruto? Uchiha Madara's heart skipped a beat. Senju Hashirama, did I? Ha ha ha, maybe. The scene continued. Similar to the scene on the gold-framed large screen. Little Naruto was clutching his head, curled up on the ground, trembling all over. But this was not fear or grievance, but anger and hatred. Little Naruto was fighting against the strange feeling appearing in his mind. Seeing this, some people felt a pang of pity. But most people were followers, and the Ninetales rampage was still fresh in their minds. Some people, even if deep down they knew it was wrong, but everyone else was doing it, and their already scarce sense of guilt completely disappeared. For a time, eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, and even small stones appeared. All were thrown at little Naruto. Die, fox demon! Cries of condemnation and curses filled his ears. The moment a small stone hit little Naruto's head. Buzz! Little Naruto's vision went black. Immediately after, he subconsciously reached out, and instantly, a warm, wet sensation came from his hand. He brought his hand in front of him to look. That crimson color was extremely dazzling. Thump thump thump. Little Naruto's breathing hitched, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. His sky-blue eyes, at this moment, turned crimson. However, at this moment, little Naruto felt completely relaxed. His small, frail body trembled slightly, and then little Naruto, protecting his head, propped himself up to sit. Finally, it's quiet. He murmured softly. The next instant, his crimson eyes returned to sky blue. But the whisper that constantly urged him towards good also disappeared. Did that unknown chakra disappear? He resisted it. Shikamaru exclaimed. The Naruto of the Black Frame world is so amazing. Shikamaru was very smart, so he could better understand black-framed Naruto's brilliance. Seeing Choji and Ino looking a bit puzzled, he spoke directly in the chat room. Nara Shikamaru. If we consider the Naruto that appeared at the beginning of both scenes, whether black-framed or gold-framed, to be largely similar Narutos. Nara Shikamaru. Then, black-framed Naruto preserved his self, while gold-framed Naruto became a slave to the whisper. Senju Tobarama, the Nara clan? That explanation makes a lot of sense. Anoki. This old man is suddenly looking forward to the third Hokage's appearance later. Orochimaru. Me too. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Anoki, did this old man do anything outrageous when he appeared? Minato Namake's, you did before. Ka. Minato Namake's voice rang out. Looking at that ID, everyone in Konoha was stunned. The fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself to protect Konoha during the Ninetales rampage. This. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato, you are also an inheritor of the will of fire, are you questioning this old man? Hiruzen Sarutobi habitually spoke in a superior tone. After all, from the first to the seventh, the Hokage's desk was piled high with documents. Only the fourth's desk surface was clean enough to reflect light. Because Orochimaru was disobedient, he chose the most obedient Minato. The renown of the Yellow Flash was also widely propagated at that time. To cover up errors on the front lines, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to voluntarily step down, which quieted Konoha's voices considerably. Then he pushed Minato into the position of the fourth Hokage. However, the so-called fourth Hokage was merely a figurehead, the true power still lay with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Euphemistically known as. The scene continued. After the whisper in his mind disappeared, little Naruto felt a sense of relief. Whoosh! Just then, a small stone came flying at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! The sound of the small stone cutting through the air as it grazed his ear rang out. Little Naruto tilted his head slightly. From just now, I've been able to see these attacks clearly. Is it because I have chakra inside me? When I'm angry, it feels like the whole world slows down a lot. But I've overheard those ninja talking, chakra, doesn't it require cultivating the chakra refining technique? Could it be related to that chilling feeling I had just now? Inside the ceiling space, the Ninetales' mouth curled up slightly. This black-framed Naruto, the more it looked, the more it liked him. Itself in that world would definitely be able to infuse him with a lot of information while his mind was still immature. The Ninetale narrowed its eyes slightly, it seemed it could already see black-framed Naruto personally opening the ceiling gate. Die, fox demon. Whoosh! Another small stone came flying. Straight for little Naruto's face. Buzz! However, it was dodged by little Naruto once again. You want me to die? What did I do wrong? It hurts so much. After a few low growls, little Naruto picked up a small stone at his feet, rolled over, dodged the attacks of others, and then suddenly looked up. His eyes stared intently at the old woman who had first thrown something at him. His fierce gaze startled the old woman. Whoosh! Little Naruto didn't hesitate at all, directly throwing the small stone at the old woman, aiming for the same spot she had aimed at him, her forehead. Damn it! This fox demon dares to resist. Everyone, quickly kill him! A voice suddenly rang out. This voice was very special. Little Naruto felt that the voice seemed to contain some kind of power, so much so that everyone in the scene, which was filled with curses and insults, heard it. Just then, little Naruto's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the old woman sitting slumped on the ground. Her expression showed no relief at all from him dodging the small stone. So that's it, everything was intentional by someone. But no matter what, why do they treat me like this with just a low-level incitement? You want to kill me? Fox demon. I don't care what I am, if I really am a fox demon, I'll kill all of you right now. 13 Chapter 13 Third Generation? The boss of this bunch of bastards? Senju Tobarama, this is bad, black-framed Naruto shouldn't have said it. Mei Terumi. Yes, the second Hokage of Konoha is right. There are Umbu ninja monitoring him in the crowd, letting him be bullied. Perhaps the root organization ninja, the darkness of Konoha, are also present. Mei Terumi. But this also shows that for a clever child, in this situation, to abandon forbearance and shout such irrational words, it's enough to see. He. Mei Terumi had carefully chosen her words. Hidden Mist Village itself was more explosive. Even if Mei Terumi ended the bloody mist was still a fact. So much so that Mei Terumi couldn't speak as freely as she wished. A clever child? Ino and Sakura exchanged glances. How should they put it? They couldn't possibly imagine that these two words could be used to describe Naruto. Below the arena, Naruto looked distressed. Niji, why does it feel like they all think highly of the other me? They never praised me when they looked at me. No comparison, no harm. Sorry, Naruto, I actually think highly of him too. The nine-tailed rolled its eyes. I'd be satisfied if you had half of what he has. This fox demon, how dare he say such things? Kill him. The fox demon still wants to cause trouble? This undoubtedly stimulated the sensitive hearts of these people. So, one by one, with red eyes, they rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward to beat the defenseless child. Ah! Little Naruto roared. He frantically picked up various items from the ground and threw them at the crowd. I'll kill you all. You want me dead? I refuse to die. Remember this, all of you, as long as I don't die, I will get my revenge one day. However, his seemingly chaotic attack was actually focused on one point. Little Naruto cursed at the crowd while paying attention to the civilians in a certain direction. Soon, little Naruto noticed that a few of those civilians moved very quickly. Not only did they dodge his attacks, but they also threw a few small stones, knocking down the things he threw. Just as little Naruto was surprised that their movements were not like normal people, exceeding his cognitive range. Korinai Yuhi. Black-framed Naruto acting like this, won't Danzo use it as an excuse to force the third Hokage's hand, will he? Yugo Yuzuki. As a member of the Anbu, I haven't seen this in any records. Anko Mitarashi. They're best at that. And that damn Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Anko Mitarashi, who had finally spoken. He secretly shook his head. Of course, he couldn't say that he had taken her with him when he left Konoha, but halfway through, the child couldn't accept the outcome and regretted it. Then he erased her memories and left her in Konoha. Senju Tobarama, what you said is very likely. Senju Tobarama, after all, as a Jinchuriki, if he is hostile to the village. Alas, back then I should have agreed to their voluntary offer to stay behind and cover our retreat. Senju Tobarama, the will of fire has changed its flavor. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned red. Inside the root organization base, Danzo was also the same. Finally, Danzo couldn't hold back. Danzo Shimura. Teacher Tobarama, you are already dead, and besides, you were the one who chose Hiruzen to be Hokage. Danzo Shimura. I am not Hokage. Yet I have always contributed to Konoha. What has Hiruzen done? When was it not me who protected Konoha both openly and secretly? You picked him, idol. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't keep his composure. You, Danzo, I haven't contributed? Even if I haven't, what have you done? Just as the two were about to start bickering, Orochimaru extinguished their arrogance with just 2 sentences. And then, the entire Konoha was shaken. Orochimaru. I defected from the village due to human experimentation. Teacher Hiruzen had a chance to kill me but let me leave. Boom. In an instant, Konoha was stunned. Human experimentation? No wonder people kept disappearing inexplicably during that period. Especially children. However, before Hiruzen Sarutobi could regret and then make excuses. Before the questioning and cursing from Konoha. Before the big shots in the chat room could speak. Orochimaru spoke first. Don't be so quick to talk about me. The people needed for the human experiments were provided by Danzo. The people from the other 4 ninja villages widened their eyes. But in a flash, they suddenly felt it seemed very reasonable. The one who acted was the infamous dark side of Konoha in the ninja world. Senju Tobarama, humph. Orochimaru, I won't talk about your matters for now, monkey. Danzo, give me an explanation. Senju Hashirama, this matter has already touched upon a bottom line, you too. Senju Hashirama's tone was also a bit displeased. Anoki. Hehe, to say that the 3rd Hokage knew nothing, I don't believe that for a second. Danzo Shimura. Exactly. He absolutely did it on purpose. Danzo Shimura. After letting his disciple Orochimaru escape, he then took the majority of the experimental data. Uchiha Madara, enough, I'm sick and tired of hearing about this rotten Konoha's affairs. Uchiha Izuna, Oni-chan is right, my ears are ringing from all this. And don't act like you, Senju Tobarama, wouldn't do such a thing. Senju Tobarama, I used enemies. I wouldn't resort to such underhanded methods to scheme against a child who understands nothing, especially the son of a hero who protects Konoha. The major ninja clans of Konoha, and strong ninja. Those in the chat room all questioned Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. At this moment, their reverence for Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura had greatly diminished, as the 2nd and 1st Hokage were leading the charge. Even the 4th Hokage came out to demand accountability. They naturally dared to speak up too. The uproar was immense, but it was quickly silenced. However, the chat room was muted, but reality was not. In the arena stands, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was extremely grim. Questions kept coming from all sides. Orochimaru was laughing unrestrainedly beside him. However, as he laughed, tears welled up in his eyes. The scene continued. Whoosh! A sharp sensation struck. Little Naruto felt the danger approaching. But his body couldn't keep up with his perception. And this attack was a kunai. Damn it! If I don't die, I will surely return the favor in kind. Let you idiots taste this feeling too. Clang. Just then, a ninja wearing an animal mask appeared. Almost at the moment little Naruto felt despair, he finally blocked the kunai. Little Naruto was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted. This feeling, yes, he had sensed it in the crowd earlier. These bastards. Whoosh. Before little Naruto could observe further. At this moment, a whooshing sound came. Immediately after, another ninja, also wearing an animal mask, appeared in front of him. Little Naruto didn't even look at him, yet he already felt a strong malice. Not much different from these people. Slap. The next moment, little Naruto's arm was grabbed by that Umbu ninja. It hurt a lot. Hiss. Let go of me. Little Naruto growled. But that Umbu ninja ignored him and roughly dragged him away. After leaving the encirclement of the crowd, little Naruto, in pain, naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Seeing that he couldn't pry the person's hand off, little Naruto immediately opened his mouth and bit fiercely at the large hand gripping him. As is well known, most ninja have high attack and low defense. With little Naruto's bite, the Umbu ninja cried out in pain and instinctively let go. Oh no! After the Umbu ninja reacted, he was about to chase. But he saw little Naruto still standing in place. He didn't run, he just rubbed his arm, which was sore from being grabbed. Pay. I'll walk by myself. Little Naruto naturally didn't have a very good tone. He walked directly past the Umbu ninja, cleaning the dirt from his face. Earlier, he was covered in egg liquid and then hit by small stones, drawing blood. Blood and egg liquid mixed together, and because he rolled a few times on the ground, he was covered in mud. Little Naruto felt very uncomfortable. But at this moment, he could only endure it. If these bastards wanted to kill me, they would have done it long ago, and I couldn't resist. As this thought arose, suddenly, a series of cold voices came from his ear. It was the belated Umbu ninja, announcing the prohibition issued by the 3rd Hokage to the villagers of Konoha. Lord Third has commanded. All people are forbidden from mentioning terms like fox demon in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Attacking Uzumaki Naruto is forbidden. Discussing matters related to Uzumaki Naruto is forbidden. Little Naruto's cute brows furrowed slightly. Lord Third? The leader of these bastards? 14 Chapter 14 Uproar at Konoha Hospital. Black-framed Naruto's performance naturally drew many admiring glances. This child will surely achieve great things in the future. His actions were no less than those of a mature adult. P.S. The 5-year-old Hokage mindset of the dutiful son should not be viewed with normal eyes. If you insist, the brain storage that arrived 13 chapters late is here. I didn't expect Naruto-kun to guess the mastermind so quickly. TSK, I'm really looking forward to when teacher Sarutobi appears later. Shut up, Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples, his head was throbbing. Why does it feel like his reputation is getting worse and worse? Why does everyone suspect him first instead of Danzo? Uchiha Madara, humph. This Jinchuriki has thoughts of destroying Konoha. Hashirama, didn't you say that no matter who it is, if they want to destroy Konoha, you would stop them? Go quickly. Senju Hashirama, Madara, I'm already dead. Senju Tobarama, no, Black-frame Naruto won't go that far, but at least in the future Konoha, a large number of people will definitely pay the price. Senju Tobarama, after all, there's another difference between him and gold-framed Naruto. When he first went downstairs, he bought a fish hook and fishing line, and he felt the kindness of that shopkeeper. Senju Tobarama, and under the instigation of the ninja sent by the monkey and Danzo, he also saw the shopkeeper's conflicted expression. Didn't you notice that when black-framed Naruto threw things, he avoided that shopkeeper? Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobarama, what are you still fantasizing about? You might as well hope that in the black-frame world, your disciple, who inherited your will cause less trouble, and then Konoha won't die so miserably. Konoha's side looked very displeased. However, they couldn't refute it. This bloody truth was already laid out before everyone. Senju Tobarama, uncharacteristically, didn't engage in a war of words with Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobarama, black-frame Naruto is meticulous, and Naruto in the gold-frame world has also encountered many people who bear him no ill will. Senju Tobarama, therefore, I believe that black-frame Naruto will absolutely not uproot the entire Konoha in the future, as no matter how many of those people there are, it's impossible for them to be all of them. Uchiha Izuna, are you dreaming? Uchiha Izuna, even if that were true, I believe black-frame Naruto would find an excuse to let the people he cares about leave first, and then after they leave, he would directly destroy the entire Konoha and finally establish a new village. Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna, disagree? If you disagree, let's make a bet. The two argued. The screen continued to play. Just like the gold-framed large screen. During the time black-framed Naruto went to Konoha Hospital. 3 years ago, the nine-tailed fox that emerged during the Nine-Tails rampage appeared. The news spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, the brat with golden hair and 6 whisker marks on his face, is the culprit, the nine-tailed fox, who killed everyone's loved ones. Konoha Hospital. Little Naruto lay on the hospital bed. His expression was calm, and bloodstains still remained on his body. Looking at the medical ninja in front of him, the other party's face showed disgust. He roughly cleaned his wounds. Hiss. Touching the still unhealed wound, little Naruto grimaced in pain. Humph. The medical ninja glared at him with immense loathing. Be quiet. Bang. Without warning, little Naruto kicked him in the lower back. Hiss. This time, it was the medical ninja's turn to grimace in pain. If you don't want to treat me, then get out. Let me die, then? Little Naruto's face showed hatred. However, looking closely, little Naruto's eyes seemed somewhat calm. Mei Terumi. What a clever child. This child is truly outstanding. Mei Terumi. His words suggest he's already guessed something and is testing the medical ninja's attitude. Mei Terumi. If only he were from our hidden mist village. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Oh, come on, if he were from your hidden mist village, would he experience your bloody mist village? Mei Terumi fell silent immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi, on the other hand, looked triumphant, finally winning a round. Damn it! The medical ninja's face showed anger, but seeing little Naruto's fierce appearance, he instinctively felt fear. Then, he oomphed, feigning toughness, behave yourself. With that, he cautiously stepped forward and once again performed the mystical palm technique. This time, his movements were much gentler. Little Naruto couldn't be bothered with him, he had already gotten the answer he wanted. Little Naruto suddenly noticed that the small wound on his arm seemed to have completely healed. Nine-tailed fox. Am I really the nine-tailed fox? But why don't I know anything? His cute eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Before long, the medical ninja glared at little Naruto again, then turned and left with his medical equipment. When the Yambu ninja brought him, he had said, "Go home yourself once you're treated." Little Naruto also didn't want to stay there. After resting for a while, he washed his face clean and left Konoha Hospital alone. Even in Konoha Hospital, a place for saving lives, little Naruto still endured countless Byakugan stares. Little Naruto initially ignored them, and couldn't be bothered to. However, these people thought he was easy to bully and began to hurl insults. Little Naruto stopped, glaring back. Then, without looking back, he ran towards the restroom he had passed earlier. When he came out again, little Naruto had a mischievous smile on his lips. "If you have the guts, kill me." The childish voice rang in their ears. Damn fox. This is... Ugh. Ugh. Clap clap clap. The sound of a mop hitting people's faces kept ringing out. Uzumaki Kushina, good. Uzumaki Kushina, my little Naruto, that's how you should treat them. Uzumaki Kushina, anyway, their mouths are already full of excrement, so let them have a good meal. Many women awkwardly closed their eyes. Sakura and Ino simultaneously slapped their foreheads. However, their lips involuntarily curved upwards. Most people, though disgusted, also smiled. Only on Konoha's side, many people's faces turned dark. Especially when they saw their own faces in the scene. Ha ha ha. In Tanzakugai, Tsunade burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. I like this child, ha ha ha. Shizen closed her eyes, her pretty face slightly flushed. Little Naruto took 10 minutes to walk the short 200 meters out of Konoha Hospital. Humph. Little Naruto mimicked their cold snorts. He casually tossed the somewhat clean mop aside. He clapped his hands and walked away with his head held high and chest puffed out. Behind him, sounds of vomiting continued to echo. Suddenly, little Naruto stopped and glanced towards the tree nearby. Then he quickly went back, picked up the mop from the ground, and threw it towards the big tree. The Yambu ninja hiding behind the tree twitched his eye, ignoring everything else, and quickly shunshined away. This is... How did he discover that ninja? Ha? No, why didn't that ninja leave? Naruto, of course, was puzzled. That's the Yambu ninja assigned to monitor you. Fuga Niji explained. Really? Why didn't I notice? And why are they monitoring me? Naruto looked at Hyuga Niji in confusion. Thwack. Naruto clutched his head and angrily said. What are you doing? Niji, however, said with a serious face. Don't you remember Shikamaru's earlier statement? Naruto frowned. You mean, that the black frame me maintains myself, but I am a slave to the gibberish? It seems you still remember. Then you should also remember that in the scene just now, the other you suddenly changed after suffering a heavy blow to the head, right? Naruto nodded and then shook his head. Thwack. Hyuga Neji slapped Naruto hard on the head again. Damn it. Neji. Neji rubbed his slightly aching palm. I'm helping you experiment. Did you hear your mother's joyful voice just now? Don't you want your mother to also feel proud looking at you now? Naruto was stunned. Indeed, that Uzumaki Kushina, his mother, seemed to always cheer excitedly when watching himself on the black-framed large screen. From her voice, he could hear a strong sense of joy and pride. But Naruto rubbed his head, looking at Niji's serious face, and felt as if something was off. 15 Chapter 15 Otsutsuki Ichiraku. This damn brat. He found me? Watching the young Naruto stride away. The Anbu ninja, who had dodged the Mapi, frowned, then shook his head. Impossible. He's just a mischievous fox demon who understands nothing. If he really had found me, with his despicable personality, he would have definitely cursed at me. Thinking this, the Anbu ninja stopped pondering and continued to follow the young Naruto in the shadows. Inazuka Kiba. Am I seeing things? I always feel like black-framed Naruto has been testing these people, and he's fully utilized his age. Inazuka Kiba. All this time, I felt like black-framed Naruto was deliberately acting angry and irrational. Shino Aburame. No need to doubt, this black-framed Naruto is already somewhat monstrous. Inazuka Kiba. Could it be that he's different from the naive Naruto in our world? Inazuka Kiba. Since he could remember, he's felt the attitudes of others. With his personality, he must have been secretly observing and absorbing a lot of information? Uchiha Sasuke. That makes sense. And yes, black-framed Naruto is much stronger than the Naruto in our world. I'm not that surprised. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura Haruno. See? Slap. Without warning, Hyuga Neji struck Naruto on the head again. Before Naruto could question him, Hyuga Neji said with a serious expression. Just now, I felt that your state was a bit off. Try to handle it like black-framed Naruto, resisting thoughts and emotions that seem to come from within you. Otherwise, you'll be a slave to the ramblings your whole life. You don't want everyone to laugh at you, do you? Naruto, that seems to make some sense, but it still feels wrong. Ha? Neji, did the corner of your mouth just turn up? Rumble. The weather changed in an instant. It was a sunny day, and suddenly the sky was covered in dark clouds. On his way back, the young Naruto continuously tested the limits of the Anbu ninja monitoring him. Until he picked up a sharp object and threw it at the villagers who had spoken ill of him. Whoosh! A kunai intercepted the sharp little stone. The young Naruto's pupils constricted slightly, but he didn't show it. He spat at the person and turned to leave. If I remember correctly, someone threw something at me from behind just now, but it seemed to have been blocked. They fear and dislike me, yet they also ensure my safety? The third Hokage, the leader of those bastards, his prohibition must be working. Since they want to ensure my safety, then they have some plans for me? As the young Naruto pondered. A rubber ball rolled to his feet. The young Naruto paused for a moment. Then he looked up. Hey, don't play with him. Yeah, my mom also told me not to play with the kid who has blonde hair and 6 whiskers on his face. Looking at the children his age in front of him, the young Naruto's expression remained unchanged. He simply kicked the ball away. Then he left without looking back. Seeing his cold demeanor, the group of children were all a little scared. Grumble. After walking for a while, the young Naruto's stomach suddenly let out a wail. Splash. Just then, the rain began to fall. Caught off guard, the young Naruto was drenched. However, it also happened to wash away the grime on his body. The young Naruto raised his hand and caught some rainwater. Looking at his arm. The injuries I just sustained have all recovered. When that person treated me, their hands glowed green. Is that the medical ninjutsu they talk about, the mystical palm technique? He was surprised by his body's recovery speed on one hand, and by the power of medical ninjutsu on the other. Only. The young Naruto touched his stomach. It seems that after recovering, the feeling of hunger has intensified. He discovered his special nature so quickly? Kakashi murmured. Then he looked at Might Guy. Might Guy, get ready. After this comparison viewing ends, protect our subordinates. Might Guy scratched his head in confusion. All right. Although he didn't know why Kakashi suddenly became serious, since his good friend said so, he would just do it. So fragrant. He was still just a child, and waves of fragrance wafted towards him. The young Naruto unconsciously followed the scent. Rumble. A flash of lightning streaked across, and the thunder roared deafeningly. The ramen shop owner, who was making ramen, looked back. "The rain is really coming down hard," he said to his daughter beside him. When he turned around, he saw a cute child standing at the entrance of his ramen shop, completely drenched. He stood at the entrance but didn't come in. Because he was wet, his short blonde hair hung limp, and he had 6 whiskers on each side of his cheeks. The rumors of the fox demon had naturally reached here. Moreover, this was a popular ramen shop with a constant flow of customers. Many people had discussed it while eating ramen today. The shop owner only took one look and knew the child's identity. Grumble. The young Naruto's stomach rumbled at an inconvenient time. Sniffing the aroma of the ramen, he knew that the ramen shop owner in front of him would soon drive him away. Even if he had money, they wouldn't sell to him. Just as he lifted his foot, a cheerful voice came from inside the shop. "I heard that ramen goes well with rainy days. Little friend, would you like a hot bowl of ramen to warm your stomach?" The young Naruto froze. He looked up at the ramen shop, at the curtain over the entrance. There were 5 pieces of cloth in total. The young Naruto didn't know many characters, but he happened to recognize this one. Ichiraku ramen? Only then did the young Naruto realize that he didn't feel any malice here. He tentatively stepped inside. "I am." The Ichiraku ramen owner called out behind him. "Coming, Dad, what is it?" A pretty young woman emerged from behind the Ichiraku owner. The young woman clearly paused when she saw the young Naruto. Then she exchanged glances with the Ichiraku owner and silently turned to go to the back of the shop. After a short while, the young woman came out, holding a dry towel. "Wipe yourself first, otherwise you can't eat the noodles." Ayam's movements were very gentle, and her voice was quiet, with a smile in her eyes, as if she were comforting an injured kitten. The Ichiraku owner also placed a steaming bowl of pork bone ramen on the table. "Ton, as in Otsutsuki's ton." The owner crossed his arms, leaning against the table, with a kind smile on his face as well. At this moment, the young Naruto felt a warmth in his heart. "Oh." Ayam, who was wiping the young Naruto's head, froze. She wondered why her hand felt warm. It turned out the child was crying. "Otsutsuki Tuchi, ha 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 ha. Tuchi, it seems even black-framed Naruto can't resist my ramen. Tuchi. Excellent. This also promotes my Ichiraku ramen. This order is on the house. Dad, this child, he looks like that person." Ayam whispered after seating the young Naruto. Tuchi's lips curved slightly, but he just shook his head. "Eat, child. There's more if you want." The young Naruto blinked, then took the chopsticks offered to him. Looking at the ramen, he couldn't help but swallow. "Uncle, how much does this cost?" Uncle Tuchi looked at him and said with a chuckle. "First order for new customers is free. Eat your fill. Naruto-kun. Has Naruto-kun eaten, whether black-framed or golden-framed, with the first order free for new customers?" Otsutsuki Tuchi, who was laughing heartily in the ramen shop, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. 16 Chapter 16 Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danger. Yes, there are still good people. Inside the Shinigami's stomach, Minato's lips curved into a slight smile. This fox doesn't seem to see anyone you once knew or cared for appear." The Nine-Tailsine half-body suddenly interjected coldly. Minato's smile froze. Then he shook his head. "Perhaps it's because of the third Hokage. Under such surveillance, it's not good." "Even a distant glance?" The Nine-Tailsine half-body asked again. All right, this conversation couldn't continue. In the Pure Land world, Kushina's eyes were slightly red. "It's Tuchi-san and Little Ayam. Little Ayam has grown up." Kushina also loved ramen. Even when she was pregnant, she would go to Ichiraku ramen every time after collecting rent. Orochimaru. Because he didn't fall unconscious, Naruto-kun met Ichiraku ramen earlier. Senju Tobarama, because he ate ramen, I think there shouldn't be inexplicably leftover food on the table tonight. When little Naruto walked out of Ichiraku ramen, a cute smile still adorned his small face. Bye-bye. Little Naruto waved his hand, then quickly ran home. After being caught in the rain, he needed to go back and take a hot bath. Because the rain had just stopped, there weren't many people on the street. So little Naruto's good mood wasn't ruined. Before long, little Naruto arrived home. Because there was nothing valuable inside the house, little Naruto didn't even close the door when he left. The window wasn't closed, and there were some water stains on the floor near the window, but the musty smell in the room had been washed away by the heavy rain. Closing the door, the smile on little Naruto's face instantly vanished. Still following, it seems they're going to keep watching me. Taking a deep breath, he closed the window and changed out of his smelly clothes. He took out the fishing line and fish hooks from his arms. In his mind, the fishing tackle shop owner's smile appeared, as well as the smiles of Tuchi-san and Sister Ayam when he left. Little Naruto murmured. Not everyone is like those idiots. He walked into the bathroom, glanced at the water heater, and saw there was hot water. P.S. The technology tree in the ninja world is very twisted, but common household appliances do exist. After entering the bathroom, little Naruto felt that the subtle feeling of being watched had disappeared. Whoosh! He turned on the shower and adjusted the water temperature. In the days to come, I must learn to be self-sufficient. With fish hooks and fishing line, I just need to find a hard stick for a fishing rod. The fishing spot is in the back mountains. I'll go check it out first thing tomorrow morning. You all want me dead? I'll live well, I'll scare you all to death. Ino Yamanaka, Naruto is so cute like this. Hinata covered her blushing face. Naruto-kuins. Naruto-kuins. Actually, it was just a fleeting moment, and he was still a little kid. Little Hanabi tilted her small head, looking at her older sister in confusion. Is sister shy? Why? Fourth Reikage. What a pity, how great it would be if he were from my hidden cloud village. Fourth Reikage. But gold-framed Naruto is also not bad. Uzumaki Naruto, you should be able to hear me. If you want to come to my hidden cloud village, I will personally welcome you at the village entrance. Anoki. TCH, what's so good about that brat's hidden cloud village? Anoki. Naruto, come to my Awagakure, don't you want to be Hokage? Anoki. Come to my Awagakure, I will personally take you as my disciple, and when this old man retires, you will be the fourth Tsuchikage. The fourth Reikage eyes widened, and a curse word was about to escape his lips. A dissatisfied voice echoed in the chat room. Koratsuchi. Stinky old man. The fourth Tsuchikage is my position, alright? Everyone was shocked. The third Tsuchikage actually used the position of fourth Tsuchikage to recruit Naruto. This was said in front of the entire ninja world. When he said this, he wasn't trying to trick anyone, but genuinely meant it. Raza. Naruto, I think highly of you, come to my Sunagakure, I have a beautiful daughter. Anoki. Perfect, Naruto, after you come, help me teach Koratsuchi a good lesson. Fourth Reikage. Humph. My hidden cloud village disdains such crude methods, but we don't lack them either. Mei Terumi. Naruto, don't listen to them, Big Sister likes you very much, how about coming to Hidden Mist Village to find Big Sister? Mei Terumi. Don't worry, the position of 6th Mizukage is guaranteed to be yours. Senju Tobarama, hey. Do you all think this old man doesn't exist? This truly startled Senju Tobarama. Regardless of anything else, just the identity of a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was enough for them to go all out. The Nine-Tails was not like other tailed beasts, it was recognized as the strongest one in the ninja world. Therefore, a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki becoming a Kage wouldn't be a problem. But for other tailed beasts, for example, Shikaku, after Gaara became Kazekage, the reaction from other ninja villages was a Jinchuriki becoming a Kage? Has Sunagakure fallen to such a state? Old man Tsuchikage, Uncle Reikage, Sister Mizukage, and the deceased Kazekage. Everyone. Naruto was a little moved. But in the end, he shook his head. But I just want to be Hokage, I want everyone's recognition. Slap. Hyuga Niji immediately slapped him. Naruto. The scene continued. That day, little Naruto was very tired. He lay on the bed for a while and then fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, outside little Naruto's window. It's my turn, you go report first. Whoosh. Before long, in the Hokage office of the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe. He waved his hand at the Umbu ninja who had been monitoring little Naruto all day. Go get some rest. Yes, Hokage-sama. After the Umbu ninja left, Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the submitted scroll. After reading it, he lit another pipe. He turned his chair and looked out at the brightly lit Konoha village. The superficial damage caused by the Nine-Tails rampage had largely recovered. But the internal damage had yet to be repaired. These are troubled times lately, let's leave it at that for now. Before that, let Naruto suffer some grievances, let everyone vent their feelings, let the Umbu protect him, it's normal to have some temper. After a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, there was a specific time to meet Naruto as well. It would be best to appear when he was most desperate, on the verge of collapse, and about to give up on himself. To appear as a kind old man, and then guide him with the will of fire, becoming the only ray of light in the darkness, a white moonlight dot. This could both soothe the villagers' wounded hearts and gain the absolute trust of the Jinchuriki. Thus, it's killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced upwards. There were photos of past Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Minato Namake's photo and said with a bitter smile, "Minato, you should be able to understand me, everything is for Konoha." Whoosh! Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke. Closing his eyes, he silently counted to 10. 10, 9, 1. Bang! The Hokage office door was violently pushed open from the outside. Hiruzen. 17 Chapter 17 The Mask Shop Owner? Prepare for my egg-crushing punch. Senju Tobarama, you scoundrel. Senju Tobarama, when did I ever teach you such things? Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru, think of a way, Edo Tensei me now, I need to clean house. Minato Namake's, no, I don't understand. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi speak his inner thoughts on the black frame big screen, Kushina didn't speak up immediately. Minato thought it must be that Kushina had been muted again. From the very first sentence he spoke, it was overly intense. So much so that she couldn't even say a single word. Minato naturally couldn't let this opportunity pass. At this moment, he experienced what Senju Tobarama felt. Of course, he didn't say that sentence reluctantly. Meanwhile, inside the chat room, Minato's another statement made Kakashi feel a bit guilty. He was very nervous, so nervous that his palms were sweating. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Might Guy naturally noticed his good friend's abnormality. Kakashi wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Nothing. Kakashi really didn't know how to face Minato and Kushina. However, he hadn't considered why Kushina and Minato hadn't kept asking him questions. After all, before Kushina and Minato died, Kakashi's state was still low. Like a scarecrow in a rice field. But Kakashi was fine. Another smelly rat in the sewers was extremely nervous right now. Fearing that the black frame big screen would suddenly show his own scene. Then the chat room would be quite interesting. Everyone would probably speak very nicely. Hiruzen Sarutobi covered his face, pretending not to see or hear. It had come to this, anything more would just be sophistry. Of course, it really was sophistry. More and more voices condemned Hiruzen Sarutobi. But Hiruzen Sarutobi was like a mute. Even when Orochimaru provoked him from the side, he remained silent. Orochimaru smiled and simply said, "Hiruzen-sensei, the show has just begun. It's a pity, I wanted you to die as a hero, but now it seems many people think you are unworthy. Even second Hokage thinks so." The black frame big screen continued. The next day, little Naruto woke up. He wasn't sad, nor was he heartbroken. He had a very comfortable and sound sleep. However, the Ambu ninja outside his room had been bitten by mosquitoes all night. Stretching comfortably, little Naruto went to wash up. As soon as he got up, little Naruto was visibly stunned. Many things had appeared in his home. For example, things like refrigerators had appeared overnight. Opening it, he found milk and some fruit inside. Oomph, I think it must be that guy named Third Hokage who ordered it? Without thinking much, after washing up, little Naruto took out the mysteriously appearing milk and bread and ate his breakfast. 10-10. Wait, if I remember correctly, gold-framed Naruto didn't even know where last night's meal came from, right? Rock Lee. Yes, I remember gold-framed Naruto devoured it, not even curious where these things came from. Ino Yamanaka, oh no, I suddenly feel black-framed Naruto is a bit handsome. Ino Yamanaka. Such a smart child, huh? Smart? How did I say that so smoothly? Sakura glanced helplessly at Naruto below. The few kids had known each other since childhood, so they naturally knew best how big the difference was between black-framed Naruto and gold-framed Naruto. Such a Naruto, I wonder if he'll recognize us. Do I still have a chance to give him instant noodles? Sakura couldn't help but think. Hinata paused, then thought. Naruto-kun, will the Naruto-kun in the black-frame world be out for a walk that night? Hinata nervously clenched her small hands. Sasuke glanced at black-framed Naruto. This guy couldn't be, impossible. A mere dead last can't surpass me, Uchiha. Soon, on the black frame big screen, little Naruto finished his breakfast. After breakfast, little Naruto grabbed his fishing hook and line and rushed out without stopping, heading towards the back mountain. Before going, little Naruto was prepared not to catch any fish. I remember, there's not only fish in the river, there are also snails. I'll look for them later. Thinking this, little Naruto quickened his pace. Passing by the morning market, little Naruto took an extra look. Someone seemed to have said that a balanced diet of meat and vegetables is nutritious. Yesterday, those children seemed to be the same age as me, but their bodies were stronger than mine. Is it because of a balanced diet? Ino Yamanaka. That's right. Naruto has been very thin since he was little, and among boys, he was very unremarkable. Ino Yamanaka. Although it's not good to say this, many people, while disliking him, besides the nickname dead last, also called him Shorty. Sakura Haruno. Naruto always liked to eat instant noodles. I thought he really liked to eat them, but I didn't realize it was because he had nothing else to eat. 10-10. How can that be? What nutrition is there in just eating those? Rock Lee. Teacher guy says, no meat, no growth. Nara Shikamaru. It seems Naruto is malnourished. Uchiha Izuna, the kids are right. Uchiha Izuna, as a ninja, if he can't ensure his daily energy intake, he's from the Uzumaki clan, right? Senju Tobarama, not just that, 4th Hokage should be from my Senju clan, but after integrating into Konoha, he no longer uses Senju as his surname. Uchiha Izuna, did I ask you? Uchiha Izuna, if he didn't possess these two bloodlines famous for their physiques, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as just malnutrition. Uchiha Izuna, Shorty? If he were a normal person, he would probably be skin and bones, with a sallow complexion, even with the nine-tailed sealed inside him. Hearing this, Hinata blinked, not eating enough malnutrition? Then am I also. Little Naruto walked quickly, thinking as he went. He was like a clean white sheet of paper now, eager to fill it with things. His ears automatically filtered out the whispered curses and condemnations of those people, only hearing what was useful. However, many things were beyond his current ability to resist. His appearance was quickly spread by people. Those who hadn't seen him yesterday rushed over. Many regretted not being there yesterday, unable to lay hands on this damned fox demon. They had missed the best opportunity to kill the fox demon. As more and more people gathered, little Naruto frowned slightly. That feeling of being surrounded by malice made him very uncomfortable. But luckily, at this moment, little Naruto didn't want to pay attention to them. The priority was to go fishing. It was precisely because of this that little Naruto discovered that as long as he didn't generate strong negative emotional fluctuations, the whispers would not appear. Whoosh! Just as little Naruto was walking quickly, thinking in his mind. Suddenly, a mask fell in front of him. Frowning, stopping and detouring were out of the question. Little Naruto tiptoed his unlifted foot, preparing to step over it. But if nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected was about to happen. Are you blind? Bang! Little Naruto only felt his vision go dark, then he was pushed away by a huge force. He had temporarily changed his stride, and his center of gravity was a bit unstable. This sudden violent push directly made little Naruto fall on his bottom. The force was heavy, and little Naruto's first feeling was that this person did it on purpose. He looked up. He saw a middle-aged man looking at him with a cold expression. The mask on the ground had already been picked up by him. Blind dead fox, kid. If you break my mask, can you afford to pay for it? Malice had materialized. Anger flashed in little Naruto's eyes. The whispers appeared. But this time, little Naruto was not restricted in his actions. He stood up without hesitation. You damned brat, are you mute? Apologize to me. The mask shop owner roared. He raised his hand, looking like it was about to fall. Little Naruto suddenly raised his head, staring at him intently. The mask shop owner's heart trembled. Red eyes? Damn it, this kid couldn't be, impossible. This fox demon is just a kid now, he definitely has no power. Huh? How did his eyes turn blue again? The mask shop owner froze in place. He was scared by the aura little Naruto had just emitted. Uchiha Sasuke. A bunch of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Sasuke's words had just fallen. Little Naruto took advantage of the mask shop owners in a daze. He charged forward with all his might, raised his small fist, and punched heavily. He knew very well that his strength was very small now. So, according to a scene he had seen in his memory, he directly struck the mask shop owner's weakest spot. Crack! 18 Chapter 18 From Defense to Offense, Konoha Demon Pill. Uzumaki Kushina, well done. Excellent. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just hit them like that. Hit there, beep. Hiss. At this moment, throughout the entire ninja world, the sound of people gasping for air continuously echoed. Even Naruto himself gasped, a chill running down his spine. He instinctively squeezed his legs together. In this regard, he's a male, cough cough, this hit would make even Teacher Gold run for cover. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph, it's still the same thing, a weak-willed coward, serves him right. Kankoro. Apparently, the mask shop owner's mentality is similar to most people's. Kankoro. He simply saw that little Naruto had no fighting power, which is why he dared to bully him like that. Gaara. Kill these people. Gaara's murderous voice made the Konoha villagers shrink their necks. And at this moment, a cute girl appeared on the large black frame screen. Among the crowd, a young girl looked at this scene in confusion. Why are everyone treating that child like this? Did that child do something wrong? Clearly, that owner deliberately threw the mask in front of him, and he even threw the first punch. How pitiful. Lady Hinata, let's go back first. But the Hyuga branch family ninja beside the girl quickly pulled her away. Lady Hinata, you cannot get involved with that child. Ha? Hinata, you had already met Naruto when you were little? Kurenai Yuhi looked at Hinata beside her, a little surprised. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi look at her, Hinata's small face warmed, quickly turning rosy. Kurenai Yuhi's lips curved slightly, accustomed to this easily shy girl always blushing. However, she hadn't expected Hinata to meet Naruto so young. When did that seed of affection get planted? Well, besides Naruto, most people could tell that Hinata had feelings for Naruto. Perhaps because the Naruto in the black frame world is different, his experiences are also different. Hinata, did you meet Naruto back then? Ino and Sakura were both in the stands. Not far from Hinata and the other girls, they simply walked over. Misham, but it shouldn't be on this day, I'll meet Naruto a few days later. Hinata said with a blush. At this moment, Inazuka Kiba suddenly spoke in the chat room. That mask shop owner. I remember now, one time Naruto was tricked into going to a cemetery to make new friends. They told him to buy a mask and pretend to be a ghost to find a corpse. Akimichi Choji. That's right, that's how it was. There might have been enemy remnants in the cemetery, and those people coaxed Naruto, who had no friends at the time, to go. Iraka Umano. Yes, I still remember that night. At this moment, the screams coming from the large black frame screen attracted everyone's attention. Ah! The mask shop owner's scream rang out. All the men present involuntarily squeezed their legs together and instinctively took a step back. The disgust in their eyes towards little Naruto grew stronger, but at the same time, a hint of apprehension also appeared. If they hadn't misheard, it sounded like a cracking egg just now. The mask shop owner was in tears, curled up on the ground, that indescribable pain spreading to his lower abdomen, like a snake, constantly slithering back and forth. You damn, accursed fox demon. I will definitely kill you. Little Naruto coldly glanced at him, then stepped forward and kicked him in the face. The mask shop owner, completely drained of strength, could only close his eyes and endure the kick. Because of yesterday's ban, the onlookers, no matter how much they hated him, dared not step forward at this moment. Of course, whether it was entirely due to the ban was unknown. Essentially, it was just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Kill me? Alright, I'm right here. A mocking expression appeared on little Naruto's lips. He then looked at those people. Come on. Not coming? Then I'll continue. Don't you bastards rush, your turn will come. With that, little Naruto kicked the mask shop owner again in the spot he was clutching. Yamaro. Ah! Another scream, like a pig being slaughtered, rang out. Little Naruto snorted coldly. He then glanced at the mask that had fallen to the side. Crack! He stomped on it. Then, without stopping, he rushed towards the mask shop. He pushed all the masks on the shelves over. Immediately after, he threw all those masks at the mask shop owner. The mask shop owner's heart was bleeding, but he didn't regret his actions, only regretting not having kicked this fox demon to death immediately. Are you blind? Can't you dodge? Little Naruto roared, looking like he was about to rush up and continue his assault. Whoosh! Let's end this matter here. The Anbu ninja who had been monitoring little Naruto finally appeared. Little Naruto coldly glanced at him. Why didn't you appear when he started hitting me? Beneath the mask, the Anbu ninja's eyes were cold. I said, this matter ends here. Little Naruto took a step forward and raised his hand. Whoosh! The next instant, the Anbu ninja directly dodged. Clearly, he was definitely afraid of the egg-crushing punch. Humph! Little Naruto was stunned for a moment. The other party's movements were too fast, he couldn't see them at all. Seeing that he couldn't use this as an excuse to continue, little Naruto snorted coldly, not wanting to waste any more time here. Looking at little Naruto's lonely back, the Anbu ninja let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't reacted at all to that last move, he hadn't expected little Naruto to be so direct. By the time he came back to his senses, the masked shop owner was already lying on the ground. The onlookers, seeing the Anbu ninja appear and little Naruto walking towards them, reluctantly made way. Otherwise, would they really attack the fox demon in front of the Anbu ninja? Moreover, this fox demon was clenching his fists, his gaze darting to their absolute weak points. Didn't they see the masked shop owner still lying on the ground, unable to get up? The foolish villagers all made way, allowing little Naruto to leave. After little Naruto left, the Anbu ninja looked at the masked shop owner, who was drenched in cold sweat. He said coldly, "Hokage-sama only issued the ban less than a day ago, and you dare to violate it? Come with me to see Hokage-sama." With that, the Anbu ninja glanced into the crowd. Then he picked up the masked shop owner and left. In the crowd, a civilian turned his back, put on an animal mask, and then, forming hand signs, instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had changed into an Anbu ninja uniform and followed unhurriedly behind little Naruto. In the back mountains, little Naruto found a wooden stick that no boy could refuse on the way. As he walked, he tied the fishing line to the end of the stick. Following his memory, he kept searching and soon found the river in Konoha's back mountains. Anko Mitarashi. Weren't the fishing line and hook picked up on the road? Korinai Yuhi. Goldframe Naruto arrived around the same time, so it seems the fishing line and hook were indeed deliberately placed on his path. 19 Chapter 19 Ino, Naruto with black-rimmed glasses is so mean I love it. Senju Hashirama, so it really was the old monkey who sent people to put them there. Uchiha Madara, it's so obvious, why bother deliberating? Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha. Whoosh. It seemed to be a beginner's protection period. This little Naruto, fishing for the first time, also caught 3 fish about the size of an adult's 3 fingers. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's exactly the same. Although there were no fishing hooks or lines along the way. But the fish caught were the same. Whether it was their size or their liveliness. Ino Yamanaka. Someone definitely hung them there. Sakura Haruno. There must be Anbu ninja at the bottom of the river. 10:10. Do you think black-framed Naruto will notice something is off? Sakura Haruno. Anyway, our Naruto didn't notice. As the girl spoke, many people became expectant. And black-framed Naruto did not disappoint them. Is my luck really this good? Little Naruto looked at the 3 similarly sized fish he had continuously caught. He threaded a vine through their gills and placed them in the water, but there was no movement at all. Will eating this kind of fish make me stupid too? Put. Little Naruto's inner thoughts made many people laugh. However, the main event was yet to come. Strange, why would that peculiar feeling appear at the bottom of the water? So that's it. Little Naruto seemed to have a sudden realization, his eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly upward. Inazuka Kiba. Oh no! Quickly cover his mouth. PPP. Pitter-patter. Ninja World people. Naruto. Believe it. Pure Land World Souls. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. Hinata's little head started to steam. Yuga Yuzuki blushed and spat. That brat. Good thing I was still in the assessment back then. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha, this child is really interesting. Tsunade, in Tanzaka town, directly spat out a large mouthful of sake. Shizen, her face red, wiped the sake from her face while helping the ungraceful Tsunade wipe her dazzling twin summoning beasts. The black frame world screen continued. Anbu ninja? Damn fox demon brat. The sound of a child's urine entering the water continuously came to his ears. The water in this area wasn't flowing strongly. Only this many fish? Let's change places. Little Naruto deliberately raised his voice and shouted a few times. Then, he threw all the stones and mud from the ground into the water. Soon, the Anbu ninja hiding at the bottom of the water closed his eyes. If he kept his eyes open, they would probably be filled with mud and sand. Just then, little Naruto suddenly exclaimed. Who's so disgusting, burying landmines in the wild? Throw it in the water to feed the fish. Splash. Anbu ninja. Little Naruto threw a stone, then clapped his hands. Looking at the bubbles rising to the surface, he humphed and walked away with his catch. Ino Yamanaka, naughty Naruto, so cute, I suddenly feel so fond of him. Mei Terumi. It seems this child won't have to live as difficult a life as gold-framed Naruto. Mei Terumi. Naruto, quickly give me an answer. Do you want to come to Hidden Mist Village? Big sister will personally support you to become the 6th Mizukage. 4th Raikage. Don't even think about it. Uzumaki Naruto should come to my Hidden Cloud Village. Anoki. Tisk, look at you guys. Naruto, Iwagakure is your best home. Orochimaru. I suddenly want to contend for him too. The chat room started arguing again. Konoha's side had dark faces, but Kushina in the Pure Land world was seriously contemplating. After she revived, she would definitely help her son get revenge first. What then? Where would be a good place to go? In a flash, the sun was shining brightly. He looked at the sky. Little Naruto rubbed his stomach, picked up the 5 fish he had put in the water, and got up, patting his backside. Excluding the 3 fish the Umbu ninja had hung, the other 2 he had caught himself. There really was a beginner's protection period. He lifted the vine, and those 2 fish were still jumping around lively. There are a lot of fish here, enough for me to stock up regularly. He had meat, what about vegetables? Little Naruto furrowed his cute brows. Oh right, trees grow, and vegetables don't just grow big all at once. They should be called seeds, right? Little Naruto pondered, walking back home. Where can I get seeds? The market should sell them. But, in a flash, little Naruto felt some resistance again. Those guys hated him, and he equally hated that group of people. However, little Naruto quickly found a solution. So, he ran back without stopping. Ignoring the curses and Byakugan glares of those people, he went directly to the Ichiraku ramen shop. It was mealtime, and the ramen shop was already packed with people. Little Naruto was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. He then didn't linger and walked towards home. I'll come back later. Otherwise, if I show up, I'll disturb Tucci and Sister Iam's business. Senju Tobarama, very clever. I guess black-framed Naruto plans to ask the owner of Ichiraku Ramen for help. Rock Lee. In that case, Naruto-kun will be able to get vegetable seeds, and in a while, he'll have a balanced diet of meat and vegetables. Teacher Guy. Haha, I feel like black-framed Naruto should want to become my disciple, Lee. Rock Lee. Might Guy. Might Guy. You must take good care of your adorable junior disciple from now on, youth is. Before Teacher Guy could finish, he was muted by the chat room. Rock Lee. Teacher Guy. Beep. Rock Lee was also muted. At the same time, within the Land of Fire, 2 figures crossed the border. Might Guy. Konoha's Blue Beast? One of the men, carrying a huge weapon wrapped in bandages on his back, pushed aside the veil under his straw hat. Itachi-san, are we going to Konoha? Beside him, the shorter man was silent for a moment, then said. Just a quick visit. The 2 were Kisame and Uchiha Itachi of the Akatsuki organization. After the Chunin exams ended, the old dog 3rd Hokage died. To prevent Danzo from harming Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi had returned to Konoha once. Now, it was just earlier, that's all. Otherwise, why would they appear so coincidentally? Of course, there was another point. Uchiha Itachi had sensed that his body was nearing its limit. After returning home, little Naruto immediately ran to the kitchen. Tucci told me yesterday that to make delicious food, you need to know how to use seasonings properly. Little Naruto pondered Tucci's words while standing on a chair, trying to cook a meal for himself. Anoki. Looking at this, that bad old man 3rd Hokage probably won't get a chance to show his face, right? Danzo Shimura. Humph. Does Hiruzen still dare to show his face? This Jinchuriki in the black frame world will definitely link it to his identity. Danzo Shimura. That's why I said, if you don't hand the Jinchuriki over to me, Hiruzen, you will definitely regret it. Hiruzen Sarutobi glared, about to angrily scold his good friend. But Senju Tobarama was a step ahead. Senju Tobarama, shut up. Senju Tobarama, aren't you embarrassed enough? Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'm the Hokage. Senju Tobarama? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sorry, Tobarama-sensei, I was responding to Danzo's words. 20 Chapter 20 Dog, I'm just an old man passing by. After enjoying the slightly salty fish soup, Naruto timed it perfectly. He ran to Ichirako Ramen and explained his purpose. Tucci chuckled and agreed. Then Ayam came out, patted Naruto's head, and went to the market to buy vegetable seeds for him. Soon after, Ayam returned with several kinds of vegetable seeds. She also gave Naruto some tips on planting vegetables. Finally, Ayam only charged Naruto 600 ryo. But Naruto still left 1,000 ryo before trotting home. The father and daughter watched Naruto's retreating back, shaking their heads with a smile. Dad, let's consider the extra as Naruto's savings here. Next time he comes for ramen, give him a bigger portion. Yes, of course. Now, it would be difficult for Konoha's Ichirako Ramen to not become famous. Just then, the black frame world's large screen flashed. But every member of the Akatsuki organization noticed it. Behind Ichirako Ramen, a man sat in the shadows, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking up at the sky. This figure was incredibly familiar to every member of the Akatsuki organization. Leader? Daidara's eyes widened. Sasori, did you see that? From inside the puppet, Sasori's voice came out. Don't compare my eyes to your low-level artistic eyes. What did you say? Damn it! Explosions are not low-level art. On the other side, in Hidden Rain Village. Nagato, have you ever infiltrated Konoha? Conan asked, a little puzzled. But in the fleeting image just now, the back of the smoking man was identical to Yahiko's. No. Nagato closed his eyes, he couldn't understand it either. Could there really be people in the world who look so incredibly similar? But, even if the appearance was similar, that clothing, it was clearly the Akatsuki organization's black base, red cloud robe. After getting the vegetable seeds, Naruto began his first ever planting. Even knowing that the vegetable seeds wouldn't sprout and grow so quickly, Naruto's face still lit up with a smile as he looked at the simple potted plant he had made with his own hands. He rested his chin on his hands and just kept staring at the moist soil surface. In the afternoon, Naruto went fishing again. He also discovered a cluster of reefs with many snails. The following days were relatively calm and routine. This day, in the afternoon, Naruto went out with seasonings and also brought fire-starting tools. The Anbu ninja monitoring him saw this and quickly ran to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Oh? Is he finally going to have an outdoor meal? Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand, telling the Anbu ninja to continue monitoring, then put down the documents in his hand. By my reckoning, it's about time. It's time to go see Naruto. The sun set in the west. Night quietly fell. Naruto placed the last fish on the charcoal fire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Before long, a thin layer of oil emerged on the fish. Naruto sniffed lightly and sprinkled salt evenly. Instantly, the aroma of grilled fish wafted over. It's very nice to change up the flavors occasionally. Of course, it wasn't fully cooked yet, so Naruto used the firelight to tinker with the twigs and fishing line in his hands. Yesterday, on his way home after fishing, he had passed a simple trap set by a villager. A wild chicken had its neck caught in a snare. Naruto didn't steal the prey but carefully observed the trap. It was very simple. After watching for a while, Naruto learned how to make it. So, he planned to set a trap here later. If he didn't catch anything, he would shout loudly into the woods, saying he wanted to eat a rabbit, and if there wasn't one, he would go on a hunger strike. He believed that the ninja monitoring him would intervene again. If he didn't get anything, he would go on a hunger strike for half a day and wait. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. He picked up a stone from the ground, stood up, and threw it behind him. Smack! The stone was steadily caught by an old man's hand. It smells so good. Senju Tobarama, such keen perception. Senju Tobarama, has he awakened the Kagura mind eye of the Uzumaki clan? Senju Hashirama, has he? Hasn't black-framed Naruto always been like this? Uzumaki Mito, it's not the Kagura mind eye, but black-framed Naruto's perception talent is indeed on par with what a sensory-type ninja should have. Senju Tobarama, the difference might be that black-framed Naruto's diet during this period has supplemented a lot of missing nutrients. Fuga Niji. Don't forget that Naruto in the black frame world fought against the whisper in his mind, perhaps it's a feedback? 10-10. Niji makes a good point. Looking at the old man who suddenly appeared before him, Naruto frowned, very wary. But he knew that the strange feeling nearby was still there, the ninja monitoring him was hidden nearby. If the old man in front of him intended to harm him, the ninja monitoring him would definitely not let him get close. Who are you? Naruto asked. The old man didn't answer, slowly walking out of the darkness. Under the firelight, Naruto clearly saw his appearance. He was a white-haired old man, with a gentle smile on his face. His eyes didn't show the aversion that others had, instead, they were full of affection. However, Naruto's cute eyebrows were tightly furrowed. He felt uncomfortable with the old man in front of him, both his gaze and his smile. Teacher Sarutobi, do you think black-framed Naruto will quickly see through your identity as that scoundrel old man? Orochimaru looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a full smile. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened. Don't think so badly of this old man. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he quickly spoke in the chat room. Hiruzen Sarutobi. For Naruto's safety, I must conceal his identity. Hiruzen Sarutobi. If Naruto's identity were revealed, he would surely become a target for other villages. Fourth Raikage. Who are you trying to fool? Fourth Raikage. With Naruto's appearance, you still want to hide him? Anoki. Hide what? The identity of the fourth Hokage's son? Mei Terumi. What about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's identity? Are you actively exposing him? Raza. How embarrassing, third Hokage. How did you come up with such a clumsy excuse and have the nerve to say it? Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile froze. Orochimaru's laughter became extremely harsh in his ears. Seeing Naruto still looking at him warily, Hiruzen Sarutobi took off his Hokage hat and naturally sat opposite Naruto. Who am I? I'm just an old man passing by. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a chuckle, showing what he thought was a very kind smile. Of course, those who didn't know him would indeed feel that the old man in front of them was a kind and benevolent elder. Grumble. When Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze fell on Naruto's grilled fish, his stomach rumbled at the opportune moment. It smells so good. However, the old man and the boy looked at each other for a moment, but only Hiruzen Sarutobi was smiling. Ha ha ha. The smile transferred to Kushina's face in the Pure Land world. Well done, Naruto, you truly are my child. You must have seen through that old monkey's true colors. In the distance, Uchiha Makoto looked around somewhat bewildered. She only felt a blur before her eyes, and suddenly she had changed locations. Then, Kushina's somewhat frantic laughter rang in her ears. 21 Chapter 21 is here. The Pyramid Scheme Weapon, the Will of Fire. This is the first time someone has been so proactive in showing me kindness. Little Naruto was very wary. He picked up the grilled fish that Hiruzen Sarutobi had approached and was about to place it in front of himself. Thank you, you're such a good boy. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, mistakenly thought that little Naruto was just not good with words, but deep down, he had a good impression of him, an old thing who exuded kindness. You? Little Naruto's eyes widened, and he was about to forcefully pull back. However, just as Hiruzen Sarutobi bent down to take the grilled fish, little Naruto noticed his clothing. Fire? Hokage? Third Hokage-sama? A phrase he had heard a few days ago, from a child, suddenly came to mind. Grandpa Third Hokage, this phrase undoubtedly revealed information about the Third Hokage's age. Ultimately, the undercooked grilled fish was still taken by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who took a bite. Little Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, so that's it, no wonder the ninja monitoring me didn't stop him. So this overly familiar old thing in front of me is the boss of those bastards. Third Hokage. Third Hokage. So it was he who set me up. These people, he sent them to monitor me. If I hadn't resisted the whispers in my mind, I would definitely be living a very hard life. This old thing appearing in front of me now, and acting so friendly and kind, he's probably trying to gain my trust. Because I am a fox demon, I possess extremely powerful strength, so, everything this dead old thing is doing is to gain my trust and obtain the power within me? In just a few breaths, thoughts flashed continuously through little Naruto's mind. Anoki. Indeed, black-framed Naruto never disappoints. Anoki. I've decided, Naruto, if you are willing to come to Awagakure, I will personally arrange a marriage for you in Koratsuchi. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Enough, Anoki. Are you saying Konoha has no one? Fourth Raikage. Oh, Third Hokage, you old thing really have thick skin. Fourth Raikage. No wonder you just snatched black-framed Naruto's grilled fish, you shameless old thing. Although our Hidden Cloud Village's methods are also dirty, we are openly dirty and dare to admit it, you old thing are truly nauseating. Mei Terumi. Hee, Third Hokage, you'd better be honest, some things, you will have to pay back. Senju Tobarama, let me state, I, as their teacher, feel deeply ashamed of what the old monkey and Danzo have done. Uchiha Izuna, give it a rest, you. Earlier, when Hiruzen Sarutobi said he inherited your will of fire, didn't you acknowledge it? Uchiha Izuna, now that the situation isn't going your way, you want to distance yourself? Uzumaki Mito, alright, let's not talk about annoying things. I want to see how Kushina's child will handle this. The chat room then fell silent. Thank you very much, this fish is delicious. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a chuckle. However, because it was undercooked, his mouth was full of fishy taste. Little Naruto merely glanced at him indifferently. I didn't say I was giving it to you, you snatched it yourself. This is a fish I caught, and I grilled it myself. 10,000 Rio, otherwise you won't be leaving tonight. Gah! The smile on Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face froze. Little Naruto's reaction was completely beyond his expectation. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Is it because of fear? Yes, the Umbu couldn't have submitted false information. This child has suffered too many grievances and stimuli recently, and now he is in a state of complete defensiveness. My appearance was a bit abrupt. No matter, I will deliver his living expenses for a while. Thinking of this, a smile reappeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face, and he said, alright, it's worth it. 10,000 Rio? That's fine. Hearing this, little Naruto looked at him suspiciously. So readily? Did I ask for too little? Uzumaki Kushina, of course, that's too little. Uzumaki Kushina, the inheritance mom left behind is more than that. Uzumaki Kushina, even without counting cash, any of the other ninjutsu scrolls or sealing jutsu-related scrolls, if you just take one out, it's worth more than a pitiful 10,000 Rio. Uzumaki Kushina, 3,000 Rio a month. Old monkey. You're really generous. Where's my inheritance? Don't tell me you don't plan to give it to Naruto. Beep. Soon, Kushina was muted again. Kushina had expected it, but she was still fuming. Her beautiful long red hair stood upright. Suddenly, she sensed something and snapped her head back. Her fierce look made Uchiha Makoto freeze in place. Oh, what a coincidence, Kushina. I didn't think we'd meet again after death. The grilled fish was still a bit hot, but Hiruzen Sarutobi ate it with great relish. For no other reason, a 10,000 Rio grilled fish had to be delicious, even if it wasn't. Are you very short on money? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly asked. Didn't the Umbu report say that no one sold things to him? Only the near-expired food store that received his orders would accept transactions from him. Then, it must be Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto has indeed been going to the Ichiraku Ramen shop frequently during this time. Little Naruto glanced at him. I only get 3,000 Rio a month, is that a lot? After eating ramen a few times, I'm out of money. Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought to himself. He then skipped over this topic. Your grilled fish technique is quite good. Little Naruto frowned slightly. Third Hokage, the boss of those bastards. Third Hokage. After connecting the pieces of information he had obtained, little Naruto found a problem. Is this old thing in front of him really the strongest Hokage in this village? Impossible, right? He's probably a subordinate of the Hokage or something. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile. Black-framed Naruto's insight is very strong, he quickly discovered the truth. What truth? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened. Of course, it's how could an old thing like you be the Hokage? True, after all, you love that position so much, you'd cling to it even in death. Because of that, how many people in Konoha with the potential to be Hokage, hee. In contrast, Anoki of Iwagakure was having a harder time. Hiruzen Sarutobi was clinging to the Hokage position. Anoki, on the other hand, was troubled by the lack of a successor. He finally got a disciple with the potential to become the fourth Tsuchikage. But, without paying attention, the kid was lured away to research some explosive art. Before he even had a chance to express his stance on the incident, the kid actually declared himself a rogue ninja. Soon, Hiruzen Sarutobi got to the point. Look at the stars in the sky. Everyone became interested. Each of those stars, actually, is just like the sun we see. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the time was right, so he pointed at the stars in the sky and said. Little Naruto ignored him, but still looked up at the sky. It was beautiful, full of stars. He looked down and another grilled fish was gone. This old thing is really shameless, still daring to snatch my grilled fish? 20,000 Rio. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ahem, this world is very big, it seems to have no end. Do you know? Little Naruto didn't pay attention to him, and Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't annoyed, he just kept talking to himself. Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi finished speaking. He finally asked. You are also a child of Konoha, do you know? Not interested, and also, remember to give me 20,000 Rio. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head helplessly. This child's guard won't be let down anytime soon. Although it will take a lot of time, the trust gained in the future will be greater. So, Hiruzen Sarutobi used his ultimate move. He feigned a profound demeanor and said, "Where the leaves dance, the fire burns on." 22 Chapter 22 First quiz with prizes. He seemed to be really looking forward to little Naruto asking him questions. However, little Naruto just glanced at him. It means that if you set a fire now, this place will burn very quickly. The more trees there are, the bigger the fire. If burning Konoha leaves fly away, they will ignite the trees on the other side. If there are always trees, it will keep burning. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, laughter echoed throughout the ninja world. Only Konoha village was relatively quiet. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was full of embarrassment. Ahem, this is a will, called the Will of Fire, and it is a will unique to Konoha village. Hiruzen Sarutobi almost sat down in the fire. He never expected Naruto to answer him like that. Oh. Little Naruto responded indifferently, lowering his head to continue poking the wood, making the fire stronger. That old man must be trying to teach me some kind of ideology, just like the strange voice that appeared in my mind. Humph. What this old thing says is not even 1/10 as good as the strange voice in my mind. You are still young now, you will understand when you grow up. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. This is also why Konoha has always existed in the ninja world and remains the #1 ninja village. As long as there are leaves dancing, the flames will continue to burn, symbolizing the continuation of life and an unyielding spirit. This is a spirit of selfless dedication. The old leaves burn themselves to protect the new sprouts. The Will of Fire is the hope that everyone in the village has no barriers and works together for the village. Because everyone in the village is family. I believe you will also work hard to protect the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words made many people in Konoha village smile. It was as if they had heard a scripture. One by one, they showed silly smiles. Lord Third Hokage is still so convincing. Yes, the Will of Fire, what a great will it is. Protect the village. We are all family. However, before anyone in the chat room could speak, suddenly, everyone's minds simultaneously heard the prompt from the comparison viewing system. Ding! Quiz begins. Everyone, please prepare. Quiz? Many people were stunned. They almost forgot about this. But where was the question? Ding! Quiz. Question: how will Uzumaki Naruto react and what will he think internally regarding the Will of Fire spoken by Hiruzen Sarutobi? Please choose from the following options. 1. Uzumaki Naruto will be shocked and show a look of longing. Inner thoughts: what an amazing Will of Fire, so that's how it is, everyone is family, then family should be tolerant of each other. As soon as option 1 came out, countless people in Konoha village chose 1. There was nothing to consider. The Will of Fire is the most powerful will. Born a Konoha person, die a Konoha ghost. Even Lord Third Hokage chose option 1 without hesitation, so there was nothing to hesitate about. However, many people in Konoha village still hadn't chosen. Ninja clans accounted for the majority. 2. Uzumaki Naruto will jump up excitedly and ask Hiruzen Sarutobi if he can become family with everyone in the village after comprehending the Will of Fire? Inner thoughts: great. As long as I comprehend the Will of Fire, I can become everyone's family, and I will never be lonely again. Many who chose option 1 now regretted it a bit. Too hasty. Option 2 clearly conformed more to fact. 3. Uzumaki Naruto will look at Hiruzen Sarutobi with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Inner thoughts: is that old man crazy? Those bastards treated me like that, and I'd still be foolish enough to consider them family? What Will of Fire? A slogan to deceive people? Tucci and Sister I Am aren't ninja, they might not even know what the Will of Fire is, but Tucci is more like family than those who comprehend the Will of Fire. As soon as option 3 came out, those with brains basically chose quickly. No one knew that the moment option 3 appeared in the Pure Land world, Kushina, with her tightly furrowed brow, unhesitatingly chose 3, being the first person to choose option 3. In Konoha village, many people had expressions of disbelief. How could this answer be possible? How could the Will of Fire be like this? Also, how many times has this black-framed Naruto cursed that old man now? Deidara. Isn't the answer obvious? Deidara. A bunch of foolish guys, you should experience my art. Kuratsuchi. Daidara bro? Koratsuchi. You're not dead yet? Haiden. Stupid Daidara, the leader ordered us not to expose ourselves easily. Anoki. The Akatsuki organization? You're not the priority right now. This old thing naturally chose option 3, it's too obvious. Upon hearing this, a group of Konoha ninja showed angry expressions. Fourth Reikage. Surely no one actually chose 1 or 2, right? Believe it or not, quite a few people did choose them. After all, besides the will of fire, there were also the will of stone and various others. That's great, Mikoto. I'm definitely going to get this right. How could my Naruto be an idiot? Mikoto, there's a resurrection reward in the quiz, you know. Did you choose? When the time comes, we'll resurrect together, beat all those old thing to death, and then take Naruto and Sasuke with us to leave. Kushina grabbed Mikoto's fair hand, speaking excitedly. Uchiha Mikoto smiled faintly, feeling a little unnatural. I chose a bit too slowly, I don't know if it counts. At this moment, Kushina's beautiful red hair was still standing tall. Not too many, not too few, exactly 9 strands. Mikoto didn't dare to speak carelessly, fearing that the current Kushina would ignite at any moment. Even though Mikoto had confidence in her good friend, Kushina's current appearance was too terrifying. Mei Terumi. I chose 3. Mei Terumi. For that child, black-framed Naruto, this option is the most reasonable. Mei Terumi. The feeling Konoha village gave him, besides being cold, hateful, and resentful, was nothing else. Sakura Haruno. Not entirely. There's also Ichirako Ramen. Whether it's Tuchi or Sister Ayam, in both the black frame world and the gold frame world, they are very friendly to Naruto. Rock Lee. Right, and us. Ino Yamanaka. We're not like those foolish guys. Hiruzen Sarutobi. You few, are you planning to disrupt the stable unity within Konoha village? Ino Yamanaka. You old thing, how dare you say such a thing? Hiruzen Sarutobi? As soon as Ino Yamanaka finished speaking, she covered her mouth. She accidentally blurted out what was on her mind. However, Ino immediately wondered why she was afraid. Who knows if this old thing will even survive past the Chunin exams? Ino. Just then, a gentle female voice rang out. Mom. Ino was startled, then quickly turned to look. She saw her mother walking over. Looking at her daughter's somewhat worried expression. Yamanaka Rino rubbed her little head and said softly. It's okay, even if the sky falls, Mom and Dad will support you. Ino instantly became a well-behaved child. Uchiha Madara, if I'm not mistaken, Hashirama, you must have chosen 1 or 2. Senju Tobarama, although I don't want to admit it, Big Brother really might have chosen 1 and 2. However, to the surprise of Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama, I'm already dead, so I won't participate. I didn't choose. 23 Chapter 23 Reward, Kushina's Resurrection. No choice? Uchiha Madara frowned, and Senju Tobarama was also somewhat disbelieving. Is my elder brother completely disappointed with the current Konoha? Damn Monkey and Danzo. Oh, and those 2 guys, Koharu and Hamura. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but feel angry. Given Hashirama's love for Konoha, even if he knew the truth, he would undoubtedly choose 1 and 2. Uchiha Madara was also somewhat surprised by Senju Hashirama's words. You know, Senju Hashirama had even killed his best friend for the village. Given his personality, the fact that he didn't choose 1 and 2 now, for Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara, who knew Senju Hashirama best, was akin to black-framed Naruto suddenly becoming like gold-framed Naruto, foolishly kneeling before the villagers who cursed and bullied him, saying he would work hard to gain their recognition, become Hokage, and protect everyone. A cool evening breeze swept over. Little Naruto's golden hair was gently blown. He looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose entire old face was twisted when he smiled. He suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Those who treat others as fools are the biggest fools. Little Naruto looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi as if he were an idiot. Is that old man's brain addled? Even if he isn't the strongest Hokage in the village, I'm still working under him. He's at least the small leader of these ninja who monitor me, he can't possibly not know how I'm treated in this village and what I've endured. Treat them as family? Are you stupid or am I stupid? Will of fire? It sounds quite impressive, but why does it feel like he's trying to trick me? And dedication? Haha, he wants the power within me, doesn't he? Old thing, after all those detours, you're finally getting to the point. Hiruzen Sarutobi saw little Naruto staring at him, thought he had persuaded him, and said with a chuckle. It's okay, it's normal not to fully understand now. You'll know when you grow up a bit and experience more things. The will of fire is Konoha's absolute treasure. The answer was obvious. At this moment, everyone who chose options 1 and 2 was stunned. Why? As the third Hokage in the Black Frame World's big screen said, the will of fire is Konoha's treasure. Damn Uzumaki Naruto. This fox demon is indeed hard to civilize. Indeed, how could a fox demon comprehend such a noble will as the will of fire? Konoha's side immediately erupted in chaos. Inside the arena, curses filled the air. Naruto looked at these people with some confusion. It had been a while since he had seen these people display such eyes. Why? Naruto asked, puzzled. Because you are no longer the helpless child you once were, but a ninja with the power to kill them. Fuga Niji explained. But the current Naruto clearly didn't understand the meaning. I told you. Why keep this damned fox demon? Look at his eyes, Konoha raised him, he's like an ungrateful Byakugan wolf. Right. We should have killed the fox demon back then. Lord Third was still too kind, this fox demon is completely ungrateful. The other side, however, was different from Konoha at this moment. Inside the Genryo Kyufuin barrier, all Akatsuki organization members were summoned. After their consciousnesses were connected, they appeared on the Geto Mazo in the form of phantom bodies. This comparison viewing system is very likely to expose our existence. Pain, the Deva Path, said in a deep voice when all members had arrived. But we still have some time before we are exposed. The tailed beast capture plan must begin ahead of schedule. Prepare yourselves, and act immediately after this comparison viewing system disappears. Kisame Hashigaki. Leader, Mr. Itachi and I have already entered the Land of Fire and are heading towards Konoha. Sorry. I'm a bit curious about how far the Ninetales Jinchuriki in that Black Frame world will grow. How about we observe for a while and see what his abilities are? Kakuzu. I don't know, not interested. There's no bounty on his head. Haiden. Haha, so what if he's a Jinchuriki? Wouldn't he still die if his heart was pierced? Soon, the Genryo Kyufuin barrier became noisy. After waiting for a moment, Pain, the Deva Path, slowly spoke. When he spoke, everyone else silently closed their mouths. Whether it's Uzumaki Naruto or the Nine-Tailed, they are all insignificant before the power of God. Each of you, proceed to your designated locations. This time, God will show the world that God's power is not to be desecrated. While the Akatsuki organization was meeting, the prompt sound of the comparison viewing system rang again. Ding! This rewarded quiz has ended, results are being calculated. Top 3 fastest to submit answers. Congratulations to Uzumaki Kushina for receiving a reward. After the comparison viewing ends, Uzumaki Kushina will be revived at any specified location in the ninja world. Congratulations to Ino Yamanaka for receiving a reward. After the comparison viewing ends, her talent will be enhanced 5-fold. Congratulations to Hyuga Niji for receiving a reward. After the comparison viewing ends, Hyuga Niji's caged bird seal will be removed, and his Byakugan purity will be enhanced. Note, if you receive a reward again, you can choose to be revived at any time and any location. You can also choose to continue receiving a random reward best suited for the recipient. Note, if you receive a reward again, you can choose to receive the reward at any time, or you can choose to continue receiving a suitable reward. Rewards are defaulted to be issued after the comparison viewing ends. What? Revival? This comparison viewing system actually has the ability to revive people. In the stands, Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Revival? Kushina will be revived? This. Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind conjured Kushina's furious appearance, and he couldn't help but shiver. Kushina was not like Naruto. If she lost her mind, she might really release the Nine-Tailed, and everyone would be finished. Heh, teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi, things are getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru was closest to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naturally, he felt Hiruzen Sarutobi's change. He smiled very brightly. However, he became even more curious about this comparison viewing system. It actually possessed the ability to revive people. Looking at the reward, it wasn't a revival like Edo Tensei, but a genuine, real revival. Senju Tobarama, too bad, I answered a bit late and didn't make it into the top 3. Senju Tobarama, next time, I'll also try to be the first to answer. Revival? Very good. Anoki. Oh dear, this whole thing was also slow, but well, this is good too. Uzumaki Kushina is revived, and we'll get to see another good show. Is the third Hokage already trembling with fear? Fourth Reikage. My subordinates, get ready. After the comparison viewing ends, we will take Konoha's place. Just as they were still rejoicing over Konoha's internal strife, Kushina's voice came from the chat room. Uzumaki Kushina. Old men, wash your necks and wait, and all those idiots who once bullied Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina. I will make you pay, I will. Uzumaki Kushina. Also, don't be too happy, the matter of the land of whirlpools isn't over. Drip. Without any surprise. Kushina's killing intent was too strong, and she was muted again. But this time, Kushina didn't go crazy because of it. Because she saw her original gray avatar turn colorful. She was already so excited that she was practically dancing. Uchiha Makoto looked at her with envy. She also really wanted to be revived. She also wanted to return to the ninja world and watch her child grow up. Yes, her only child. 24 Chapter 24 Tobarama Senju, please, Uzumaki girl, stop talking. Good. These people should be killed. Gaara revealed a crazy smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Gaara immediately collapsed. Temari's heart tightened, and she quickly caught him. What should we do? Kankoro's face was full of tension. Temari, however, let out a sigh of relief. It's fine, Shikaku won't come out. Ha? Kankoro was still a bit slow to react. All aggressive actions are prohibited during the viewing, and chakra manipulation is also much more difficult. I just noticed, even though Gaara had a tendency to go berserk, not a single bit of chakra overflowed. Hearing this, Kankoro blinked. It seems that's the case. He'll be fine, Gaara is just too sleepy. Temari said softly. At this moment, she showed a smile only an older sister would. Kankoro rubbed his nose. Only after Temari said that did he remember. Gaara basically couldn't get a good night's sleep. After 2 days without sleep, he was almost going crazy. What about Gaara, who had been deprived of rest for so long? Without the life-threatening danger of Shikaku going berserk, Kankoro's thoughts became much clearer. Looking at Raza's frustrated comment in the chat room about not being able to answer quickly enough, he shook his head. For Gaara to become like this, their old thing of a father certainly played a significant role. Sleep, anyway, Shikaku can't cause trouble during the viewing, so get a good night's sleep. Kankoro's voice entered Gaara's body and Shikaku's ears in the ceiling space. Shikaku roared like a mad beast. The sound was incredibly sharp. However, because it was an aggressive sound. Therefore, Gaara couldn't hear it at all. On the other side, Ino was also excitedly hugging her mother's arm. Mom! I actually got a reward too. And Kushina can even be revived, so my fivefold talent shouldn't be too bad. Yamanaka Rino flicked her daughter's nose. Silly child, your talent isn't bad to begin with. Sakura, beside her, looked at Ino with some envy. She secretly clenched her fists. She also wanted to receive a reward, fivefold talent, then she wouldn't drag others down anymore. And below. Niji took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions. The caged bird seal on his forehead was easy to remove. But the caged bird seal in his heart was difficult to remove. Improving Byakugan purity? Does Byakugan even have a purity difference? After calming down a bit, Niji caught the key information. He had never heard of such a thing. After all, he had never truly experienced any difference in Byakugan. At this moment, Naruto was still in a state of confusion. Niji glanced at him. Suddenly, he felt that Naruto in his line of sight was somewhat different. But Niji couldn't pinpoint what was different. Moreover, his eyes hadn't been purified yet. Is it psychological? Slap. As the thought crossed his mind, Niji slapped Naruto on the back of his head again. Naruto clutched the back of his head. But this time, he didn't loudly question Niji. His azure eyes were still filled with confusion. Niji, is the other me, correct? Seeing this, Niji silently put his slightly numb hand behind his back. Right or wrong, I don't know how to judge, many things in the world inherently don't have a right or wrong. Naruto, do you think everything black-framed Naruto did, including his thoughts, would make you feel at peace? To this question, Naruto's answer was both a nod and a shake of his head. Niji shook his head. Empty your mind, don't think about anything else. Perhaps it's because your rebellious emotions aren't as strong as black-framed Naruto's. He has thought more than once why whispers appear in his mind, while you don't even know of the existence of whispers. Perhaps, it's not a whisper, but just a mass of unknown chakra? Hearing this, Naruto nodded heavily twice. Then he sat down on the ground, crossing his arms. At this moment, a voice sounded from the chat room. Naruto, do you hate the village and want to get revenge on everyone in the village? Perverted sage? Naruto looked up. The one speaking in the chat room was Jiraiya. Put. Jiraiya? Ha ha ha, I knew it, that guy would definitely appear in the village. It seems Jiraiya should know what those old thing have done. Forget it, why mention him? It just spoils my mood for nothing. In a small tavern in Tanzaka town, Tsunade waved her hand, telling the shopkeeper to bring another pot of sake. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied in the chat room. Uzumaki Naruto. Will I get revenge on Konoha? I don't know how I feel. At first, I was really sad, wanting to fit in and make friends with everyone. Uzumaki Naruto. And because I wanted to become Hokage, I desperately played pranks, wanting to get everyone's attention, to get everyone's approval. Uzumaki Naruto. But my actions, in the eyes of the other me, seem a bit foolish. Jiraiya. On the screen, Sarutobi-sensei was right, you don't have to care about what others think, just live according to your own ideas. Orochimaru. According to your own ideas? Jiraiya, do you mean that ideas implanted by others also count as Naruto-kun's own ideas? Jiraiya. Orochimaru. I was looking for you. I didn't expect you to want to destroy Konoha. Orochimaru. Haha, if I remember correctly, didn't you know a lot about what Sarutobi-sensei and the others did? Orochimaru. What? They weren't doing things that harmed Konoha? Orochimaru. That's right, even Tsunade, the only remaining Senju clan member in the open, could be driven away, and you even chased after her to warn her that if she dared to do anything detrimental to Konoha, you would kill her with your own hands. Orochimaru was about to continue his barrage. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Senju Tobirama's comment was even faster than his. Senju Tobirama, little Tsunade? Driven away? And you wanted to kill her with your own hands? Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru, who was that person named Jiraiya? Orochimaru. Second Hokage, he is Sarutobi-sensei's disciple. Instantly, Senju Tobirama felt completely distraught. Wait, so Orochimaru is also the monkey's disciple? Tsunade, most likely also the monkey's disciple, for him to solidify his position. Little Tsunade is also the monkey's disciple. At this point, Senju Tobirama was truly angry, annoyed, and regretful. He immediately planned to lash out at Jiraiya. However, someone was faster than him. Uzumaki Kushina. Go find your child of prophecy, if you dare to get close to Naruto again, I'll kill you too after I'm revived. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, Jiraiya Sensei. Uzumaki Kushina. What nonsense? Jiraiya Sensei? You're kidding me, he's just like that old thing third Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina. Come on, Minato Namikaze, tell me, from the beginning until now, have you seen your sensei's shadow? The moment Naruto's name and he are mentioned together? I feel sick now. Who knows, when you ask him, he might still be thinking about where to peep at others. Uzumaki Kushina. If he peeped at your wife and wrote your wife in a book, and you still laughingly call him Jiraiya Sensei, no problem, I will definitely chop you into mincemeat. Uzumaki Kushina. But then again, you are all from the same lineage, humph. Kushina immediately started an indiscriminate rant. But precisely, what Kushina said was still the truth. However, Senju Tobirama was suddenly stunned. The same lineage? That's right, I am the founder. Damn it. Senju Tobirama didn't know yet. Soon, Kushina's phrase, the same lineage, would make him extremely uncomfortable. If he could go back in time and prevent everything from happening by publicly dropping his pants and defecating in the street. If he hesitated for even a moment, Senju Tobirama would want to slap himself to death. Seeing his mother being silenced again, Naruto shrank his neck, not daring to respond to Jiraiya. He quickly looked at Neji and said, "Okay, I want to try the method you mentioned. I don't know why, but I feel so uncomfortable in my heart." 25 Chapter 25 The Little Girl Under the Streetlight. The black frame world screen continued. Oh. Naruto replied indifferently. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile froze. Seeing this, Naruto was suddenly startled. No, if I don't get sick, will that old man get angry and use other ways to scheme against me? Thinking of this, Naruto quickly said, "The will of fire is so amazing. As long as I understand the will of fire, I can be happy, and everyone won't hate me, right?" Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes lit up, and he nodded very affirmingly. Then he added with more emphasis. "Naruto, do you know what those stone statues above the village represent?" Hokage? The strongest person in the village? These two thoughts flashed through Naruto's mind, but he still shook his head. He didn't act very interested, because the difference between his previous and current reactions would be too great. Naruto, the people carved up there are all great heroes who protected the village. Really? Speaking of which, old man, you look like one of them. Naruto then said. In Naruto's opinion, this was a subtle compliment to that old man. However, what Naruto didn't expect was that the old man in front of him really was one of them. You noticed that? Hiruzen Sarutobi proudly lifted his chin. He seemed to be affirming Naruto's insight. Where Konoha dances, fire will burn on. Naruto was truly surprised. How could such an old thing be carved up there? No, this old thing really is the third Hokage. In an instant, Naruto glanced with some lingering fear at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was still chattering endlessly about the will of fire. I didn't expect this old thing to really be the third Hokage, the leader of those bastards. But he doesn't seem powerful at all. Naruto pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that the noise in his ears had stopped. He looked up and saw Hiruzen Sarutobi smiling at him. Naruto didn't even think, he just subtly adjusted his emotions. So that's how it is, old man, you're really amazing. Upon receiving Naruto's compliment, Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly coughed twice. Do you want to become a person like that too? Yes. Naruto quickly replied. Confirming that the person in front of him was the mastermind, Naruto's attitude changed. Very good, then, Naruto, you need to understand one principle. It's not about becoming Hokage to gain everyone's approval. Rather, it's about gaining everyone's approval first, then you can become a great hero and Hokage who protects the village. Naruto. I understand. Naruto quickly nodded. By the way, old man, are you the strongest person in the village? Of course. Not only that, I'm also the strongest of the 4 Hokage. Screech. The scene on the black frame world screen stopped abruptly. It was similar to the last scene on the golden frame world screen. The ninja world. This old man. Whether it's the golden frame world or the black frame world, he's equally dark, equally thick-skinned. Seeing himself verbally declare that he was the most powerful one again, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but blush. Orochimaru burst out laughing. He had originally planned to use Edo Tensei on the first Hokage and, in front of him, reveal Hiruzen Sarutobi's self-proclaimed title of God of Shinobi. Now, this could almost be considered Hiruzen Sarutobi saying it himself. And not just once, but twice. And in front of the entire ninja world. Buzz. At this moment, a scene appeared on the golden frame world screen. Is this, continuing with the Naruto of our world? It looks like it. It's getting late, I should go. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved at Naruto. The seed of the will of fire had been planted, and Naruto also cherished him, his only true light. Today's goal had been achieved. Goodbye, old man. Naruto waved his small hand, bidding farewell to Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, not long after sitting down. Grumble. Naruto's stomach rumbled. He was at an age where he naturally ate a lot. After a busy afternoon, he'd only eaten one skinny grilled fish, so it was no wonder he was hungry. But Naruto's face was beaming with a smile. Gaining everyone's approval, huh? I can definitely do it. Anoki. See? The shameless third Hokage. Mei Terumi. Oh my goodness, how can there be such a shameless person? Ino Yamanaka. You hateful old thing, you have no worries about food and clothing, yet you steal the fish a child worked hard all afternoon to catch. Ino Yamanaka. Quickly return Uzumaki Kushina's inheritance to Naruto. After receiving her mother's assurance and the reward from the comparison viewing system, Ino was clearly bolder. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face immediately darkened. He glanced down at Inoichi Yamanaka's position. However, Inoichi Yamanaka didn't look up at him at all. Instead, he chatted with Akimichi Choza and Nara Shikaku beside him, as if he hadn't heard anything. Even Shikaku has this attitude? Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart sank. At this moment, what surprised him was a mere commoner actually dared to talk back to him. Encouraged by Ino, Sakura also spoke up. Sakura Haruno. Third Ho. Old thing, could it be that you embezzled the inheritance of Uzumaki Kushina and fourth Hokage? Uzumaki Kushina. Speak. Old monkey. Seeing someone speak up for Naruto, Kushina was incredibly touched. They are all good children. Especially that girl named Ino Yamanaka, she also received a reward. That hair color, could it be Inoichi Senpai's daughter? She just said that Naruto was very bad, and she liked him very much. Well, alright, she wouldn't indiscriminately attack Konoha then. Uchiha Mikoto looked at her good friend with some helplessness. She had already guessed what Kushina was thinking. But on second thought, she found it very normal. Kushina subconsciously believed that she owed her son too much. So, before everything was confirmed, she would try her best to make up for her child. Mikoto shook her head and smiled. Hadn't she also had such thoughts? The golden frame world screen continued. Time flew by, and soon, summer and autumn passed. Naruto seemed to have gotten used to his identity. Although he still felt sad and hurt every time those people cursed and reviled him. But Naruto quickly managed to adjust his emotions, smiling as he faced them, hoping to gain their approval. He was clearly very sad, but the next day he inexplicably felt fine, constantly grinning foolishly. What made Naruto happiest was that he had finally made friends. Two of them, one named Shikamaru and one named Shoji. They didn't dislike him, nor did they show disgust towards him like other children. This day, Naruto was running around the streets as usual. But today, the atmosphere in the village seemed a bit off. However, Shikamaru and Shoji weren't playing in the park either. Helpless, Naruto could only go back home and stay there. Night fell, and heavy snow arrived as promised. Naruto, full of energy, naturally couldn't sit still and snuck out again. In reality, Naruto looked forward to the night. Because at night, people wouldn't be able to recognize him immediately. He could then wander the streets like a normal child. However, today's streets seemed a bit deserted, even the usually bustling snack street had very few people. Naruto just looked from afar and didn't go over. Because the aroma there was too strong, if he stayed there for a while, not to mention whether he'd be recognized if he saw delicious food, he'd have to endure the entire night. Money was still not enough, and most merchants were unwilling to sell things to him. In a blink of an eye, Naruto found himself owning the entire street. This was unprecedented. The little boy happily ran around in the snow. However, playing alone, no matter how fun, quickly became boring. Just as he was about to continue wandering, he suddenly noticed a child squatting under a distant street light. Faint sobs reached his ears. Hinata, who had just woken up, was stunned for a few seconds after seeing this scene, and then her brain, which had just cooled down, started smoking again. 26 Chapter 26 Naruto and Hinata's fateful encounter. Hinata clearly hadn't expected to see a scene from the depths of her memory right after waking up. It's too embarrassing. Everyone will see it. Naruto-kun. Wait. Will Naruto-kun in the Black Frame world also meet her? If Naruto-kun in the Black Frame world meets her, will he help her? For a moment, Hinata was a little scared. But at the same time as her fear, she was also very much looking forward to it. Soon after, Hinata's big eyes rolled, and she fainted again from shyness. Sister, what's wrong with you? Hanabi shook Hinata, and when she saw her sister had fainted again, she didn't understand why. A few days ago, Hidden Cloud Village sent envoys to sign a peace treaty with Konoha, but that night, the Hidden Cloud Village envoys suddenly attacked, evaded the Umbu ninja's surveillance, infiltrated the Hyuga clan compound, and abducted Hinata while she was asleep. However, before he could even leave the Hyuga clan compound, he was killed by the Hyuga clan head, Hyuga Hayashi. This incident immediately caused a stir throughout Konoha. The envoys sent by Hidden Cloud Village were not strong. How did they infiltrate the Hyuga clan? Then, the day after the Hidden Cloud Village envoy died, Hidden Cloud Village sent people again. This time, there was no tone of negotiation. They arrogantly pointed at the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's nose in the Hokage's office, demanding a life for a life. They declared that if the body of the killer was not handed over, Hidden Cloud Village would never back down and would go straight to war. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen Sarutobi caved in and immediately agreed. He also stated that he would personally deliver the body of the Hyuga person who took action. There's another master? Ino Yamanaka's jaw dropped. Ino Yamanaka. This old thing. Ino Yamanaka. I dare say, he definitely did it on purpose. Fuga Niji. Damn it. Anoki. Third Hokage, you're not a spy for Hidden Cloud Village, are you? Fourth Raikage. Ha ha ha. Fourth Raikage. I told you, our Hidden Cloud Village also uses dirty tricks, but we always do it openly. Fourth Raikage. During that time, Hidden Cloud Village was also going through a difficult period. In fact, if we really went to war, the outcome would have been uncertain. Fourth Raikage. As it turned out, what we didn't expect was that this third Hokage actually caved in so quickly. Senju Tobarama, my heart can't take this anymore. Senju Hashirama, so, monkey, you just let the Hyuga people go to their deaths? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Under those circumstances, Konoha absolutely could not engage in another war. There was no other way. It was all for Konoha, we could only sacrifice the individual. Fuga Niji. Shut up. Fuga Niji. You old thing, you say it so nicely. The greatest ninja village in the ninja world. Damn old thing. And so, the scapegoat appeared. Hyuga Hisashi, Hyuga Niji's father, was Hyuga Hayashi's twin. He was born a few seconds later and was branded with the caged bird seal. Hiruzen Sarutobi personally arrived and offered the Hyuga a dignified solution. Hyuga Hayashi wept bitterly, wanting to go to his death. However, everyone present knew this was impossible. As a branch family member, from the moment they were branded with the caged bird seal, they were born to protect the main family. After Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived, Hyuga Hisashi slowly stood up, giving his elder brother one last dignified gesture. Hyuga Hisashi, going bravely to his death, only hoped that his so-called brother would treat his children well. Today was the day Hyuga Hisashi died, and his body was sent out. Because of the caged bird seal, the Byakugan coveted by Hidden Cloud Village was impossible to obtain. On this day, the Hyuga clan also held a funeral for Hyuga Hisashi. However, it was a cenotaph. Little Hinata couldn't bear the atmosphere and secretly ran out. But soon, she got lost in the snowy night. She could only squat helplessly by the roadside, sobbing softly. As if by fate, the little blonde appeared. What are you doing? Databeo. The little blonde walked over, swaying. Why are you alone in a place like this? Naruto grinned, and with an arrogant swagger, he came before Hinata. Don't just keep crying. Hinata looked up, her adorable little face covered in tears. Where's your home? Naruto asked, unable to help himself at her pitiful appearance. Hinata blinked, feeling her vision blur a little, so she shook her small head, shaking away the tears. Seeing this, Naruto showed a helpless smile. You don't know where your home is? Well, there's nothing for it. Come on, let's go. With that, Naruto bent down and took Hinata's small hand. He led Hinata away. After wandering around, Hinata remembered the way home. But she didn't dare to speak. When Naruto walked the right way, she followed. When he walked the wrong way, she quietly stopped. In this way, the two little ones took half an hour to walk the short distance. They arrived in front of the Hyuga clan's compound. Looking at the large characters Hyuga. Naruto tilted his head, clearly seeing it for the first time. You, with such a big home, why are you still crying? Little Hinata blinked, not understanding why Naruto would say that. She looked sideways and saw a faint blush on Naruto's small face due to the cold weather. Unlike me. I don't have anyone by my side. Hinata was perceptive and heard the helplessness and longing in Naruto's voice. With a hint of a sob. It made her feel a little sad too. But I never cry, you know. With that, Naruto turned back to Hinata, showing a brilliant smile. Goodbye. He didn't linger. Naruto waved to Hinata. He turned and ran towards the dark street. It was getting late, he should go back and rest. Hinata watched his small figure. In her mind, that reassuring smile couldn't help but appear. After a long time, the figure, which was incredibly tall in Hinata's eyes, was finally swallowed by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Time flew by, and Konoha returned to peace. One calm afternoon, Hiruzen Sarutobi visited, bringing the Ninja Academy admission application. Creak. The golden-framed large screen, the scene stopped abruptly here. The girl still felt a bit unsatisfied. No wonder Hinata fainted. So it was because of this. She must still remember it. But, gold-framed Naruto looked really handsome just now. If I had been like that when I was little, maybe I would have fallen for him too. Ino Yamanaka looked at Hinata, whose cheeks were flushed, and couldn't help but tease her. It seems Naruto is sometimes very reliable. Sakura nodded. Ship it, ship it. Naruto and Hinata are so compatible. Ino Yamanaka was stirring up trouble. Sure enough, Hinata's ears twitched. 3 seconds later. Smoke rose from her head again. Ino's eyes widened, as if she had discovered a new continent. And inside the chat room, it had already exploded. Danzo even took the opportunity to get involved. Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen, you have truly disappointed everyone. Danzo Shimura. Because of your wrong decision, our Konoha has lost such a loyal and righteous person. Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen, regret is useless now. You. Do you admit your guilt? Danzo Shimura. How can someone like you be worthy of the Hokage position? Step down from the Hokage position yourself. Senju Tobarama, you shut up, old thing. Senju Hashirama, you have truly disappointed me. How could Konoha, which was so good, become like this? Uchiha Madara, you chose him, idle. 27 Chapter 27 Kurama, foolish brat, your ramen name is even funnier. As expected of Minato-sensei's child. Kakashi nodded inwardly. Looking at it this way, it's no wonder Hinata actively gave Naruto medicine before, it seems the feelings were already sown in their childhood. Kakashi habitually reached into his pocket. However, the moment his hand touched Ika Ika Paradise, Kushina's words echoed in his mind. He shook his head helplessly. Taking a deep breath, as if making a major decision, he thought. I shouldn't read this kind of thing anymore. I'll look for some good books of a similar genre later. Because of the Hyuga clan incident, Hiruzen Sarutobi was once again denounced. It seemed the deeper they dug, the more inexplicable actions came to light. Hiruzen Sarutobi had learned his lesson and was playing dead somewhere again. No matter how Orochimaru tried to provoke him, he remained silent, as if deaf and mute. Jiraiya spoke up for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Well, while denouncing Hiruzen Sarutobi, they also cursed him. The Konoha villagers' eyes widened. Clearly, they had never imagined that such matters would involve Hiruzen Sarutobi. The strongest Hokage, why would he bow to a mere hidden cloud village? Were there such hidden circumstances in the events of that year? So, the phrase "died to protect the village" can be used like that? As time passed, these foolish villagers seemed less resolute than at first. Conversely, the fear of Konoha in the hearts of the other four great ninja villages was continuously diminishing. The so-called first ninja village seemed to be nothing special. Thus, a group of people began shouting that Konoha's third Hokage was not wrong. They supported him to continue as Hokage, preferably forever. Buzz. It didn't keep everyone waiting long. The scene appeared on the black-framed large screen. It's getting late, I should go. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly stood up. Looking at the young Naruto, who showed a longing expression, he smiled contentedly. The purpose of his visit this time was to plant a seed called the Will of Fire in young Naruto's heart. This seed would be very resilient. Once planted, it would take root in the heart. No matter how harsh the environment, the seed would remain alive. He only needed to water it at intervals, and in the future, it would surely grow into a towering tree. Of course, this was all Hiruzen Sarutobi's belief, and the Will of Fire seed, in his hands, indeed possessed such power. The compassionate Hokage-sama could always rescue those children from dire situations. As for where the dire situations came from, there was no need to ask. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi turn his back, hands clasped behind him, in the posture of a wise man, young Naruto's azure eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. But he still suppressed the disgust in his heart, stood up, and waved to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Goodbye, Hokage old man. He. Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face showed a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. Don't forget my 2000 Rio. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Before long, Hiruzen Sarutobi left. Young Naruto sat before the bonfire, watching the fiercely burning flames. After he felt the gaze of the Umbu ninja behind him disappear, he murmured. The fox demon, is it living inside me? If you can hear me, tell me, do you have the power to make my strength surpass that old man and even lord over the entire village? Buzz. Within the seal space. In the dark sewer. Behind the ceiling cage. The originally pitch-black cage suddenly glowed with a dazzling red light. A pair of huge fox eyes slowly opened, like bright lamps in the night. Mei Terumi. Is that the nine-tailed? Sakura Haruno. Yes, that's the feeling, such a terrifying feeling. Rock Lee. Is this the monster sealed inside Naruto? It looks so strong. Senju Hashirama, wait, I've had a question since the beginning. Can this thing really cause so many deaths and trigger this series of events? Senju Tobarama, big brother. Senju Hashirama, my apologies, my apologies. Uchiha Madara, it's just a small pet, this ninja world now acts as if it's never seen anything before. Uchiha Izuna, big brother, you too. Uchiha Madara, humph, a pet, called and dismissed at will. Kurama. Shut up. Uchiha Madara, you just wait. Black-framed Naruto will definitely beat you to death. Ino Yamanaka. Wow. It's a living nine-tailed. By the way, isn't Uchiha Madara already dead? Nine-tailed. Kurama? Put. Naruto blinked, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Stupid brat, your name is even funnier. The nine-tailed said, clearly annoyed. The seal was only 3 years old and couldn't permeate too much chakra. So, within the seal space, the nine-tailed could only close its eyes again. To seal this fox inside a brat. Damn fourth Hokage. But then again, this brat doesn't resemble Nito or Kushina at all. Hee, it won't be long before this fox breaks through the seal. Konoha? Many unpleasant images flashed through the nine-tailed's mind. Then, it slowly inhaled, drawing up the water on the ground. Might as well destroy it. At the same time, in the back mountains, not far from where young Naruto was, Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped. Any abnormalities? Hokage-sama, there are no abnormalities, and no one from the Root organization has appeared again. Good, I understand. You continue to watch him. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand, and the Yambu ninja kneeling before him quickly assented, then instantly vanished. Hiruzen Sarutobi also walked towards the village. His emotions are stable, but his guard is very high. However, when faced with curses and insults, he occasionally experiences rages that are difficult to control. Perhaps I can teach him the chakra refining technique early. The Uzumaki clan's physique, even at this age, can easily replenish the chakra needed for the seal. For a Jinchuriki, losing emotional control is a very dangerous situation. Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally couldn't let it continue. However, he was still a bit uneasy about letting young Naruto learn chakra refining methods so early. I'll observe him for a while longer. As his words fell, Hiruzen Sarutobi's figure disappeared into the night. Sizzle sizzle. Watching the flickering firelight, young Naruto stood up. That familiar feeling of being watched had returned. Young Naruto wasn't disappointed that he didn't get a response from the fox demon. He had been trying to communicate these past few days. But without exception, there was no response. Young Naruto gradually got used to it, but most of the time, after confirming no one was watching him, he would silently ask a question. Books, many books record past events. That old man must know a lot, but he won't easily let me know. Next time I meet him, I need to act well, try to gain his trust, then take the opportunity to ask. So, how to gain the third old man's trust? Young Naruto pondered as he walked towards home. 28 Chapter 28 What would Naruto be like as Shikamaru? A Jinchuriki should obediently become the village's weapon. Raza looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi in the black-framed large screen with a look of disappointment, as if he were iron that couldn't be forged into steel. Like this, there are too many unstable factors. It would be better to just hand him over to Danzo Shimura. At least, in this regard. Danzo Shimura is the same as me. Things like family affection and friendship are all burdens for a Jinchuriki. Humph. What if it's my own son? For the village, everything is worth it. Of course, Raza did not choose to speak out and express his philosophy. After all, not only did he make his youngest son the Shikaku Jinchuriki, he also frequently tried to assassinate his son. And in the end, he even tricked his son with the life of his brother-in-law. Such beastly behavior was no less than Konoha's F4. Raza himself had not expected it. According to the gold-framed Naruto's timeline, when he was brought back by Edo Tensei, he only needed to remain silent, and it would eventually evolve into a silent father's love, where everything he did was out of love. Oh, so he's getting whitewashed. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, little Naruto grew wildly like a weed, constantly absorbing nutrients. In just 1 month, little Naruto's weight soared by 5 kilograms, and his height increased by 1.5 centimeters. This was how he should have been at this age. His golden short hair had grown a bit long. But little Naruto stood in front of the mirror and didn't think it looked bad. He had also seen many men with long hair. Knock, knock, knock. As he was thinking, there was a knock at the door. Little Naruto was startled. Who could it be? Besides himself, there was basically no one else in this building. Those ninja watching him disguised as neighbors didn't count. He opened the door and looked. Little Naruto was stunned. Standing before him was none other than the old man he had seen that night. Compared to that day, the old man's attire today matched little Naruto's guess. He wore a Hokage's ceremonial robe and a Hokage's hat. With his hands behind his back, he looked at him with a benevolent smile. At this moment, little Naruto felt that most of the watchful gazes around him seemed to disappear. "Hokage, old man?" Little Naruto said with some pleasant surprise. This past month, he had been thinking every day about how to gain the trust of the bastard leader. He had even simulated it several times in his mind. But in the end, he rejected all of them. Because he didn't believe his clumsy acting could deceive the bastard leader. Then he thought, wouldn't it be the best way to act according to the other party's purpose? So, wouldn't it be enough to act a little more enthusiastic and show trust in him? Ha ha. Naruto, are you surprised? Little Naruto nodded repeatedly, pulling Hiruzen Sarutobi into the house. As soon as they entered, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze swept around. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't notice the vegetables and the potted plants behind the curtains and outside the balcony. Otherwise, little Naruto might have experienced having his vegetables stolen and destroyed. He didn't feel much about little Naruto's physical changes. It was just that, looking at little Naruto's somewhat long hair, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Look what this is? Hiruzen Sarutobi went straight to the point. He put down a bulging envelope. What? Little Naruto took it and opened it. He saw that the envelope was full of 1,000 Ryo bills. He glanced roughly, there were about 20 bills. Wow! Old man, you're so generous. Looking at Naruto's excited expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi proudly stroked his head. Of course. But you can't tell anyone, okay? Such preferential treatment is only for you. Little Naruto nodded heavily. Hiruzen Sarutobi was smiling, but his heart sank. He was so similar, too similar. If he let his hair grow longer, many people might recognize Naruto's identity. The thought flashed, and Hiruzen Sarutobi returned to normal, showing a kind smile. You need to plan the use of this money well, don't spend it recklessly, I won't be able to give you preferential treatment next month. I know. By the way, Hokage old man. What is it? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked with a chuckle. I want to learn to read. I heard that learning makes people progress, and I also want to understand the will of fire that Hokage old man talks about. When he first heard about learning, Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned for a moment and was somewhat unwilling. But when he heard that Naruto wanted to actively learn the will of fire, he changed his mind. Good, I will prepare these things for you. Someone will deliver them to you tomorrow. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile grew wider. Little Naruto then recounted his life during this period to Hiruzen Sarutobi, based on the will of fire he had heard that day. There was no deception, because little Naruto knew that the ninja monitoring him would definitely report it. So, little Naruto only leaned his own thoughts towards the will of fire. Things like, everyone bullies me, but I don't mind, I will work hard in silence and gain everyone's approval. Finally, little Naruto's little head had a flash of inspiration and said, Hokage old thing, can I become Hokage in the future? In an instant, little Naruto saw surprise and joy on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, it worked. Seeing this, the chat room fell silent. Senju Tobarama, it's a pity, this child, how good it would have been if he had been born in the era when I was still Hokage. Uchiha Izuna, hee, and then he would have been entrapped and killed by your 4 disciples. Senju Tobarama, I'm so angry. But why can't I think of a reason to refute? Senju Tobarama's coffin lid was shaking. Sakura Haruno. So smart. If it were Shikamaru, he would probably be like this too, right? Ino Yamanaka. Heh, it seems Shikamaru has a pretty good image in your heart. Ino Yamanaka. If the roles were reversed, you would now see a Naruto lying at home, freeloading and waiting to die. Ino Yamanaka. That guy is too lazy to think that much. Knowing that the Umbu and the old thing won't let him die easily, he'll definitely stay at home. Going out to the street is too troublesome, lying down is the most comfortable. Nara Shikamaru. Hey, Ino, you've gone too far. Akimichi Choji. I think Ino's pretty accurate, well, just kidding. Sakura's mouth twitched. Then, Sasuke's image appeared in her mind. If Sasuke and Naruto's roles were reversed. No, impossible. How could there be such an unreliable dead last Uchiha? A moment later. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly stood up. Very good, keep it up. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and left little Naruto's house. He said he was going to continue his work of protecting the village. Little Naruto's eyes lit up, and he quickly waved goodbye, promising that he would also continue to work hard. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile was radiant. He even forgot to remind little Naruto to cut his hair short. 29 Chapter 29 An invitation from the young Inoshikacho. Anoki. The funniest joke I've ever heard is, to protect Naruto, his identity as the hero's son must be concealed. Mei Terumi. Not just that, Kushina-senpai also said that before she died, she entrusted the third Hokage to look after Naruto. Kuratsuchi. As a result, that old man accidentally leaked Naruto's identity not long after. Even Kuratsuchi couldn't stand it anymore. Kuratsuchi. If you ask me, that old man should just die along with the old man. Anoki, what a family misfortune. This unfilial granddaughter, sigh, there's nothing I can do. Korinai Yuhi. Honestly, black-framed Naruto really looks like Minato-sensei. Korinai Yuhi. If you remove the whiskers, he might look exactly like Minato-sensei when he was little. Korinai Yuhi and Kakashi were from the same graduating class. It was also normal for her to know Minato Namake's due to Shinku Yuhi's position. Anko Mitarashi, standing beside Korinai Yuhi, raised an eyebrow. Minato Namake's? As Orochimaru's disciple, Anko Mitarashi naturally followed Orochimaru and had met many important figures. He's certainly handsome. Yuhi, didn't you used to say you envied Rin? Korinai Yuhi quickly picked up a dango to block her best friend's mouth. In the Pure Land world, Kushina said angrily. He doesn't look like him at all. Humph. When I'm resurrected, I'll dye Naruto's hair red, otherwise, if he looks like that fourth Hokage, I'll surely die of anger. Uchiha Makoto was startled and quickly comforted Kushina. Kushina, I think Minato also seems to have regrets. Kushina glared at her. Her eyes had turned crimson. Uchiha Makoto's eyelid twitched. Sister, you are a Jinchuriki, that's true, but you're already dead. The nine-tailed has also been sealed inside your son's body. How do you still have nine-tailed chakra in your body? Could it be that you are still the nine-tailed's main body? The black-framed large screen continued. After Hiruzen Sarutobi left, little Naruto closed the door. The feeling of being watched disappeared again. The smile on little Naruto's face vanished instantly. He just felt a wave of discomfort, a bit nauseous. Although he didn't feel the same malice from Hiruzen Sarutobi as from others, little Naruto was still very resistant. That old guy just now seemed very concerned about my hair, Fox Demon, do you know why? Every time the feeling of being watched disappeared, little Naruto would habitually ask a question. He didn't know that the great fox, lying in the ceiling space, did indeed hear him. But currently, because little Naruto hadn't yet learned the chakra refining technique and had no chakra to use, he couldn't connect with that great fox's chakra, so he never received a response. P.S. The setting of chakra is quite vague, many versions, often changed, everyone has chakra, chakra cannot be stored, you must refine chakra when you need to use it, including during battle. As usual, receiving no response, little Naruto shook his head and murmured. I'll just pretend for a few days when I go out. Thinking this, little Naruto tidied up his room and took the trash out with him. He didn't go to crowded places. Little Naruto was afraid that if he heard the insults and curses directed at him, he wouldn't be able to resist attacking them. Clang. After walking for a while, little Naruto suddenly found a dented soda can at his feet. Children's laughter echoed in his ears. He expressionlessly intended to walk around it. Because he had been deep in thought, he hadn't paid attention to his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the park where children his age liked to play. Hey! Little Naruto ignored it, or rather, didn't even listen. It must be more insults from those brats. If it were yesterday, little Naruto wouldn't mind ruining the games of those brats who ruined his mood. But today, he had just made a promise to the head of that bastard, so he still needed to exercise some restraint. Most importantly, little Naruto believed that he must learn to read. Without useful information from the outside world, no matter how much he thought, it would be impossible to deduce the history that had occurred, and his thinking would also be very limited. Hey! Please kick that can over here. There was no sense of malice. It sounded like a normal conversation between playmates. Being treated with a normal attitude was quite rare for little Naruto. Out of curiosity, little Naruto looked back. He saw a combination of a chubby boy and a spiky-haired boy who had called out to him. Chubby boy? Damn it! Choji, who was eating potato chips, immediately rolled his eyes and entered a berserk state. But in an instant, because the comparison viewing prohibited all aggressive actions, Choji returned to normal. He scratched his head, a little confused. Then, he continued eating potato chips and watching little Naruto on the black-framed large screen. This startled Shikamaru. Fortunately, it didn't last long. Otherwise, Shikamaru wouldn't have known what to do. Ino Yamanaka. Isn't that Shikamaru and Choji? Ino Yamanaka. I didn't expect them to meet so quickly. Sakura Haruno. And, black-framed Naruto seems to be interested in them too. I think I saw you guys, playing house in the corner of the screen. You're awake? Ino looked back. She saw that Hinata had already woken up. She was also looking at Ino and Sakura with some envy. Ino immediately saw through Hinata's little thoughts. Those approving eyes immediately turned into crescent moons. Hinata, you're not envious that we get to meet black-framed Naruto, are you? And no. No. Hinata stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Little Hanabi tilted her head, unfamiliar with her sister in this state. But it felt fun, very nice, and she wanted to protect it. Clang. Little Naruto nodded. There were quite a few children who harbored no ill will towards him. But most of them would be warned by the children around them. Of course, little Naruto wasn't enthusiastic about making friends, and even found it troublesome. Children like these two strange ones were indeed rare. So, little Naruto also kicked the soda can at his feet over. Thanks. Choji said with a smile, waving his hand. Little Naruto glanced at the two of them, then waved his hand without looking back. Watching little Naruto's departing back. Is that him? Shikamaru was stunned for a moment. Shikamaru, that kid, he always seems to be alone, can we ask him to come play with us? Choji looked at little Naruto's somewhat lonely back and asked with a hint of reluctance. Of course. Shikamaru thought for a moment and nodded in reply. Dad said not to care about what other people think or say. If you meet a kid you like and want to interact with, then interact with them. Did Shikakuaji-san say that too? At this moment, a somewhat playful voice rang out. Ahem, Hinata, that's me from another world, not our world. So, Naruto's gentleness still belongs only to you. Ino heard a somewhat familiar voice and saw that incredibly familiar petite figure. She immediately recognized herself. However, she was very sure that she had no memory of this when she was little. She was also worried that Hinata would get jealous because of this. That's why she immediately explained. However, she had no idea how devastating her words were to Hinata. No. No. I don't. This time, Hinata not only had smoke coming from her head, but her mouth was slightly open. Gentleness only belongs to. Mist came out of her mouth. Ino was dumbfounded. Hanabi blinked, then tentatively said. Sister, black-framed Naruto said that besides you, he doesn't want to play with any other girls. Gasp. Hinata's eyes rolled back, and her soft body stiffened. Ino. What a cute child. Yamanaka Rino shook her head and smiled. She had also been that age, so she naturally knew how strong that feeling could be. Of course, it was also her first time seeing someone faint from shyness. No. Yamanaka Rino's pupils constricted, and she quickly stepped forward, hugged Hinata, and pinched Hinata's philtrum. It's Ino, do you know that kid too? Shikamaru glanced at the cute short-haired girl. Yeah, people in the village have been talking about him recently. Ino nodded. Then she looked at little Naruto's back and took a deep breath. Hey! Do you want to come play with us? 30 Chapter 30 Still a child at heart. Oh my god, how could I? Ino lightly covered her mouth. Noticing the gazes directed at her from all around. She straightened her posture. They're just kids, what's there to be shy about? Glancing at Hinata, who was still unconscious, Ino paused. Wait, why does this feel a little exciting? The black-framed Naruto's big screen continued. Little Naruto stopped walking. This invitation caught him somewhat off guard. However, instinctively, little Naruto wanted to refuse. But then he thought. Those who can accept me for who I am, it seems their parents aren't those foolish people. Even if they're not ninja, they're people with a certain level of insight. Perhaps, if I build a good relationship with them, I can ask them to help me get some useful information later? Uncle Tucci and Sister Ayam are just ordinary people. If those ninja monitoring me found out, wouldn't I be harming them? I'll play with them for a while first, and see if their parents are powerful ninja, but I still need to be cautious. If they bear no ill will towards me, I naturally won't harm them either. Thinking this, little Naruto turned around. He looked at the combination of the chubby boy and the spiky-haired boy. And beside the spiky-haired boy, there was also a short-haired girl with similar hair color to his own. Any one of these three, taken individually, was different from ordinary children, but together, they made little Naruto feel completely natural. Ino Yamanaka. Ha! Ino Yamanaka. This little rascal, he only accepted our kindness out of such ulterior motives? After speaking, Ino Yamanaka quickly ran to the railing, looking at Naruto in the arena. Waving her small fists. Naruto. Naruto looked back in confusion. What's wrong, Ino? You scoundrel, we sincerely invited you, and you dared to have such a utilitarian mindset. Ino yelled. Naruto. It wasn't me. Hey. It was the other me, it has nothing to do with me. Naruto shouted, proclaiming his innocence. However, Ino ignored him. After speaking, she returned to her seat. She felt much better. I really misjudged you. Choji nodded. Naruto. Mei Terumi. Although black-framed Naruto's actions are a bit improper, it is indeed a very correct choice. Senju Tobarama, if they become friends, then isn't it normal for friends to help each other? Senju Hashirama, Tobarama is right. Anoki. This child made the right choice. Korinai Yuhi. Yes, being able to guess the child's attitude is actually the parent's attitude. Black-framed Naruto's future will surely be very exciting. Little Hanabi listened to everyone's comments, then looked at Naruto on the black-framed big screen. Immediately after, she looked at the tearful Naruto in the arena. It seems black-framed Naruto is more charming. But that Naruto down there is also very interesting. Sasuke, still in the waiting room, couldn't help but clench his fists. Damn it. I won't lose to him, will I? What am I doing at this time? It seems he was still a hanger-on. The black-framed Naruto's big screen continued. Is that okay? Little Naruto asked tentatively. Of course. Ino saw little Naruto agree, then walked up to him and said confidently. We can play kick the can together, and if you like, you can also play super realistic house with us. Saying this, Ino also pointed to the small sandy beach behind them. On that small sandy beach, there were a few other girls of the same age. One of the girls was particularly noticeable. Little Naruto took another look at the girl with pink hair and a very wide forehead. Because, after seeing him, the other girl's facial expressions were somewhat unnatural, except for the pink-haired girl, she was looking at him with curiosity. My name is Ino. The girl came in front of little Naruto and said naturally. Little Naruto looked at the confident girl in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as little Naruto finished speaking, the spiky-haired and chubby boy duo also walked over. Shikamaru. Choji. After the three little ones introduced themselves, Ino invited again. Come and play with us. Aren't you afraid of me? Little Naruto asked. Why should we be afraid? Ino retorted. Hearing this, little Naruto nodded. Okay, how do we play? Although he said so, little Naruto quietly observed the three of them. Their words and actions are different from ordinary children. It seems becoming friends with them will be quite good. First, build a good relationship with them, and then see if the plan can be implemented. Listening to Ino explain the rules, little Naruto nodded seriously. It's very simple, just like tag. I need to control myself so they feel it's easy and comfortable to play with me. It's best if I can always be at dot. Listening to black-framed Naruto's inner thoughts, many people showed expressions of pity. This child is too smart. And too special. So much so that he couldn't have a happy childhood like a normal child. Alas. Iraka sighed. It's just. In a blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Clang. That's great. Naruto, you're amazing. Little Ino excitedly ran to little Naruto. Her little face was flushed with excitement. Ah. Don't be like that. Naruto, is this really your first time playing? The children excitedly gathered around little Naruto. Only one little pink-haired girl looked at little Naruto with a wronged expression. She had already been guarding the can for an entire morning. just when she had painstakingly caught a few people with her delicate mind. Little Naruto, like a phantom, suddenly appeared next to the can and kicked it away. Rescuing the caught children. Sorry, then let me be it. Little Naruto suddenly realized that he seemed to have gotten too engrossed and accidentally forgotten his earlier decision. Oh no, our noses seem a bit red. Iruka Umano. Haha, ultimately, no matter how intelligent black-framed Naruto is, he's still just a child. Ino Yamanaka. Yes, black-framed Naruto gradually lost himself amidst our praises. TSK, such a cute rascal. Sakura Haruno. Hey, why isn't anyone speaking up for me? Sakura Haruno. You hateful Naruto. With that, Sakura also rushed to the railing and yelled at the somewhat smug Naruto below. Naruto. Ha? Sakura, what's wrong? Naruto instantly switched to puppy dog mode. You hateful guy, I'm definitely going to beat you up. Naruto. Smiles don't disappear, they just transfer. Mimicking Ino, Sakura felt much more relieved. Thus, a smile appeared on her face. Naruto, in turn, looked miserable again. 31 Chapter 31 The cute and fierce Ino, the crybaby pink-haired girl. Wah. Sakura couldn't finish her sentence before tears gushed from her eyes. Naruto felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, let me be the it now. Indeed, making someone it for a whole morning was a bit much. Alright, Sakura, let's go hide quickly. Naruto will never find us. Ino saw Naruto's flustered look and knew he wasn't good at comforting people. She immediately stepped forward, took Sakura's small hand, and left. Naruto looked at Ino with a grateful expression. Ino turned back and winked at him. Well then, it's my turn to be it now. You all better hide well. Naruto took a deep breath, calming himself down. Next, he had to be a good it and make sure everyone could kick the can he was guarding. He closed his eyes, silently counting to 60 seconds. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. In the park, not a single child was in sight. But, with just one glance, Naruto noticed the pink-haired girl in the bushes. Sakura couldn't possibly think that if she hides her front, she won't be found, right? No, this round, I must let Sakura kick the can once, otherwise she'll be very upset. Thinking this, Naruto began to walk towards that direction. Where is everyone? Could they be hiding in the bushes? If you don't hide well, I'm going to find you. Huh, what's that? It looks like someone's foot. Wait, there's movement behind me. Naruto suddenly changed direction and ran backward. Hearing the sound so close, Sakura trembled all over. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her bottom. Oh no! Naruto will find me like this. She then quickly hid her exposed lower body in the bushes. Naruto didn't leave. Looking at the trembling Sakura, he shook his head helplessly. Sakura! Ha ha ha! Ino naturally burst out laughing. Sakura clenched her fists, her head down, her cheeks flushed. What was the difference between having her embarrassing moment seen and doing her business in public on the street? It's okay, Sakura. Ino stifled her laughter and patted Sakura's shoulder. But, even though black-framed Naruto had an agenda, he was quite gentle. Otherwise, someone would be crying again. Sakura still kept her head down and said resentfully. When the comparison viewing is over, Naruto, you're dead. Naruto, who was watching with great interest below, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Shikamaru, I found you. Choji, you're here. Ino, it's easy to fall if you hide here. Come down first. Before long, Naruto had found everyone. When they were hiding earlier, Naruto had paid attention to their favorite hiding spots. Naruto, you're amazing. You found us so quickly. Choji said helplessly. If you didn't eat potato chips when you hid, I might not have found you so quickly. Naruto explained with a smile. Ha? Sakura hasn't been found yet? Ino asked in disbelief. Shikamaru rolled his Byakugan, his hands clasped behind his head. This is troublesome. Seeing this, Ino thoughtfully followed Shikamaru's gaze. Sure enough, she saw the pink-haired girl hiding in the bushes. Too obvious. In Ino's opinion, she could easily find her, let alone Naruto. Is this Naruto deliberately not finding Sakura? Then he must want Sakura to kick the can once and save us, right? Thinking this, Ino looked at Naruto with a different expression. Sakura! You're the only one left. Please hide well and find a chance to save us. Ino shouted. The other children, seeing Ino shout like this, also cheered for Sakura. I'll find Sakura soon, Naruto said with a chuckle. Then he deliberately ran into the distance. Precisely to where Sakura was. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Sakura was so scared she didn't dare to breathe. However, she soon felt a gentle breeze and the footsteps grew further and further away. They must be hiding by the fountain, right? Naruto deliberately left a message for Sakura to hear, who was hiding in the bushes. The fountain was almost the furthest location from here. Watching Naruto disappear from the corner of her eye, Sakura sighed in relief but still didn't dare to move. After a long while, Ino couldn't stand it anymore and quickly urged Sakura to come out and save them. Finally, Sakura mustered her courage and rushed out. Clang! Watching the can fly far away, Sakura's small face turned red. This was her first time kicking the can. Sakura, you're so amazing. As the childhood leader, Ino naturally wouldn't be stingy with praise. Ah! Sakura actually kicked it. Naruto quickly appeared. Everyone scattered again. Next, under Naruto's control, almost everyone kicked the can once. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Only Ino and Shikamaru noticed Naruto's intention. Shikamaru, with his hands clasped behind his head, walked up to Naruto. This is troublesome. Let me be it, Shikamaru said. I can be it too. Ino came up beside Naruto and pinched his arm. Did you really think we wouldn't notice? You actually don't need to do this. Ino lowered her voice, saying in a fiercely cute tone. Was I discovered? Naruto was stunned for a moment. But on second thought, it was normal. Shikamaru looked lazy but seemed quite smart, and Ino was very careful. Moreover, he only treated them as children and didn't hide it too much. Didn't the other children, besides Shikamaru and Ino, all have fun? Yamanaka Ino. Humph, did you really think you could hide it from my sharp eyes? Uchiha Izuna, this child, what a pity. If it weren't for that fool Senju Tobarama, black-framed Naruto, no, both Narutos would have grown up very healthy. Senju Tobarama, are you never going to let this go? Is it my fault? Uchiha Izuna, if it's not yours, then whose is it? Senju Hashirama, mine. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, it's good you know. Ino shrunk her neck. She didn't dare to interrupt these ancestors arguing in the chat room. And on the large screen with the black border, the game was already nearing its end. Instead, Shikamaru became it. Sakura, after Ino's explanation, also understood the situation behind her only time kicking the can. With Ino's exaggerated storytelling, Sakura was moved to tears. Crying? Crying also counts as time, and soon, the crybaby was the first to be found again. Before long, Shikamaru had found everyone. After finding Sakura first, Shikamaru focused on finding Naruto. The game ended, and the children were all a bit reluctant for it to be over. At this moment, 3 people appeared at the park entrance. Is that the child? Yes, he's practically a template of Minato. Inoichi, Ino seems to really like that child. Shikaku, let's not talk about that for now. Is it really okay to let the children interact? 32 Chapter 32 Tool Sakura is now available. It's fine, as long as our allegiance remains unchanged. The third Hokage wouldn't intervene over such a small matter either. However, that child seems more remarkable than we imagined. Look at him, he's probably eavesdropping on our conversation right now. Nara Shikaku crossed his arms, a slight smile appearing on his serious face. After all, he's Minato and Kushina's child. Akimichi Chosa's plump face also broke into a smile. Only Inoichi Yamanaka, watching his daughter chatting and laughing with Naruto, felt a bit uncomfortable. Sigh. Even knowing that the child was the 4th Hokage, who died protecting Konoha, and the former Jinchuriki Kushina's child, Inoichi Yamanaka still felt his heart bleed. His little cotton jacket hadn't even warmed up yet, he hoped it wouldn't leak so quickly. Ino Yamanaka. Dad, what are you talking about? Ino Yamanaka. We're all still children, we wouldn't think of such things. Ino looked at her father, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Sakura blinked. She couldn't help but think, if that's the case, then Sasuke would be all hers, wouldn't he? But Sakura looked at herself in the black-framed Naruto's big screen, and somehow felt something was off. In the Pure Land world, seeing black-framed Naruto like this, Kushina's eyes were slightly red. But she held back her tears. I'm sorry, Naruto. Mom couldn't be by your side. As a mother, she couldn't bear to see such a scene. Her child bore too much pressure. He never saw himself as a child, and even playing with peers required caution. In comparison, Kushina preferred this black-framed Naruto. A sensible child always makes people feel pity and love. As for gold-framed Naruto, Kushina liked him just as much. He was also well-behaved and sensible, but he was just too easily influenced, which pained Kushina greatly. Uchiha Makoto sighed. Kushina, you know. Those old geezers have always been wary of us. That night, when the nine-tailed appeared, its eyes had the Sharingan pattern. Fugaku and I both investigated, and it was absolutely impossible for it to be one of our people who acted. After that, we were driven to the edge of Konoha, and due to our identity, the Uchiha clan members were not allowed to approach Naruto, who was the new Jinchuriki. Kushina waved her hand. She understood her good friend. How could she blame her good friend? Plus, when Minato brought Naruto back, he had said that the one who acted was that damn masked man. It was very likely Uchiha Madara from back then. Reminded by Makoto, Kushina's brow furrowed slightly. She voiced the matter. Uchiha Makoto's beautiful brows also furrowed slightly. A masked Uchiha? The two women pondered. The black-framed Naruto's big screen continued. Seriously, why are you crying again? Ino patted Sakura's back, a bit helpless. Then she looked at Naruto, about to speak. But she found that Naruto's attention wasn't on them. He seemed to be listening intently to something. Turning her head, she saw her father had already come to pick her up. Dad! Ino waved her small hand at Inoichi Yamanaka. Seeing this, Inoichi Yamanaka, whose expression had been somewhat gloomy, immediately broke into a brilliant smile. Ino. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto, then looked at his father. Is he concentrating on listening to Dad and their conversation? My dad's here too, Naruto, goodbye. Choji stomped his feet excitedly. If his dad came to pick him up, then they would definitely go to the snack street before going home. Well. Then I'll head back too, goodbye, Naruto. Shikamaru thought for a moment and did not extend an invitation. He knew that Naruto's identity seemed a bit sensitive, and even if nothing bad happened, it would definitely cause some trouble for his father. Naruto, I'm going back too. Ino hesitated for a moment, seeing that Shikamaru hadn't made a move. She naturally wouldn't act rashly either. Goodbye. Naruto smiled, waving at the three of them. Watching the three of them leave with their fathers, Naruto felt nothing in his heart. However, soon, Naruto's lips curved slightly again. Shikamaru's dad seems even smarter than Shikamaru. Those things he just said, he must have said them on purpose for me to hear, and he noticed me eavesdropping immediately. Looking at the backs of the three families, Naruto took a deep breath. This way, he could obtain useful information through the three of them. The feeling of being watched isn't as strong as before. Is it because Ino and their dad showed up? Naruto shook his head. Everything would wait until tomorrow. If he gained useful knowledge, Naruto planned to temporarily not use Shikamaru and the other two as a channel. Nara Shikaku. A very clever child, he knew I said it on purpose for him to hear. Inoichi Yamanaka. That's not the point, the point is, never mind, this child is indeed very outstanding. Akimichi Choza. Minato, you have an excellent child. Minato Namikaze, thank you, Choza-senpai. Uzumaki Kushina, did I tell you to speak? Minato. Ha ha ha. The half nine-tailed burst out laughing. This feeling, as expected of Kushina. If possible, the half nine-tailed would rather stay in Naruto's ceiling space. At least it wouldn't suffer. It's best to avoid provoking women of the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, once you offend them, heh. Naruto looked up at the sun. It's noon, time for lunch. Let's go see my... Ha? Sakura, why are you still here? The children who were playing earlier had all gone home to eat. Naruto hadn't noticed that Sakura had been standing behind him the whole time. As he was about to leave, she even grabbed the corner of his clothes. Thank you. Ino told me everything. Sakura's eyes were still a bit red, and she shyly thanked Naruto. Mei-chum, you should go back quickly too. Naruto smiled. All he wanted to do now was check if his trap had caught anything, hopefully a plump rabbit. Where are you going? Sakura saw that Naruto was really leaving and asked subconsciously. To eat lunch. Naruto said without looking back. Wait for me. Sakura quickly followed. Naruto frowned. Is something wrong? Looking at this white forehead girl with short pink hair and a red bow tied in it, Naruto still patiently asked. My mom and dad aren't home. They gave me a lot of money and told me to eat out by myself. I heard Ino say that you are very brave and strong, and very gentle to people. Because you don't have a mom and dad, you're always bullied by those bad people, but you're not afraid at all, and you even dare to fight back. Seeing Sakura, who was inexplicably excited, Naruto didn't deny anything. Thanks for the compliment. If there's nothing else, I really have to go, I'm hungry. I want to treat you to a meal. My house isn't far from Ichirako Ramen. I've seen you a few times from afar. And also, I know where to buy cheap and delicious food. Naruto stopped. Seeing this, Sakura added, can I also become as brave as you? You're going to treat me to lunch? Naruto didn't answer her, but turned back to ask. I'll also take you to a store that very few people know about. The owner of that store is very kind and won't bully people casually. Sakura's eyes lit up. Success. The things there are half the usual price, it's just that they can't be kept for too long. Naruto glanced at her, then left without looking back. Sakura stood there, a little disappointed. She really wanted to thank Naruto for letting her kick a soda can for the first time, for not bullying or mocking her, and for volunteering to be it for her. Just as Sakura's eyes were getting a little moist, a small hand waved in front of her. What are you standing around for? Follow me. 33 Chapter 33 Naruto's long-term meal tickets. No way? Sakura was stunned. She knew her own gaze too well. That look, no. Sasuke will be in our class in about half a month. Sakura, what are you doing? Suddenly, Sakura looked up. She saw Ino and Hanabi staring at her. And, Hinata, when did you wake up? Wait, Hinata, why does your gaze seem a bit resentful? Hinata, that. I didn't, it wasn't me. Oh no. Sakura's heart tightened. She quickly ran to the railing. Looking down, she saw Naruto grinning foolishly below. She could vaguely hear him and Neji talking. Ha ha. Neji, it seems Sakura falls for this kind of thing. Should I try it on Sakura too? Yeah, then Sakura will definitely be head over heels for me. Neji massaged his forehead with a wry smile. This guy, why does it feel like he's doing it on purpose? He was about to say a few good words for Hinata. Sakura's voice came from the stands. You idiot Naruto, give up. My heart belongs to Sasuke. Naruto's smile froze. Damn you, Sasuke. I challenge you to a fight. Smack. Neji couldn't take it anymore. He slapped him. Naruto, you're at it again. Quickly calm down. Neji's expression was serious. But that hit was a bit too hard. Naruto's eyes rolled back. Did I use that much force? Wait. Neji suddenly paused. During the comparison viewing, all offensive actions are prohibited. The rules established when the comparison viewing system first appeared echoed in his mind. I can barely activate my Byakugan, so why was I able to hit Naruto? The black frame world screen continued. Back mountain. Naruto, are we not there yet? Sakura was already panting heavily, her breathing rapid and labored. Little Naruto glanced back at her. We're here. As soon as he spoke, little Naruto stopped. Ouch. Sakura didn't react in time and bumped into little Naruto's back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sakura quickly apologized. But little Naruto didn't react. She quickly stepped forward, following little Naruto's gaze. She saw a pure white rabbit lying in the grass in front of them, its foot seemingly caught by something. Sakura covered her mouth and gasped. At that distance, she could clearly see the little white rabbit's heart beating faster due to nervousness. Naruto, it's so pitiful. Sakura said with some reluctance. Little Naruto looked back at her, but said nothing. Sakura lowered her head, not daring to speak carelessly again. Half an hour later. Wisps of cooking smoke rose. Grumble. Sakura's sad tears overflowed from the corners of her mouth. She swallowed with difficulty. It smells so good. Is it not ready yet, Naruto? Sakura. Damn it. Why am I so pathetic? Sakura, you're such a bother. Ino teased. Sakura's face instantly turned red. Hinata pouted, looking enviously at the Sakura on the screen. I was the first to discover Naruto's good qualities. Is this for me? Sakura's eyes widened. Looking at the half-roasted rabbit she held in her hands. This won't fill you up. We'll have to go back for more later. Little Naruto nodded, taking a bite of the roasted rabbit. It was perfect in color, aroma, and taste. It just lacked some vegetables. No matter, someone will treat them later. Of course, the most important thing was that shop with prices more than half off the usual. Seeing little Naruto eat with such relish, Sakura stopped being polite. Delicious. Sakura's eyes lit up. She had never eaten rabbit meat like this before. There was no trace of her earlier reluctance. She almost said, "Add more cumin." Before long, the two little ones had finished the roasted rabbit. Sakura still licked her lips, wanting more. "Do you like roasted meat from a picnic?" Little Naruto suddenly said. "Yes." Sakura quickly nodded in response. "Then let's go, that's enough for today." Little Naruto stood up and held out his hand. Sakura was startled for a moment, then shyly extended her small hand, placing it in little Naruto's. After pulling Sakura up, and confirming that the feeling of being monitored was very faint, little Naruto then lowered his voice slightly and said, "Shikamaru and the others should be very interested too. If you like it, we can often come here for picnics in the future." Sakura blinked. Ino will definitely like it, the environment here is very good. When we were in school, Ino even took us on a picnic, but it wasn't like yours, Naruto. Little Naruto's lips curved slightly. "Alright then, in a couple of days we'll come here together. I'll leave it to you to inform Ino and Shikamaru." "Okay." Sakura didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Senju Tobarama, good kid. Is he planning to use those little ones as long-term meal tickets? Mei Terumi. Second Hokage of Konoha, you're wrong. Little Naruto can provide skills, emotional support, and also take those little ones to play, fish, catch shrimp, and crabs. Mei Terumi. If I had a friend like that when I was little, I would absolutely not mind using my pocket money to buy ingredients and go on a picnic with him. Ino Yamanaka. That's right, Mizuki's big sister is correct. I'm sure that even the me in the black frame world would have no reason to refuse. Nara Shikamaru. It's troublesome, but if I can fish, I think I wouldn't refuse either. Akimichi Choji. If there's roasted meat to eat, then there's no problem at all. Sakura Haruno. So? I'm just a messenger? Ino wrapped an arm around Sakura. You were the first to taste black-framed Naruto's cooking, aren't you satisfied? Look how envious Hinata is. Saying this, Ino pulled Hinata closer. Hinata blushed, stammering that she wasn't. But who would believe her? However, after Ino's little commotion, the somewhat strange atmosphere from earlier disappeared. Wait, Ino-nichan, you seem to have said something wrong. The first one to taste black-framed Naruto and I's cooking shouldn't be. Hanabi's words were cut off by Ino before she could finish. It's not a person anyway. Ino said as if stating a fact. Tanzaku Quarters. Boss, I remember you also sell roasted rabbit here. Get one for me to try, and put plenty of cumin. It's best if it's roasted just like Naruto's in the black frame world. Oh, and bring a bottle of sake. Shizune, you have some too. There won't be any danger anyway. After little Naruto took Sakura away from the back mountain, they headed straight for Ichiraku Ramen. His money had long run out. During this time, he had been eating wild vegetables, roasted fish, snails, and so on. No matter how delicious, he would eventually get tired of it. He had just received money today, but little Naruto had other uses for it and didn't plan to spend too much. This was the first time someone had treated him to a meal. Little Naruto was still very happy, so he unhesitatingly chose Ichiraku Ramen. Yo, it's you, Naruto. At this time, the ramen shop was already empty, lunch hour had passed. Tsuchiya-san smiled kindly when he saw Naruto. Naruto, did you make a friend? Ayam, hearing the commotion, also poked her head out from the back kitchen. Yeah, Tsuchiya-san, a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Naruto said, sitting down with a somewhat reserved Sakura. Although her house wasn't far from here, Sakura had never eaten here before. Finally, she ordered the same ramen as little Naruto. Tsuchiya-san even added an extra poached egg for them. After the meal, Sakura rubbed her somewhat round belly, and led little Naruto through alley after alley. They finally stopped in front of a somewhat dilapidated shop. Little Naruto looked up. It was a shop that sold expiring food. No wonder it's so cheap. Thank you, Sakura. Little Naruto said solemnly. Sakura was taken aback by his serious demeanor and quickly waved her hands. Little Naruto smiled. He comforted her. It's okay, just don't walk with me in the future. Looking at Sakura's slightly reddened eyes, little Naruto felt a pang of pity. After all, she was with him, which was why she got caught up in the scolding. It was mainly to gain the trust of that scoundrel leader, otherwise, little Naruto would have long since picked up stones and thrown them at that group of people. Of course, although little Naruto would most likely endure now and in the future. But he would never forget, these hatreds and angers would accumulate little by little. When his wings were full in the future, he would make them all pay. No. I'm fine. Naruto, have you always been like this? It would have been better if he hadn't comforted her. As soon as he did, the insults and curses she had just heard immediately echoed in Sakura's mind. Little pearls of tears felt like they were worthless. Orochimaru. Hearing is always just hearing. Empathy is difficult. Orochimaru. Only by experiencing it can one truly understand Naruto-kun's feelings and know what kind of life he lives. 34 Chapter 34 Turning Point. Looking at the screen with the black frame, little Naruto gently wiped away her tears. Sakura admitted that at this moment, her heart fluttered a little. Coupled with the fact that she had changed her opinion of Naruto quite a bit after becoming teammates. Her impression score kept increasing. However, he was still far from Sasuke. Ino smacked her lips. Actually, Ino didn't have much feeling for Sasuke. She was a sucker for good looks, but Sasuke wasn't really her type. She only said she liked him to tease Sakura. And then, the pink-haired girl, who had always been a weak follower, suddenly became tough and even dared to declare war on her. This immediately ignited Ino's competitive spirit. Black-framed Naruto with long hair, he should be very handsome. Ino secretly nodded. That's right, that child is very similar to Minato. With long hair, he will definitely be very handsome. Yamanaka Rino showed a look of reminiscence. Mom, have you met Naruto's father? More than that, I also know Naruto's mother, Kushina. She was a very lively girl. Actually, when Kushina was little, she was also targeted by everyone. Hearing this, Ino rolled her eyes. Alright, Mom, when you say that, it makes me feel even more how disgraceful Konoha is under that old man's rule. By the way, Mom, what was that thing Aunt Kushina mentioned about the land of whirlpools? Yamanaka Rino was startled, not expecting Ino to ask such a question suddenly. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. As the wife of the head of the Yamanaka clan, one of Konoha's great ninja clans, she naturally knew many behind-the-scenes truths that many people did not. Her mouth twitched, then she sighed. This matter, speaking of which, what you just said, under the third Hokage's rule, Konoha is indeed a bit disgraceful. Mother and daughter were of one heart, and Ino felt something. Her eye twitched involuntarily, and she said, Mom, it couldn't be. Konoha was also involved, right? Yamanaka Rino nodded. Ino rolled her eyes again. Rotten Konoha. In response, Yamanaka Rino could only shake her head helplessly and lightly tap her daughter's forehead. The Ino Shikacho are directly affiliated with the Hokage, so many times, even if we don't want to, when it comes to sharing profits, we still get our share. It's also the third Hokage's investment to solidify our allegiance. Yamanaka Rino's meaning was very clear, and Ino was no longer a child, so she naturally understood. What else could she say? Finally, at Sakura's insistence, little Naruto returned home with a basket full of expired food. Sakura still felt it wasn't enough and wanted to take more, but little Naruto couldn't carry any more. Sakura patted her small chest and said, Don't worry, I have a lot of pocket money. So, little Naruto had an extra tail behind him. And the refrigerator in little Naruto's house was truly full for the first time. Expiring in about 10 days. With little Naruto's current appetite, finishing them within 10 days was no problem at all. Uzumaki Kushina. Thank you, Sakura, you're so cute. Sakura Haruno. No, auntie, you flatter me. Black-framed Naruto was very good, but he's being bullied by those people, and I can't stand to watch. In the Golden Frame world, Sakura also helped Naruto many times when they were children. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have liked Sakura so much. Hinata. Aunt Kushina. Aunt Kushina praised Sakura first? Woo-woo. Sakura looked at little Naruto's empty room and felt a little uneasy. But little Naruto was comforting her. For little Naruto, things were already very good now. If this trend continued, he would surely grow strong like those vegetable seedlings. The next day. In the morning, when little Naruto woke up, he noticed 2 books on the table. They looked quite thick. Little Naruto wasn't too surprised. He yawned and walked to the sink to wash up. He wasn't in a hurry. The books were there anyway, he'd look at them after washing up. In his perception, after the feeling of being monitored completely disappeared. Little Naruto brushed his teeth, mumbling, "Fox Demon, we're about to start a new chapter. Once I know most of the characters, I can get a lot of useful books through Shikamaru and the others." Gulp gulp. After washing up, little Naruto prepared his breakfast first. It was from the expired food he bought yesterday. There was a good amount of bread and milk. After warming it up slightly, he sat at the table, drinking milk and eating bread. Before his eyes were 2 thick books. One was The 50 Sounds and Characters. And the other was Will of Fire. Little Naruto flipped over. Will of Fire. To check, and the author was 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. 3rd Hokage. Saru. Hi. No rush, once I learn, I'll know that old man's name. Little Naruto took a deep breath. He calmed his somewhat excited emotions. When the book of the 50 Sounds and Characters appeared, little Naruto couldn't help but feel excited. He immediately flipped through it to read. Breakfast took half an hour. Afterward, little Naruto marked the parts he didn't understand with a pencil. We agreed on tomorrow. I'll take it tomorrow and let Shikamaru teach me. Shikamaru will definitely know. He didn't know why, even though Shikamaru seemed lazy and indifferent to everything, little Naruto instinctively believed that he would know these things. Orochimaru. That's great. We can consider this witnessing Black-framed Naruto's first turning point in life. Uchiha Izuna, this child is really good. If only he were from my Uchiha clan. Mei Terumi. If only he were from my hidden mist village and lived near my house. Anoki. If only he were from my Iwagakure and was Kuratsuchi's childhood friend. Kuratsuchi. 4th Raikage. If only he were from my. Uchiha Izuna started it. Everyone immediately followed suit. This made Naruto incredibly envious. However, he wasn't bad either. If he spoke, and if Kushina's voice didn't appear, someone would immediately invite him to defect from Konoha and join their village. The entire morning, little Naruto spent it studying. He planned to stay home all day. Yesterday's feeding of the old refrigerator came in handy today. On the other side, in the park, the 3 little ones gathered as usual. Sakura immediately told them what happened yesterday. Is that so? Shikamaru, what do you say? Choji rubbed his head. He was a little tempted, especially by Sakura's description of roasted rabbit, which made him swallow his saliva. Such a drag, but fishing is quite fun. You can play and sleep at the same time. Shikamaru shrugged. This is a real picnic. And an adventure. I want to go. I'll go home later and tell my mom to give me money. Ino's eyes showed a look of yearning. That's right, we won't let Naruto pay. I'll ask my mom for money later too. Shikamaru nodded. Sakura's words revealed a lot of information. Naruto was poor, but he had skills like catching shrimp and crabs, and he was very good at cooking. That was enough. Besides, it was just a few ingredients. For the 3 of them, their pocket money was actually sufficient. I'll just ask my mom to get meat from home. Choji said. Why do none of you ask your dads? Sakura was a little puzzled. The 3 little ones exchanged glances, then gave Sakura a look, letting her figure it out herself. Finally, the few of them lost the desire to continue playing. They were all discussing what to do and what to bring tomorrow. They were all very much looking forward to the outdoor activity proposed by little Naruto. Wait. Suddenly, Ino stopped everyone's discussion and looked at Sakura. Sakura, you just mentioned that you went home with Naruto, right? Sakura nodded. Ino waved her small hand. Then let's just go over there. No matter how much we discuss here, Naruto won't know. Isn't it better to just go find him? Makes sense. Choji nodded. I have no objections. Shikamaru had his hands in his pockets. Finally, the three of them looked at Sakura again. I. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Ino asked. Grumble. I'm a little hungry. 35 Chapter 35 Seizing every opportunity to absorb external nourishment. That's perfect. Ino thought it was something else. Perfect. We'll go try Naruto's cooking first. I'll go home and get some meat. Choji quickly said. Noon. Little Naruto put down his literacy book and took a sip of warm water. Time to eat. Let my brain digest the content a bit. He wasn't in a hurry, rushing often leads to mistakes. However, after a short while, he heard a knock on his door. Pushing open the door to check, he saw the four little ones standing outside. Naruto. Ino's lips curled into a slight smile. This is? Little Naruto was naturally a bit confused. Wasn't the gathering tomorrow? However, seeing the meat Shikamaru and Choji were holding, he roughly understood. He smiled and stepped aside, letting everyone in. With Shikamaru there, things would be easier. After entering, the three little ones looked around little Naruto's residence. They unconsciously compared it to their own homes. It was like night and day. Naruto, do you live here alone? Ino asked with a hint of pity. Little Naruto nodded, then took the bag Choji handed him. This was the first time little Naruto had seen so much meat, and it was very fresh. My dad knew I was coming, so he specially told me to bring this fresh meat. Naruto, I'm counting on you. When it came to food, Choji was extremely serious. Little Naruto was startled by Choji's demeanor. Then, how about I cook it the way I usually do? Soup and stir-fry? Of course. Choji's eyes lit up. I also prepared some vegetables. Little Naruto smiled and nodded, then went to the balcony to pick vegetables. The four followed him. They were all curious babies, asking questions left and right. Watching little Naruto busy on a chair. Ino and Sakura volunteered to help. Seeing this, Choji also didn't want to be left out. Shikamaru shrugged and was about to get a chair when little Naruto suddenly lowered his voice and said, Shikamaru, please help me look at the books on my table. I've marked the parts one don't understand. I think you should know. Hearing this, Shikamaru rolled his eyes at him. What a drag. Looking at Shikamaru's lazy back. Little Naruto smiled. There was no sign of refusal, nor did he ask what kind of books they were. This also indirectly showed that Shikamaru was confident he could help him. Thinking this, the smile on little Naruto's face became unstoppable. Of course, it also indirectly proved that Shikamaru's family definitely had many books. Naruto, how do you do this? Ino's voice came. Ah, that's so nice. I wish I had a childhood like that. Ino hugged Hinata, a little envious. Hinata also showed a look of envy. If our Naruto here was also so handsome and amazing, that would be great. Looking at how things are in the Black Frame world, I think we'll be together often in the future. Saying this, Ino also comforted Hinata. It's okay, Hinata, maybe you'll be with us too then? Just wait a bit, when winter comes, it'll be your time to shine. Hearing this, Hinata lowered her head slightly. Would Naruto still save her? He already had so many friends, he probably wouldn't wander around, would he? It wasn't surprising that Hinata would worry. After all, this black-framed Naruto gave her the feeling of being too intelligent. It even overshadowed the excitement gold-framed Naruto brought her. On second thought, Hinata's cheeks flushed again. Such a smart Naruto, he'll definitely discover my little crush, what should I do? Afternoon, Choji rubbed his round belly and gave little Naruto a thumbs up. Then he lay on the ground without any regard for his image. So full and comfortable. Naruto, who taught you all this? Choji couldn't help but ask. This taste was no worse than any delicacy he had ever eaten anywhere else. Little Naruto smiled and poured everyone a drink. Tucci, I usually ask Tucci when I go to Ichirako Ramen. Tucci said that once you master one cooking skill, mastering others becomes one method opens all methods. Oh, I see. Choji rubbed his head, not quite understanding what that meant. In the kitchen, Ino and Sakura were washing dishes. Little Naruto initially refused, but Ino insisted on showing off, so he let her. Naruto, did you learn all this in one morning? Shikamaru put down the literacy book, looking at little Naruto with some surprise. Was it slow? Little Naruto came over and sat down. No, it's just that you're too diligent. I finished reading it, I can teach you now. For the rest of the time, Ino and the other two saw little Naruto and Shikamaru studying with such enthusiasm that they also joined in. At an age when they should have been playing, little Naruto led them all to study. And the four little ones' little teacher was undoubtedly Shikamaru, who had already finished studying. Senju Tobarama, the Nara clan's boy, is as intelligent as ever. Nara Shikaku. Lord Tobarama, you flatter me. Hearing the comments in the chat room, Temari glanced at the lazy Shikamaru beside her. She shook her head helplessly. This guy was still so unmotivated. However, looking at Naruto on the large black frame screen, Temari frowned slightly. Will the future still unfold like this? Temari remembered meeting Uzumaki Naruto when she first arrived in Konoha. At the time, she only thought he was a harmless little blonde. But now, it seemed this blonde's threat was not small. He also had a great fox with equal combat power to Shikaku living inside him. The five of them studied together until sunset. Not returning home all day would inevitably worry their families. So, Shikamaru took Choji and Ino and left first. Shikamaru, I'll trouble you to bring me some books tomorrow. But, hide them first, I don't want those guys to know. Little Naruto whispered to Shikamaru. Every time the feeling of being watched temporarily disappeared, little Naruto would tell Shikamaru some things. After Shikamaru connected these scattered pieces of information, he obtained surprising information. However, he also stated that he was powerless regarding little Naruto's current situation. Little Naruto smiled at this. He also knew his identity was somewhat special, so he naturally wouldn't force newly acquainted friends. He just asked Shikamaru to go back and ask his father if he could bring him books. After seeing off the three little ones, little Naruto returned home. He saw Sakura standing there, looking a bit embarrassed. Your mom and dad aren't home yet, are they? Little Naruto proactively asked. Sakura nodded weakly. Then stay for dinner, and I'll walk you home afterward. Little Naruto naturally wouldn't let her leave like this. No matter what, the fully stocked refrigerator was the work of the pink-haired girl in front of him. Thank you. Sakura pursed her lips and quickly said thanks. Little Naruto waved his hand and turned to busy himself in the kitchen. Sakura followed him like a shadow, coming in to help. With Ino and the other two gone, the two of them were quieter. After dinner, little Naruto walked Sakura home. On the way, the moment he sensed the feeling of being watched disappear, little Naruto leaned in close and whispered. Sakura, for tomorrow's picnic, please bring me some books. Any books are fine, not many, 1 or 2 will be enough. If possible, I'll also trouble you in the future, Sakura. I still have 20,000 Ryo on me, but I also asked Shikamaru, so I can only give you 10,000 Ryo for now. Saying this, little Naruto placed an envelope into Sakura's pocket. Huh? Oh, okay. Feeling the warm breath little Naruto exhaled as he spoke, the little pink-haired girl blushed. But in an instant, little Naruto pulled back. We're here. You didn't forget your key, did you? 36 Chapter 36 The leaky little cotton-padded jacket, darkness quietly descends. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, summer has passed. On the day of the winter solstice, black-framed Naruto walked Ino home. Normally, don't you go home with Shikamaru and the others? Black-framed Naruto was quite helpless about Ino occasionally asking him to walk her home. He couldn't help it, she gave him too much. What does it matter? Don't you often walk Sakura home too? Saying that, Ino took black-framed Naruto's hand. How about I bring you another book tomorrow? It's about history, and I finally managed to buy it. I never knew before that history books were so expensive and hard to find. Inoichi Yamanaka. Uzumaki Naruto. The old father saw this scene and immediately turned red with anger. Naruto shrunk his neck. Uncle, that's not me, I'm here. Inoichi Yamanaka. No need to explain. Inoichi Yamanaka, without another word, threw off Akimichi Choza and Nara Shikaku's hands, climbed onto the railing, and was about to jump down. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he remembered that he couldn't use chakra now. He immediately climbed back and ran down the stairs. Dad, where are you going? Ino looked at Inoichi Yamanaka hurrying downstairs, a little confused. It's nothing, I'm going down for some fresh air. Inoichi Yamanaka said without looking back. Ino and her mother exchanged glances, then both smiled at the same time. Look how anxious he is. That's his counterpart in the black frame world, not himself in this world. If anyone should be anxious, it's him in that world. Senju Tobarama, have all historical records been banned? Anoki. Isn't that normal? Mei Terumi. No wonder those villagers seemed to know nothing, it turns out books were banned. Mabui. That's true. If these real events were known to the public, Konoha's third Hokage might find it difficult to maintain internal stability. Shio. Humph. If you ask me, the matter of Konoha's white fang was definitely also concealed. Shio. Damn you, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If it weren't for you, you dead monkey, this old woman would have definitely avenged her son and daughter-in-law. Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto seems to have grown taller again, Rino Nichin, thank you. Ino Yamanaka. Mom says, you're welcome. Yamanaka Rino wasn't in the chat room. So Ino sent the message on her behalf. Uzumaki Kushina. It's little Ino, I think your mom won't refuse this marriage proposal. Ino. Aunt Kushina, don't continue this topic. Also, why did it suddenly jump to marriage? Ino felt a chill down her spine. She didn't need to think, it must be Hinata's gaze. That little girl's face was practically screaming resentment. Ino Yamanaka. Aunt Kushina, Hinata definitely won't refuse. Uzumaki Kushina. Is that so? Hinata, are you there? You haven't said anything, I thought you weren't in this chat room. Hyuga Hinata. I am. Ino looked back at Hinata, whose face was completely red, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A slight smile played on her lips, this little girl was quite fun. So she leaned over and whispered a few words. Hinata's head immediately started steaming. Black-framed Naruto suddenly stopped. In the past few days, the feeling of being watched wasn't very strong. Sometimes, no one even came to watch him for half a day. And the atmosphere in the village seemed a bit off. Every time black-framed Naruto walked Sakura or Ino home, he would pay attention to his surroundings. Today's atmosphere seemed very wrong. Snow, it's snow. Naruto, it's already snowing. Ino looked at the snowflakes suddenly falling from the sky. She was as excited as a child. She pulled black-framed Naruto and ran quickly, her laughter, like silver bells, constantly echoing. Black-framed Naruto raised his hand and caught a falling snowflake. It landed in his palm and quickly melted. It's snowing, the first snow of winter. After a moment of silence, black-framed Naruto looked up and softly said, "Go home quickly, remember to wear warmer clothes tomorrow." Ino turned her head, looking at black-framed Naruto with a beaming smile. However, Ino soon noticed that the smile on black-framed Naruto's face seemed to be slowly disappearing. "What are you looking at?" Ino waved her hand in front of black-framed Naruto's face. Seeing that black-framed Naruto didn't react, she quickly followed his gaze. "Ah!" Ino screamed and quickly hid behind black-framed Naruto. Black-framed Naruto frowned and shielded Ino behind him. "Who's there?" He looked at the distant alley with a wary expression. It was very dark there. But a tall figure could vaguely be seen. In the darkness, that person's eyes were fixed on them. A cold light gleamed in their eyes. Not good. Inoichi Yamanaka stopped. As a doting father, he panicked immediately upon seeing this scene. The people watching also couldn't help but worry about black-framed Naruto and Ino. Such an environment, such an atmosphere, suddenly felt like watching a horror movie. However, to everyone's surprise, "Ino, why aren't you home yet at this late hour?" As that figure continuously approached. Black-framed Naruto shielded Ino and continuously retreated. Until the person in the darkness spoke. Ino was startled, then, she peeked out from behind black-framed Naruto. "Dad? Dad?" Black-framed Naruto was also startled. When the person in the darkness slowly walked out of the alley, and the faint light fell upon him. Black-framed Naruto finally confirmed that this was indeed Ino's father. This gaze, it has malice, but it seems different from all the malice he's felt before, and it doesn't make him feel very uncomfortable. Instead, it made black-framed Naruto feel inexplicably awkward. "Honestly. Dad, why were you hiding there? And you wouldn't even make a sound." As Ino breathed a sigh of relief, she glared angrily at her father. Inoichi Yamanaka's eyelid twitched. He hadn't intended to speak, but he couldn't resist walking out of the alley and staring at the two of them in the end. "It's your dad? You really scared me." Yamanaka Rino patted her chest, still a little scared. Exactly, it was terrifying. Ino rolled her eyes at Inoichi Yamanaka's retreating back. "Is it coming?" Hyuga Niji narrowed his eyes slightly. The first snow of that winter. He still clearly remembered every detail even now. "Go home quickly." Inoichi Yamanaka shook his head helplessly, suppressing the urge to give the little blonde a good beating. He still had a mission to complete. Got it, Ino said grumpily. Then she pulled black-framed Naruto and quickly walked through the somewhat dim street. Black-framed Naruto, however, frowned at this moment. Ino's dad, and Shikamaru's dad, and Choji's dad, the three families seem to have a very good relationship. Choji even told me that their three families are Konoha's famous Ino Shika's Cho. Ino Yamanaka, Nara Shika, Akimichi Cho. It seems their status and position in Konoha should not be low. Ino's dad's expression just now seemed a bit off. Did something happen? 37 Chapter 37 The Guide Naruto with Black Frames, Kyomogakure's Overt Scheme. See you tomorrow. Mum. There's a celebration tomorrow, we'll come find you. After saying goodbye to Ino, young Naruto didn't return the way he came. Instead, he took a detour. There was no helping it, to be honest, young Naruto was a little scared by what had just happened. Ino's dad's gaze seemed to hold some resentment. Ha ha ha. Okimichi Choza had no intention of holding back. Senju Hashirama, this child is calm in the face of adversity. Uzumaki Nido, he's nothing like Kushina. Uzumaki Nido, but that's what makes black-framed Naruto so terrifying. Nara Shikako sighed. Black-framed Naruto is too much like Minato in his youth. What Inoichi fears most is definitely going to happen. Although there were many factors at play back then, the fact is, in just one night, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's only candidate was taken by Minato. Akimichi Choza patted Nara Shikaku's shoulder. It's alright, their children will still be pigs in the future, right? Look, Ino's hair color is also very similar to Naruto's, isn't it? That's not what I'm worried about. Nara Shikaku waved his hand. The third Hokage in the Black Frame world couldn't possibly not know about this. But he didn't step in to stop us. Plus, the third Hokage's, to Naruto. I'm worried that in the Black Frame world, besides the Hyuga, our three families will also be included. What? Akimichi Choza blinked. It's nothing. Seeing his friend like this, Nara Shikaku could only shake his head and give a wry smile. I'll just listen to you then. Akimichi Choza laughed carelessly again. Of course, Akimichi Choza wasn't completely oblivious. With Shikaku there, if he himself could figure it out, how could his friend not? On the way back, young Naruto noticed that all the ninja monitoring him seemed to have disappeared. He frowned slightly, his intuition told him something big was about to happen. There's a celebration tomorrow, this shouldn't be the situation. Fox Demon, I want to go take a look. If my life is in danger, you absolutely must not abandon me. He murmured. Whoosh. The next instant, young Naruto leaped high. Standing on the rooftop, the cold wind grew even fiercer. He didn't know when, but it seemed he had become as light as a swallow. Although he couldn't use this skill for long, for the current situation, it was enough. He had also asked Shikamaru. Shikamaru was very surprised at the time. This was a power one could only possess after refining chakra. Ninja were so powerful precisely because they could refine and use chakra. Young Naruto was silent for a long time then. It seems I am indeed very special. But ever since the day I first moved out, that comfortable power has never appeared again. However, I'm certain that it must be the Fox Demon's power. Night. Young Naruto, like a ghost, constantly darted across the rooftops. His small body was hidden by the night. The people below didn't notice young Naruto at all. Not even the ninja. At the same time, in the Hokage office, Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe. Looking at the Umbu ninja in front of him, he said calmly, "How is it?" "Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Naruto is still the same as usual." "Then it's fine. You don't need to watch Naruto for now, the child has deeply understood the importance of the will of fire. Manpower is short recently, so you go with them to guard the edge of the barrier." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The Umbu ninja responded, then used the body flicker technique to leave. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked out the window. 2 days ago, the Hidden Cloud Village sent people over. Hiruzen Sarutobi had to treat it with caution, otherwise, a single oversight could very likely lead to war between the two villages. Konoha had not yet recovered from the Nine-Tails rampage and was not suitable for war. Otherwise, the other 3 great ninja villages would be like cats smelling fish, all running over to join the fun. Strange, logically speaking, the Hidden Cloud Village and Iwagakure should also be severely weakened. Shouldn't they be pretending nothing happened, with their national strength still intact? Yet now they're actively sending people to sign an alliance agreement? Let's first see what their objective is. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe, then suddenly thought of something and chuckled softly. The fourth Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village is still too young, hee. If this trick worked, your father wouldn't have had to swallow his pride back then. A moment later, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke to the shadow in the corner. Don't stop that Kumogakure ninja leader, see what he wants to do. However, I don't want any accidents at tomorrow's celebration. Yes. Whoosh. Ino Yamanaka. I knew it, as soon as that old thing appears, nothing good ever happens. Mei Terumi. Little sister Ino, you're right, as soon as the Konoha third Hokage appears, bad things immediately happen. Fuga Niji. Damn you, third Hokage. Orochimaru. Hiruzen-sensei, come out and say something, everyone's waiting for you. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eye twitched. At the time, he had merely thought that the fourth Raikage, having just taken office, was young and impetuous, acting somewhat rashly. He even wanted to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. He never expected that the envoy sent by the other party would be so incompetent. He was killed by Hyuga Hayashi in less than one exchange. Moreover, Kumogakure still dared to send people to negotiate based on this, with a very strong attitude. An envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village had been used before. At that time, the third Raikage could only swallow his pride. Ultimately, it was because Konoha had too few high-level combatants at the time. Whoosh! Young Naruto jumped down from the rooftop. He landed at his doorstep. He had gone a long way around and found no abnormalities. However, when passing through the territories of the great ninja clans, young Naruto sensed ninja guarding them from afar. This situation is very wrong. However, it's not something I can get involved in right now. Otherwise, I would have to lead those people to that old bastard's family. Young Naruto untied his scarf and looked at the sky. Time to sleep, I just need to be more careful tomorrow. Early to bed and early to rise was already a good habit. Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen. Look. I told you, you should have given the Jinchuriki to me. Niji closed his eyes in pain. What's wrong, Niji? Naruto noticed Niji's emotional change and asked subconsciously. Niji took a deep breath, calming his inner emotions. It's tomorrow. That taboo mark will be placed on my forehead. Tomorrow, on the day Konoha holds its celebration ceremony. The then innocent Niji still didn't know the cruel reality. After finishing his training, he saw the lively scene outside and planned to go out and play. But he was taken to the dojo by his father, and then the main family members, his paternal uncle and grandfather, applied the caged bird seal to him. On the other side, inside the Hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage was silent for a moment. Fourth Raikage. Because of my father, the Hidden Cloud Village was able to preserve its fighting strength. In those years, we constantly sent people out to harass other countries. Fourth Raikage. We fought many skirmishes with Konoha for many years, and we were actually reaching our limit. The fourth Raikage suddenly laughed. Fourth Raikage. That's right, I said it, none of the 5 great ninja villages should criticize each other, but our Hidden Cloud Village is different. Fourth Raikage. When it comes to schemes, we are always open and above board. That ninja leader sent to Konoha was our overt scheme. Fourth Raikage. It was to take advantage of your weakness, find an excuse, and openly extort you, and incidentally see what kind of attitude the so-called number 1 ninja village would display. Even if that ninja leader sent hadn't died. But you Konoha people dared to lay hands on an envoy from our Hidden Cloud Village? What does that mean? I came to sign a peace treaty, and you actually attacked an envoy? In short, whether he died or not, this matter cannot be settled like this. Hand over the perpetrator. Otherwise, a small-scale war will turn into a large-scale war. 38 Chapter 38 Hinata's Undeserved Misfortune. Humph. Danzo Shimura snorted coldly. Danzo Shimura. That's because Hiruzen is too weak. Danzo Shimura. So, if I had become Hokage back then, none of these messes would have happened. Danzo Shimura. Without my root organization, with Hiruzen's character, Konoha would only be more pathetic than it is now. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shut up. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared, his face red with anger. And then he was silenced. However, what followed made Hiruzen Sarutobi even angrier. Anoki. Damn the darkness of Konoha, although you are disgusting and make people want to tear you to pieces, I have to admit that your existence has indeed made Konoha's threat much greater. Mei Terumi. Of course, all in all, the cons outweigh the pros. Fourth Raikage. Agreed. Raza, Danzo is correct. Raza, for the village, one should use any means necessary. Senju Tobarama. So all of you are so poor you can't even make ends meet. Raza. Shio. Damn the second Hokage of Konoha, damn Tsunade. If it weren't for Tsunade, during the Second Great Ninja War, the hidden sand village would never have fallen into decline. Tsunade. TCH, old hag, that's how war is. Are you still naive enough to think your poisons are invincible? Tsunade. What? You're allowed to poison and kill people, but we're not allowed to resist, detoxify, or kill you. Tsunade. Are only your people human? Are we not human? Senju Tobarama, Tsunade. You really are in the chat room. Why didn't you reply to Grandpa earlier? Senju Hashirama, she truly is my granddaughter, haha. Inside the chat room, it was once again in chaos. The next day. Early in the morning, little Naruto was woken up by the sounds of children playing in the streets. After a quick wash-up. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on his door. He opened the door to see. Ino and Sakura had already arrived. Both were bundled up tightly, their exposed little faces red from the cold. Naruto. Ino reached out and touched little Naruto's face. A cold sensation spread, and little Naruto instinctively recoiled. He then smiled and invited them into his home. Soon, Shikamaru and Shoji also arrived. Today was very lively. Little Naruto went out with the 4 little ones. Before long, he saw a man with a headscarf tied around his head. His forehead protector was completely different from that of a Konoha ninja. Upon seeing this person, Hyuga Hayashi sighed. The appearance of this person was the turning point for the Hyuga clan's destiny, marking its beginning of decline. In reality, there were very, very few members of the Hyuga main family. One could even say it was just Hyuga Hayashi and his 2 daughters, along with a few elderly elders. Therefore, almost the entire Hyuga clan consisted of branch family members. The caged bird seal seemingly firmly restrained the branch family. However, it actually protected the entire Hyuga clan. Outside, there was no need to worry about losing one's life due to coveting the Byakugan. Inside, apart from the small handful of people from the clan leader's lineage, everyone else was the same. However, the Hyuga clan was indeed a family with clear hierarchies. It was precisely because of the caged bird seal that the Hyuga clan was able to preserve its strength and survive intact until now. But it was also because of the caged bird seal, coupled with the 3rd Hokage's incompetence, that things began to change when Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Hayashi's brother, became a scapegoat. Within the clan, they were suppressed by the main family; within the village, they were suppressed by those in power. They seemed to see their future mirroring that of the Uchiha. Adding to that the constant warfare. Most clans were experiencing a generational gap in new talent. Let alone civilian ninja? The Sarutobi clan, though formerly a prominent clan, would never have been as vast as it is now. It wasn't until after the Uchiha clan's annihilation that the Sarutobi clan's inadvertently exposed strength made ninja from various great clans suddenly realize the truth. But it was too late. Aside from that ninja, no other special discoveries were made. Afterward, led by Ino, little Naruto tasted many snacks he had never eaten before. Although he would still receive glares or be driven away. But for the most part, when Ino stepped forward, the vendors would still accept the transaction. Night fell. The children, having played all day, were tired. Before saying goodbye, Ino touched little Naruto's nape with her cold little hand. Hiss. That chilling sensation, anyone who has experienced it knows. Dad told me that these next few days, Shikamaru, Shoji, and I will be learning the basics of our family's secret techniques. Shikamaru said it's chakra control. I forgot the rest, but I'll teach you once I learn it. Don't always bury yourself in studies, you need to relax sometimes too. Watching Ino suddenly drop her playful smile and become serious in earnest. Little Naruto also cooperatively showed a serious expression and nodded. Only then did Ino say contentedly. Well then, see you in a few days. Oh, and don't get a haircut. I think your long hair looks really good. I think so too. Little Naruto replied with a smile, then waved goodbye to the 4 little ones. Night. Inside the Konoha Inn. The Cloud Village envoy stood by the window, looking at the still brightly lit streets. A cold sneer played on his lips. For the village. Swoosh. The moment the words fell, the Cloud Village envoy vanished from his spot. Not long after he left, an Umbu ninja appeared from behind a distant tree. Go report to Hokage-sama first. Swoosh. Immediately after, he also followed Hiruzen Sarutobi's order, not stopping the Cloud Village envoy immediately, but instead going to report the situation first. Before long, in the Hokage's office. Heading in the direction of the Hyuga? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly. Go take a look. What is Kumobakure trying to pull? Unable to figure it out immediately, Hiruzen Sarutobi simply stopped thinking and decided to go see for himself. On the other side, in the Hyuga clan compound, Hyuga Hinata was sound asleep. A shadowy figure appeared beside her. Humph. Such weak defenses, is this what Konoha, what the Hyuga, are all about? This person was none other than the Cloud Village envoy. He narrowed his eyes slightly. No cursed seal, a main family member, a Byakugan that can be transplanted. Without hesitation, he picked up the small Hinata and turned to run. However, just as he was about to leave the Hyuga clan compound, a figure had already been waiting for a long time. Today was the day Niji was to receive the caged bird seal, and coupled with Konoha holding a festival, the defenses had become lax. He never expected that someone would take advantage of the loophole. Of course, Hyuga Hayashi was also very puzzled as to who would dare to infiltrate the Hyuga clan. P.S. Due to the special nature of the Byakugan, there was a long-standing prohibition against using the Byakugan in the village under non-special circumstances. Otherwise, everyone's secret techniques would be seen by them. When he saw the person's appearance, veins bulged on Hyuga Hayashi's forehead, and blood vessels protruded around his eyes, unconsciously activating his Byakugan. Someone actually intended to abduct his own daughter. Clearly, this was an attempt to steal the Byakugan. Because the person was wearing a black mask, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't immediately recognize him. Bang! To Hyuga Hayashi's surprise, the person didn't change direction and flee upon seeing him. Instead, he charged straight forward. Hyuga Hayashi unhesitatingly unleashed a palm strike. However, something else unexpected happened to Hyuga Hayashi. With a single blow, this despicable thief was directly sent flying backward. Hyuga Hayashi was certain that he had only used the gentle fist, not intending to kill with one strike. Yet, the opponent was directly sent flying, blood oozing from beneath his black mask, and then, his neck twisted, and he died. Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward and removed the black mask. He was immediately stunned. Isn't this the envoy from the hidden Cloud Village who came to sign the alliance agreement? Suddenly, Hyuga Hayashi sensed something and abruptly turned his head to look. Third. Hokage-sama. 39 Chapter 39 Tobarama Senju was so angry he cried. What a coincidence! It must be related to that old man. Whoosh! Under the cover of night, a nimble figure quickly melted into the darkness. Not long after, Naruto-kun returned home. He took off the stealth suit he got from Sakura, put it in a box, and hid it under his bed. There, if I remember correctly, it should be the Hyuga clan. The one who was just killed, no, who fell to his death, seemed to be the Cloud Village envoy I saw today. Naruto-kun kept adjusting his breathing. Finally, he ran to the bathroom to wash his face and calm down. It was his first time seeing a dead person. He felt a bit uncomfortable, but at the same time, extremely excited. This made him not dare to linger. Moreover, that old man was Konoha's strongest, and Naruto-kun wasn't confident he could hide for long. In reality, Naruto-kun didn't know that the feeling of being watched he usually perceived, besides Umbu Ninja, also came from Hiruzen Sarutobi using a crystal ball to monitor him. Orochimaru. Naruto-kun isn't entirely wrong in saying that. Fuga Niji. So it was all because of you. Third Hokage. Senju Tobarama, a crystal ball? Senju Tobarama, was it a product left behind when the barrier was set up back then? Senju Tobarama, I remember using this crystal ball makes it very easy to be discovered. Tsunade. So it was left by second grandfather, huh? Your reputation is really terrible. P.S. Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama are both grandfathers. Using first grandfather and second grandfather makes it easier to distinguish. Tsunade. That old man, he loves to use it to peep into the women's bathhouse, just bullying commoners for not having chakra or sensory abilities. Tsunade. Including the Jiraiya you just cursed, the thing he wants most is that crystal ball. Tsunade's voice fell. Konoha instantly erupted. The women whispered amongst themselves. No need to say what they were talking about. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face changed drastically. However, due to his status, and Jiraiya's status, Konoha's civilian women, even with resentment, dared not curse them in such a public setting. After all, his disciple, the legendary Sannin, deeply inherited his ways. They both specifically chose civilian women to peep at. How many commoners in Konoha didn't know them? How could they dare to get angry at ninja of this caliber? Senju Tobarama, absurd. Senju Tobarama, monkey. You immediately destroy that crystal ball. Senju Tobarama was furious. Every time he thought his lineage couldn't get any worse, having already been cursed once. But each time, new scandals would be exposed. In the Pure Land world, Senju Tobarama's eyes were a little moist. He was truly crying from anger. He had fought wars for so many years, suffered so many injuries, shed so much blood. He had never shed a tear. Now, even after death, he was forced to cry from anger because of his own decision from back then. He couldn't take it anymore. Senju Tobarama immediately went into output mode. Senju Hashirama was stunned. He had rarely seen his younger brother in such a furious state. Most of the time, his younger brother had always been very calm. Just hearing Senju Tobarama's voice, even his old rival Uchiha Izuna quieted down. Someone started a fight? Kushina immediately followed. And seeing his wife, who had been silent for a long time, speak up. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath. He didn't want to be separated from his wife and child even in death. So, he suddenly joined the chorus of condemnation against Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato Namikaze, 3rd. Old monkey, you big idiot. All the dead? Senju Tobarama, 4th Hokage, don't speak yet. Uzumaki Kushina. Shut up. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha. Senju Tobarama, big brother, you too, shut up first. Unsurprisingly, they were muted again. However, with them starting it, plus the heads of the 4 great ninja villages in the chat room, who also spoke up with their respective kage. On Konoha's side, voices condemning Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya also emerged. Most of them were women. Hiruzen Sarutobi pulled down the brim of his Hokage hat, originally thinking he had already lost all face. It turned out he still had plenty of face to lose. The Sarutobi clan members hadn't dared to show their faces until now. That crystal ball, it can monitor me? Wait, it can also peep into women's bathhouses? How enviable. Slap. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, he felt a chill down his spine. Immediately after, he was slapped on the back of his head. Niji. I was joking. Naruto's face turned red, and he still wanted to argue. However, he looked back. The person who struck him was not Hyuga Niji after all, but Inoichi Yamanaka, with an unfriendly expression. Naruto, you actually envy this kind of behavior? Do you believe? Never mind, I won't ask. Inoichi Yamanaka took a deep breath. Then Inoichi Yamanaka's voice echoed in the chat room. Inoichi Yamanaka. Kushina, Naruto said he was a little envious. Uzumaki Kushina. My Naruto. Whoa whoa. Senior Inoichi, hit him. Uzumaki Naruto. No, Mom, I was joking. Uzumaki Naruto. Right. The whispers in my mind are making me have these dirty and disgusting emotions, I'm fighting against them. Ah. And so. The originally somewhat solemn and tense atmosphere was broken by Naruto. However, as a price. He was spanked by Inoichi Yamanaka in front of everyone. Buzz. Naruto-kun looked up at himself in the mirror. For a moment, he was completely stunned. His originally sapphire blue eyes, at this moment, had turned a strange crimson. However, it didn't last long. Fox demon? Is it because I saw a bloody scene? Or is it because my emotions fluctuated too violently just now? Naruto-kun was stunned for a long while. Then he began to review. The feeling just now wasn't strong, but the appearance of that power still made me feel very comfortable. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales' eyes also glowed with a faint red light. The seal is getting looser and looser. While the brat hasn't learned the chakra refining technique yet, let some more chakra leak out. On the other side. After Hiruzen Sarutobi learned the details of the incident, his face was terrifyingly grim. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi glanced at the girl in his arms, and finally, knelt on one knee before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand. No need for this, just dispose of the body. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned and left with a grim expression. The Yambu ninja also realized that things seemed to be getting out of control and quickly took the body on the ground away. After the two left, Hyuga Hayashi slowly stood up, holding Hinata. It seems this matter won't end so simply. An old voice sounded from behind him. Hyuga Hayashi handed Hinata to the old thing's arms. I will handle it. With that, Hyuga Hayashi glanced at Hinata, who was still sound asleep. Then, he silently walked towards the dojo. Father. Seeing what had happened in the past, Hinata's heart ached. Sister, did father do something wrong? Didn't that person try to kidnap you, sister? Hanabi was very smart, but not yet at the point where she could easily understand these things. Hinata shook her head, clutching Hanabi's small hand tightly. Hyuga Hayashi, meanwhile, sat in the waiting room, sighing helplessly. He had planned to wait for Niji here, and then stage a scene of "there were too many people outside just now." And then hand Niji the letter left by Hyuga Hizashi. It's just, not taking it out early or late, but specifically when Niji revealed the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal in front of numerous ninja leaders from other villages and daimyo, was a bit thought-provoking. The subsequent events were simple. That night, the heads of the major ninja clans were summoned for a meeting. It was a celebration during the day, but suddenly an emergency meeting at night. These clan heads guessed that it was most likely related to the envoy sent by Kumogakure. However, when they arrived at the meeting room, what they saw was the corpse of the Cloud Village envoy. Regardless of the reason, two nations at war do not execute envoys. The clan heads' hearts sank to rock bottom. Even if the other party made a mistake, they could have been captured. The current situation was very bad, especially since the other party represented Kumogakure. Everyone, please sit. 40 Chapter 40 Hinata, huh? I'd become the new Nabekage? It's my fault. Hyuga Hayashi confessed. The clan heads exchanged glances. Let's fight, there's nothing else to say. Otherwise, we'll just wait for those Kumogakure thieves to twist the truth and then demand an exorbitant price. Inazuka Tsum slammed her hand on the table. Then she looked at everyone, her face filled with ferocity. Konoha has suffered many losses recently, but it's just Kumogakure. Are we really afraid of them? The two advisors kept their faces down, remaining silent. Danzo, too, was uncharacteristically quiet. This matter could be big or small. Moreover, knowing Hiruzen as they did, the three of them were sure he had already come up with a disgusting countermeasure. The Jinchuriki matter had just settled down, and they couldn't be bothered to talk about this. Anyway, the old monkey wouldn't listen, so what was the point of talking? Besides, the Cloud Village envoy was being watched by Yarambu ninja, yet something like this still happened. Ha! Danzo sneered inwardly. Once Hiruzen Sarutobi mishandled this matter, he would have a reason to once again challenge for the Hokage position. Fourth Raikage. They're quite skilled at infighting. Fourth Raikage. If only we had known, our demands should have been even more excessive back then, ha ha ha. At this moment, hearing the Fourth Raikage's voice, many in Konoha showed anger. But in an instant, it was as if they were deflated balloons. The guy was speaking the truth. Frustrating. It was truly frustrating. Following such a Hokage, they would never get ahead in this life. Uchihamadara, Hashirama, please continue your forced smile. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha. Senju Hashirama, I am already dead. Humph. Senju Tobarama's eye twitched. How could this be? These guys actually made Big Brother start looking for excuses. If he were to ask, Uchiha Izuna would definitely reply without hesitation, of course, it's because there's no virtue or ability. Calm down, Sun, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Inoichi Yamanaka said. The matter hasn't been confirmed yet, but please, everyone, prepare for war. Nara Shikaku took a deep breath. He knew something would happen, but he didn't expect it to be this. At this time, no one mentioned why Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't had the Umbu keep a closer eye on the Cloud Village envoy. Hyuga Hayashi sat in his seat, his expression somewhat grim. For the Hyuga, it was indeed an unprovoked disaster. Humph. It's just Kumogakure. If we work together, repelling them won't be difficult. The only difficulty lies in the attitudes of the other three great ninja villages. Uchiha Fugaku said, arms crossed, looking at everyone. Subsequently, the heads of the various ninja clans expressed their attitudes. Fight. Of course, they had to fight. Not fighting meant admitting defeat, didn't it? If other villages found out, wouldn't anyone be able to pull this stunt in Konoha in the future? Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the head of the table, silently taking a few puffs from his pipe. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on him. Let's leave this matter here for now. I have sent a hawk to relay the full story, and I believe we will receive a reply from Kumogakure in a few days. Everyone, before this matter is confirmed, do not spread any rumors. I will have the Umbu advise civilians to minimize their time outdoors, so that in case of an emergency, they can evacuate to shelters immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly stood up. Dismiss. After speaking, he didn't give anyone else a chance to ask questions. With one hand behind his back and the other holding his pipe, he left. The clan heads looked at his retreating back, opening their mouths, but ultimately no one spoke. Hyuga Hayashi slowly rose and walked towards the door. He had to prepare for the worst. Seeing this, the other clan heads could only rise one after another and walk out. Finally, only Danzo and the two advisors remained in the conference room. Danzo, what do you think? Watching the show. Danzo said, getting up and walking away without looking back. The two advisors exchanged glances, both seeing the intention to retreat in each other's eyes. Clearly, they also didn't want to get involved in this messy situation and lose their own influence. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and Konoha was peaceful for a few days. Caw! On this day, a clear and piercing cry echoed above Konoha. An Umbu ninja, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly called down the soaring eagle. After catching the eagle, the Umbu ninja took the letter from its leg, handed it to a nearby ninja, and then took the eagle to feed. Receiving the letter, another Umbu ninja rushed to the Hokage building. At the same time, an uninvited guest arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. The fourth Raikage personally arrived at the front line. Before long, a squad of ninja appeared behind him. Leading them was none other than the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. They did not cross the Konoha border but waited quietly. With such a large movement, someone from Konoha would definitely come. Fourth Raikage. Tisk. Fourth Raikage. What a pity, Konoha's eternal little sister, if you were still here, we really wouldn't dare to come so brazenly. Fourth Raikage. Maybe we'd still sneak around. Minato didn't reply. He planned to lie low for a while. He had only said one sentence before. His original intention was to mend his relationship with Kushina. Unexpectedly, a single slip of the tongue reignited Kushina's powder keg. Oh, and it seemed he had also offended the second Hokage. In the ceiling space, Minato sat on the head of the Nine-Tails in half-body, rubbing his head, completely bewildered. Kurama, did I say something wrong? I don't know. The Nine-Tails in half-body lay lazily, not even bothering to lift its eyelids. On Konoha's side, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down Kumogakure's reply, his face full of helplessness. I can't let this continue. This war absolutely cannot start, otherwise. As he was thinking, suddenly, the Hokage office door was pushed open by a Sarutobi clan ninja. His face was filled with panic. Clan head. Kumogakure's vanguard unit has appeared at the border. Led by the 4th Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. He sent a message to you, saying that if you don't provide a satisfactory answer, they will lead their troops to attack in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened, and he slammed his hand on the table. This is going too far. You may leave. After a long moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand weakly, dismissing the Sarutobi clan ninja. Sitting in the Hokage's seat, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This is bad. Even if the Cloud Village envoy had been watched, it was highly possible he would have committed suicide in the guest house. But that way, no one would have to take the blame. However, having experienced a similar ploy once before, Hiruzen Sarutobi, somewhat confident, let the other party go, wanting to see Kumogakure's intentions and then plan accordingly. The result was the envoy's death, and the Hyuga suffered an unprovoked disaster. For Kumogakure, the outcome was death either way, how he died didn't matter. In short, they wanted to use this as an excuse to extort Konoha. It would be best if they could obtain the Byakugan's secrets. As for the result, things developed even more smoothly than imagined. They were already preparing to send a message to inquire about the envoy, but Konoha walked right into the trap. And for Konoha, how could the heads of the various ninja clans not know that it was actually the Umbu's oversight? Otherwise, how could the envoy have appeared in the Hyuga's compound so silently? And the Umbu's oversight, didn't that equate to Hiruzen Sarutobi's oversight? Come with me to the Hyugas. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath. He had made his decision. He left with several Umbu ninja, heading towards the Hyuga clan compound. 41 Chapter 41 The Caged Bird, when will it fly? Its wings are slightly spread, awaiting the wind. So that's what happened. All the people of Konoha finally understood what exactly happened that day. Hyuga Hizashi, why he sacrificed himself for the village. Turns out he damn well sacrificed himself for you. Inuzuka Tsume. Damn it. Inuzuka Tsume. I knew there was a reason why things ended up like that. Inuzuka Tsume. So it was you, old monkey, manipulating things behind the scenes. Hiruzen Sarutobi's bottom line was refreshed once again. The Konoha ninja were already numb to it. Hiruzen Sarutobi was suffering immense inner turmoil. At this moment, he sat at the top of the viewing platform, feeling as if he were being roasted by fire. Orochimaru's playful gaze and mocking smile made him feel somewhat angry and humiliated. He couldn't run away even if he tried. Uchiha Izuna, Tobarama, do you have anything else to say? Senju Tobarama, I'm telling you, beep. Muted for 10 minutes. A good hand played into a bad one. Kakashi looked at the black-framed large screen, his thoughts drifting far away. Hataki Sakumo's smile appeared in his mind. Father, were the events of that year really just as they seemed? Kakashi still didn't know that his father was waiting for him in the spiritual space connecting the Pure Land world and the ninja world. Whether Tsukumo Hatake was too sensitive is irrelevant for now, but the moment Kakashi, like the others, started blaming his own father, that was the final straw that broke Tsukumo Hatake. I see, that falcon was used for sending messages. No one has come to monitor me for the past few days, not even once. It must be because of the death of that Cloud Village envoy. How will that old thing solve this? The book Shikamaru gave me mentioned that the death of an envoy could very likely become a reason for two nations to start a war. They must be heading to the Hyuga place. Hiruzen Sarutobi left with a few Umbu ninja. No one noticed the young Naruto playing in the corner. Because Ino and the other two needed to train, and Sakura continued school, young Naruto had been wandering around this area during this time. He finally had a harvest dot. He didn't follow them, but took a detour straight home. Following them would make him too easy to spot. At the same time, the Hyuga clan. The day of the Konoha celebration was the day Niji was subjected to the caged bird seal, and also Hinata's birthday, and the day Hyuga Niji was brought to live within the clan. Hyuga Dojo. Your footwork is too messy. Hyuga Hayashi looked at the swaying young girl in front of him and couldn't help but frown. The death of the Cloud Village envoy gave him a vague, bad premonition. He had been rigorously training young Hinata these past few days. Although he felt a pang of reluctance inside, thinking of the worst possible outcome, Hyuga Hayashi put on a mask of cold blood. Yes. After Hinata stood firm, she assumed the starting stance again and attacked Hyuga Hayashi. To the side, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Niji, father and son, were kneeling. Niji's forehead was wrapped with a bandage, concealing the mark of the caged bird seal. Watching the girl attacking in the arena, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Niji, listen carefully. You were born to protect Lady Hinata, and to protect the abilities of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hizashi said in a deep voice. Yes, father. Niji replied without the slightest hesitation. Hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but look at his son, and seeing the smile on his face, Hyuga Hizashi's expression changed slightly. Looking at the flustered Hinata in the arena, in terms of talent, she was completely inferior to Niji. His hands couldn't help but tremble, and he slowly lowered his head. The blood vessels around his eyes slightly bulged. Why did his son, who was so outstanding, have to be branded with the caged bird seal? The moment the Byakugan was activated, Hyuga Hayashi immediately sensed it. He stopped moving, then quickly stepped forward to shield Hinata, forming a hand sign with one hand. Ah! The caged bird seal under Hyuga Hizashi's forehead protector activated. Hyuga Hizashi clutched his head, letting out a miserable scream. His killing intent was not directed at Hinata, but at the injustice of the Hyuga. Father! Niji froze, then quickly rushed forward to check on him. He saw that the caged bird seal mark on Hyuga Hizashi's forehead was emitting a faint green light. At this moment, Hyuga Niji seemed to realize something. Go back, I will forgive you, you scoundrel, but only for today. You must never forget your destiny. With that said, Hyuga Hayashi left, taking the worried Hinata with him. Watching their retreating figures, and then looking down at his father in pain. Tears streamed down Niji's cheeks, and he clenched his teeth. The boy who was smiling moments before had just witnessed the cruelty of the Hyuga. Looking at the scene on the black-framed large screen, Niji closed his eyes. The Hyuga story, narrated by the black-framed large screen, had greater impact than if he told it himself. And the effect was better. A captured bird, if smart enough, will use its beak to open the cage door, because it hasn't given up hope of soaring freely in the sky. Show me you can open it. Shiranui Gunma was stunned. What difference is there between you and that ugly third Hokage, and those people who curse and abuse Naruto? Shiranui Gunma was left speechless by the retort. Inoichi Yamanaka, who was nearby, also stopped what he was doing. He sighed. This was someone else's family matter, and as a clan head, he had no standing to comment. Naruto rubbed his backside and quickly broke free from Inoichi Yamanaka's restraint. The scene continued. Night fell. Hiruzen Sarutobi had the Umbu ninja wait outside. He entered the Hyuga dojo alone. Candles were lit in the dojo, and Hiruzen Sarutobi knelt at the head seat, facing 4 Hyuga elders and the 2 Hyuga Hayashi brothers. The forehead protector of the Cloud Village envoy was placed in front of them. The envoy is dead. The letter from Kumogakure demanded many things, including the life of the killer. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice. After the Ninetales rampage, Konoha could no longer afford a major war. To avoid this conflict, they could only strike a secret deal with Hidden Cloud Village. Furthermore, this incident had escalated to the level of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning had made demands, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire was waiting for Konoha's reply. The dojo fell into an eerie silence. For Konoha. No, I absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke again. There is no other way. If the life of just one person can save the entire village. Hyuga Hayashi spoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi slightly bowed his head. Wait, Hayashi, don't decide so rashly. The Hyuga clan's bloodline limit is this village's trump card. It is the duty of the main branch to protect it. Hyuga Hayashi's father interrupted Hyuga Hayashi. But we, who should be fulfilling our duty, are instead dragging the village into the abyss of desperate war. A fine layer of cold sweat appeared on Hyuga Hayashi's forehead. This scene was too much for Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna, huh? Uchiha Izuna, the Hyuga are Konoha's strongest clan? Uchiha Izuna, although the Hyuga are certainly not weak, don't forget, you have the Senju and Uchiha ahead of you. Uchiha Fugaku, second ancestor, the Senju have merged into Konoha, so officially, it's us. Uchiha Izuna, oh, then I understand. These Hyuga little brats are truly foolish, they probably don't even know what being praised to death means. The father and son talked a lot. In the end, the father of the two brothers made the decision directly. Let Hisashi's body be disguised as yours and handed over to Kumogakure. Hiruzen Sarutobi personally sought them out and explained the reasons. What he said during that time is imaginable. As the one who killed the Cloud Village envoy, Hyuga Hayashi had long anticipated this scene. I agree. Hyuga Hisashi said expressionlessly. The two were identical twins, even if Kumogakure got him, they couldn't pry into the Byakugan's secrets. However, the Hyuga brothers' father's words were somewhat ridiculous. If they handed him over, what else could Kumogakure say? If they truly dared to start a war, why would they need so many reasons? The envoy's death was one reason, but handing over an identical yet useless corpse, why couldn't that also be a reason for war? Finally, the two brothers performed a show of brotherly love in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, which served to preserve the Hyuga's last bit of dignity. However, when Hyuga Hisashi bravely faced death for the sake of his son and his older brother, the Hyuga's last shred of covering was gone, so what dignity was left? Hiruzen Sarutobi silently watched the scene. Before long, Hiruzen Sarutobi left. Those few Ombu ninja were also put to use. Hyuga Hisashi's corpse was carried away. It was as if Hiruzen Sarutobi had already known the outcome before he even arrived. Niji watched all of this, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. He looked up at the arena stands. But he did not see Hyuga Hayashi's figure. He guessed that Hyuga Hayashi was waiting for him in the waiting room. Perhaps to prostrate himself and beg for forgiveness? And then what? Niji looked up at the black-framed large screen. Perhaps in that world, the future Hyuga will no longer have the caged bird seal. Clearly, Niji suddenly realized that the moment he was struck down by the Nine-Tailed, he seemed to have brainwashed himself. However, looking at Naruto not far away, he still couldn't force himself to believe that this Naruto could break destiny. Niji didn't know that in the future, he, like his father, would become a sacrificial substitute, only the target would change from Hyuga Hayashi to Hyuga Hinata, but they were both from the main branch. The caged bird seal still existed in the end. Senju Tobarama truly couldn't stand it anymore. Senju Tobarama, my older brother and I, in our capacity as the first and second Hokage of Konoha, announce. Senju Tobarama, starting now, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Udatain Koharo, and Hamura Mitokado, along with the clans behind them. Senju Tobarama, are all hereby expelled from Konoha. Senju Tobarama, anyone who resists or disobeys shall be listed as a rogue ninja. Danzo Shimura. Teacher Tobarama, you should calm down. Don't forget, you are just a dead person. Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen is the Hokage. Right now in Konoha, what Hiruzen says goes. 42 Chapter 42 A Snowy Night Encounter, a gift from 3 generations? The heavy snow continued, and Konoha's eerie atmosphere grew thicker. Little Naruto left early in the morning. Seemingly aimless, he was actually heading towards the Hyuga clan's area. Before even getting close, he felt the oppressive atmosphere within. From a distance, little Naruto saw the situation at the Hyuga clan's compound. It looked like a funeral was being held inside. Looking at the Hyuga clansmen, all dressed in black, little Naruto frowned slightly. He didn't get any closer, turning instead to check his traps in the back mountains. In a blink of an eye, night fell. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the Hokage's office, silent for a long time, smoking cigarette after cigarette. Looking at the somewhat desolate Konoha under the heavy snow, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally sighed. As if he was convincing himself. Looking at the reply from Hidden Cloud Village, only a few words were written on it. I am satisfied. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. 8 Tails Jinchuriki? Konoha also has this level of war weapon. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's thoughts couldn't stop. Naruto has deeply grasped the will of fire. The chakra refining technique should also be put on the agenda. Thinking of Hidden Cloud Village's 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if Konoha also produced such a war weapon. Subconsciously, Hiruzen Sarutobi took out the crystal ball. That dead monkey, what does he want to do? Here in Konoha, the moment Hiruzen Sarutobi took out the crystal ball, they couldn't hold back. A woman couldn't help but point at Hiruzen Sarutobi on the viewing platform and curse. One person started the attack, and others immediately followed. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his head away, pretending not to see or hear. But he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He didn't seem to have done such a thing back then, did he? Buzz. The crystal ball's image froze above the Hyuga clan. Then it quickly shifted. However, during the shift, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly paused. Immediately after, the image shifted to a street near the Hyuga clan's compound. A girl dressed in traditional black mourning clothes was jogging in the snow. Slap. The girl, wiping away tears, accidentally tripped and fell flat on the ground. Seeing this scene, Ino nudged the dejected Hinata. Hinata, it's coming. Although Ino tried her best to cheer up Hinata's heavy mood. But Hinata, seeing this scene, didn't act as shy as before. She was still immersed in the Hyuga clan's unprovoked disaster. Niji and I-san, that's why Niji and I-san was so persistent. With that, Hinata burst into tears. Ino's heart ached, and she hugged her, comforting her softly. Little Hanabi's mood was also low. Ino quickly winked at Sakura. Sakura understood and quickly pulled little Hanabi to her side. Hyuga Hinata? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Hinata in the crystal ball for a while. After a long time, he slowly spoke. Have Naruto come to see me. Tell him I have a surprise for him. Yes. The scene shifted. The image in the crystal ball changed to little Naruto's home. Little Naruto, who was cooking, froze. That feeling of being watched returned. Little Naruto acted extremely natural, muttering examples of the will of fire. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this was crystal ball surveillance and couldn't transmit sound. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi could read lips. He knew what little Naruto was saying at a glance. After watching for a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face was filled with relief. Whoosh. Thump thump thump. Just then, a knock came at little Naruto's door. Little Naruto froze, then put down what he was doing and went to open the door. Could it be Ino and the others? But, isn't it still a few days away? He wasn't tall enough to look through the peephole, so little Naruto could only open a crack in the door. When he saw that it was an Umbu ninja standing outside, he was clearly startled. I've been discovered? He couldn't help but think this, his mind racing, wondering how to break the situation. Uzumaki Naruto, the third Hokage, wants you to come over. He has a gift for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Umbu ninja disappeared. It seemed he didn't even want to get close to little Naruto. Could it be that Naruto and Hinata's meeting was also planned? After all, the Hyuga clan had just experienced such a thing. If they came to their senses later, they would definitely develop disloyalty. If the main family of the Hyuga clan were to fall for a Jinchuriki, and the Jinchuriki's heart was loyal to Konoha and the third Hokage in the future. Clap. Tenten clapped her hands, then shared her speculation with everyone in the chat room. Rock Lee. Tenten, what you said makes so much sense. Might Guy. As expected of my subordinate, Teacher Guy. Rock Lee. Teacher Guy Sensei. Might Guy. Lee. Ino covered Hinata's ears. Their eyes met. Ino's lips curved slightly. Up close, Hinata was so cute. But, how did you grow, child? She usually seemed unassuming, but this hug made Ino envious. Seeming to sense something, the shyness in Hinata's mind took over, and her pretty face flushed. Ino, don't touch. Looking at the departing figure outside the door, little Naruto frowned slightly. He went back to the kitchen to tidy up, then put on warm clothes. Little Naruto walked out the door. Upon realizing that the feeling of being watched had disappeared, little Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully. But what gift does that old man want to give me? It wouldn't be a Genjutsu grand package, would it? At this time, little Naruto had already learned this information. He was very glad he had gone to the park earlier, and he was also grateful to Ino and the others. Soon, I'll be able to access some historical books. Sakura said it was because of her age that she couldn't buy them. Shikamaru said that they couldn't bring these things out of their ninja clan. Who? Little Naruto took a deep breath. This feeling of historical blockage made him vaguely guess some things. It was definitely not just about concealing information about his identity, there were many other things that old bastard didn't want everyone to know. Is it to solidify his position? Little Naruto showed a mocking smile. The history of the ninja world was hidden, but Ino could still get some legends, storybooks, and such for little Naruto to read. Before long, little Naruto passed through the snack street where a few scattered shops were still open. After passing the snack street, the subsequent streets were empty. Step by step, he walked slowly in the snowy night. Soon, little Naruto saw a child squatting under a street lamp ahead, covering his face with his hands. Soft sobs reached his ears. Little Naruto frowned slightly, about to detour and leave. But he suddenly noticed the clothing of the little girl under the street lamp. Black morning clothes, and that hairstyle. Little Naruto, hands in his pockets, walked towards her. When he got closer, little Naruto recognized her. This is the girl the Cloud Village envoy tried to abduct a few days ago? Isn't she from the Hyuga clan? Why is she here? Wait. Why is it such a coincidence? This is the only way to the Hokage's office. While thinking, he suddenly noticed. The soft sobs in his ears stopped. He looked down, and their eyes met. Such white eyes. Is this the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? Hinata recognized little Naruto. Her big eyes blinked, then she shook her head, shaking off the tears. Have you cried enough? Little Naruto asked. At this question, Hinata's nose wrinkled slightly, and her pure white eyes, tinged with faint purple, filled with tears again. Seeing this, little Naruto showed a gentle smile. This girl had clearly paused just now, she must have seen him or heard of him, but she hadn't shown fear or disgust. From her eyes, little Naruto saw curiosity. No rush, tell me when you've cried enough. 43 Chapter 43 First came flirting with girls under the moonlight, now comes taking girls out in the snow. Naruto. Hinata's cherry lips parted slightly, her voice barely audible. Ino, however, heard it clearly. Watching Hinata unconsciously fidget with her fingers. And her pretty face flush with a blush again. Ino screamed internally. She almost couldn't resist biting her. Why hadn't she noticed before how incredibly cute this girl was? However, Ino looked up at Naruto on the large screen with the black frame. His somewhat blunt way of speaking made her almost burst out laughing. Hinata thought Ino was teasing her, and with her head bowed, her small face immediately turned crimson. Hinata ultimately couldn't hold back her tears. Huh? Are you okay? Why are you here alone? Little Naruto asked. Hinata, however, didn't reply, just stared at him intently. Seeing her pathetic and pitiful appearance, little Naruto chuckled, extending his hand. I'll walk you home. He was quite familiar with this, he often walked Ino and Sakura home. Here wasn't too far from the Hyuga clan, and it was also on the way to the Hokage's office to find the old thing. Although he still felt a bit puzzled why he had coincidentally encountered this girl from the Hyuga clan. However, with an attitude of future potential, little Naruto still extended his kindness. The Hyuga clan was very strong, Shikamaru had said it himself. If he could connect with this little Hyuga girl in the future, little Naruto felt that his chances of turning things around would greatly increase. Hinata looked at little Naruto's outstretched hand, silent for a long while. Finally, little Naruto directly took her hand and pulled her up. My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. What about you? Little Naruto's smile seemed to melt the snow. Little Hinata lowered her head, and after a long time, softly replied. Hinata. Fuga. Hinata. Thankfully, there weren't many people, and the surroundings were very quiet, otherwise, little Naruto might not have heard her clearly. Hinata, huh? Do you still remember the way home? Hinata looked up, but only stared at little Naruto. She's a very introverted girl. Ino said that in situations like this, boys should be more proactive. Ino would probably really like Hinata. Ino loves helping these helpless children the most. Ha! Black-framed Naruto actually saw through it. He has good taste, doesn't he? It's not for nothing that big sis dotes on you so much, Hinata is indeed very endearing. Ino crossed her arms, slightly raising her fair neck, looking very proud. Sakura glanced at her. She quietly told Hanabi. Black-framed Naruto only got half of it right, Ino actually. Cough cough. Ino's ears twitched, then she deliberately coughed twice loudly. Let's go, I'll walk you around, maybe you'll find it. Saying that, little Naruto gently pulled little Hinata forward. Little Hinata looked at his back. The scene she had witnessed that day flashed in her mind. But she didn't dare to ask little Naruto why such a thing had happened. And, looking at little Naruto's back, Hinata felt that little Naruto was very strong and resilient. Did anything come to mind? Little Naruto suddenly turned back and asked. Hinata quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. You're from the Hyuga clan, right? Seeing her like that, little Naruto had to change his approach. Hinata softly nodded. I think I remember the Hyuga clan is this way, right? Little Naruto asked. Yes. Hinata looked up at the street covered in snow and ice, a sense of familiarity welling up inside her. She softly responded again. Then, with her head down, she watched the footprints little Naruto left with each step. Holding his hand, she cautiously followed the footprints little Naruto left. Little Naruto didn't rush her either. He just held her small hand and walked slowly. Ino and Sakura also liked to play this way. Little Naruto was somewhat used to it. The moment the narration appeared, Hinata froze for a moment. A trace of black aura flashed in her purple-tinged eyes. He looked back at Hinata, who was quietly walking with her head down. Little Naruto's lips curved slightly. According to the book, this was a girl who perfectly fit the description of a Yamato Nadeshiko. Looking at you like this, you're quite cute. Little Naruto chuckled. Hinata had no idea how to respond to such a compliment. Since she could remember, she had never been praised like this before. Before long, little Naruto brought Hinata to the large gate of the Hyuga clan. Looking at the prominent characters Hyuga, little Naruto squinted slightly. It was even more eerie here than during the day. However, thankfully, there was no one around. Little Naruto didn't want to be surrounded by a crowd after bringing a lost child from the Hyuga clan home. Even though little Naruto didn't care about others' opinions, and the Hyuga clan might not necessarily show him disgust or malicious looks. But, being looked at by this group of people dressed in mourning attire with their Byakugan, little Naruto shivered just thinking about it. Alright, we're here. Little Naruto released her hand, but found that the girl was still clutching it tightly. After waiting for a moment, Hinata finally came to her senses, quickly let go, and stepped back. I'm sorry. You should say thank you, not apologize. You're home. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. With that, little Naruto left without looking back. Hinata quickly looked up, only to see little Naruto waving his hand without turning around. Hinata's big eyes blinked, reflecting little Naruto's figure. Naruto. Naruto-kun has grown quite a bit since I last saw him, and his body has gotten much stronger. So amazing. Inhale. Hinata sniffled. She unconsciously swallowed her saliva. Naruto-kun must have eaten well, and eaten his fill, that's why he grew so tall. Before long, as Hinata watched, little Naruto disappeared into the dark street. Hinata's mind couldn't help but recall that reassuring smile. Hinata! Just then, a stern voice came. Hinata turned around and saw her father walking out with an umbrella. Judging by the snow on the umbrella, he had clearly been outside for a while. You, as an important heir to the main house, why did you act on your own? Hinata didn't know how to answer. For your sake, for the main house, how many people have sacrificed themselves? It's about time you knew these things. Hearing this, Hinata silently lowered her head, a scene of Niji crying flashing in her mind. After a moment, Hinata subconsciously looked in the direction little Naruto had left. As if she could faintly see that small, yet incredibly tall child, smiling and waving at her. Ino Yamanaka. It's not Hinata's fault, is it? Sakura Haruno. Yeah, Uncle Hayashi, Hinata is still so young, why are you putting so much pressure on her? 10-10. I can't bear to watch this either. To this, Hyuga Hayashi did not respond. Because, he had been pressured like this since he was young. The pressure on the main house was not small. In comparison, the branch house was not as strict in this regard. Hinata tugged at Ino's sleeve. Only then did Ino restrain herself a bit. Grandpa Hokage, I'm here. 44 Chapter 44 Chakra Refining Technique, Quiz with Prizes. The moment little Naruto saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He suppressed the urge to slap him to death. Little Naruto jogged up to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Little Naruto's appearance dispelled the gloom that had been lingering in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart for days. Naruto. Look what this is? Hiruzen Sarutobi opened a paper bag. He bent down, revealing the cotton clothes inside. A hint of anger flashed in little Naruto's eyes. It had been snowing for days. He didn't have any thick clothes. If not for inheriting a few from Choji, he would have continued to freeze. It seemed this old thing planned to bring them out only when he was at his limit, so he could earn his gratitude. The moment little Naruto saw the cotton clothes, these thoughts flashed through his mind. Senju Tobarama, humph. What a disgrace. Uchiha Izuna, you chose him, idol. Senju Tobarama, get lost. Danzo Shimura. I told you, Teacher Tobarama, it's better if you stay quiet. Danzo Shimura. No one knows if the petty Hiruzen will send people to dig up your grave the moment the viewing ends. Senju Tobarama, Danzo, I will, drip. Muted for 10 minutes. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. Little Naruto showed intense surprise and gratitude. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled and reached out to pat little Naruto's head. Little Naruto's body stiffened, then returned to normal. Old thing. And this, Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, pulling out a scarf from the bottom of the paper bag. He personally put it on little Naruto. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. Is this a scarf? It's so warm. Little Naruto said excitedly. It's getting cold, so I asked you to come get some clothes, and also give you a surprise. Uzumaki Kushina. Old thing. Kushina's voice rang out from the chat room. Filled with deep hatred. Uzumaki Kushina. You old thing, you dare to use the scarf I personally knitted to give to Black-Frame Naruto to gain his loyalty, huh? Uzumaki Kushina. Are you planning to continue using the inheritance that Naruto should have received to gain his favor in the future? Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto, tell mom, have you received mom's inheritance yet? Uzumaki Naruto. Inheritance? I don't know. No one seems to have ever mentioned it. Uzumaki Kushina. Then did you get a red scarf from the old thing? Uzumaki Kushina. And many toys mom bought when she was pregnant with you. Kushina listed a few. Naruto scratched his head, only able to say he didn't remember. However, at this moment. Konohamaru Sarutobi. Big brother Naruto, those things and Kushina mentioned seem to be in my secret base. Buzz. Instantly. Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind went blank. When he heard Konohamaru's voice. He instinctively felt something was wrong. But it was too late to stop him. Konohamaru had already spoken. In an instant. The entire ninja world fell silent. Kushina's voice suddenly trembled slightly. Uzumaki Kushina. Konohamaru? Your surname is Sarutobi, old. What is Hiruzen Sarutobi to you? Konohamaru Sarutobi. Grandpa, everyone knows I have a Hokage grandpa. Hearing Kushina's voice was very normal. Like Naruto, she didn't fawn over him after learning his identity, so Konohamaru immediately opened up. Konohamaru Sarutobi. Grandpa even took me to that secret base and told me to go play there if I was bored, and everything there was mine. Immediately, under Kushina's gentle guidance. Konohamaru described the building and its features one by one. Hiruzen Sarutobi tried to stop him, but was simultaneously reprimanded by Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama. Seeing this, Konohamaru felt delighted. He loved seeing his grandpa get flustered the most. This was also a case of filial piety, no, grandfatherly love and filial grandson. Before long, only Konohamaru's voice remained in the chat room. Naruto was completely bewildered. Finally, Inoichi Yamanaka sighed and directly told him what it meant. Seeing that Naruto didn't show anger after hearing it, and even seemed a bit confused as to why Kushina, who was again muted for cursing, was upset. Inoichi Yamanaka's eye twitched. Slap. Niji directly showed him with action. Just act, don't talk nonsense. Amidst Naruto's pleas for mercy, Niji said helplessly. If only you could resist the whispers caused by that chakra in your mind just once, you wouldn't be this calm right now. In the ceiling space, Minato Namikaze sat atop the Nine-Tails in Half-Body's head. He could tell that Kushina's resolve to destroy Konoha's heart was stronger than ever. Kurama, was I wrong? The Nine-Tailsine half-body's intuition told him that it was best not to answer such questions. What surprise? Little Naruto asked, full of curiosity. Then, Hiruzen Sarutobi took out a scroll. He showed a benevolent smile. It's the chakra refining technique. Congratulations, Naruto. You already possess the qualities to become a qualified Konoha ninja. Just then. Ding. Prize quiz begins. Everyone, please get ready. Instantly. Everyone in the ninja world held their breath. It's here. It's finally here. They had been waiting for this richly rewarded prize quiz for so long, and it was finally here. In the Pure Land world, Uchiha Makoto comforted Kushina, whose eyes were glistening with tears. She quickly said, "Prize quiz. Kushina. Quick, get ready." Before Makoto could finish, Kushina suddenly changed her mind. "Makoto, help me." Kushina looked at Uchiha Makoto with tear-filled eyes. Seeing this, Uchiha Makoto's heart trembled. From the time she knew Kushina until now. In her memory, this bloody habanero had never been so fragile. Makoto's lips curved slightly, and she pulled Kushina into her embrace. "How do you want me to help you?" "Makoto, get ready, you must be the first to answer later. We'll revive together, and with your help, none of those guys in Konoha will be able to escape." Kushina grasped Uchiha Makoto's hand. "Okay." Makoto agreed almost without hesitation. At this moment, the voice of the comparison viewing system rang out. Ding. Prize quiz. Question: what will Uzumaki Naruto's reaction be to Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, and what will he think internally? Please choose from the following options. 1. Uzumaki Naruto will be momentarily lost in thought, then show a happy and longing expression. Internal thought: this is great. I've finally grasped the will of fire. After becoming a ninja, everyone will surely acknowledge me. Buzz. Despite this whole series of events, such an option no longer made all the people from Konoha, who grew up on the will of fire, choose it without hesitation. But there were still quite a few people who, the moment this option appeared, immediately selected it. They should be glad this quiz had no penalty. For these people, it was nothing to say, will of fire is awesome. However, a normal person, upon closer inspection, could see that the so-called will of fire was actually full of words about cannibalism. 45 Chapter 45 We got the key to Nine Tails. 2. Uzumaki Naruto will frown, reject Hiruzen Sarutobi, and inform Hiruzen Sarutobi that he has not fully grasped the will of fire and should not become a ninja so early. Inner thoughts: I am still too young, I can only grasp the surface of the will of fire, not its core, and I haven't gained everyone's recognition. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so lonely now. As soon as option 2 appeared, those who had unhesitatingly chosen option 1 regretted it again and again. Option 2 was clearly more reasonable. Uzumaki Naruto, no matter what, had received the true teachings of the third Hokage. It was impossible for him to still be as bad as before. Even if he inwardly always disrespected the third Hokage, essentially, he still recognized the will of fire and studied it diligently. People are diverse. So, their inner thoughts were perfectly normal. Very normal. After all, the education they received was a closed-off education carefully planned by Hiruzen Sarutobi. And everyone was singing praises of the will of fire. Of course, they might have also realized it. But they wouldn't easily admit it. Otherwise, if they had truly grasped the so-called will of fire, how could they treat a defenseless child in such a way? The moment option 2 ended. In the Pure Land world, Kushina quickly said. Last time there were 3 options. Makoto, get ready. Let's bet on 1. The moment 3 appears, click it immediately. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. Kushina didn't plan to participate. If she also participated, it was very likely that Uchiha Makoto wouldn't be able to grab first place. Uchiha Makoto had clearly realized this point too. If only 3 options were given again, then the third one was undoubtedly the correct one. The first 2 looked wrong no matter how you viewed them. Thus, Uchiha Makoto took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them. She immediately activated her 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Makoto was not some beautiful vase. She was a truly beautiful Jonin of Konoha. With the vision of the Sharingan, plus Uchiha Makoto's hand resting on the light screen that appeared before everyone. And Kushina even fed her a mouthful of Kurama brand milk. It would be hard for her not to be on the list. But first place was still in suspense. 3. The moment this symbol appeared on the light screen, Uchiha Makoto's hand had already pressed down. On the other side, Kushina had been watching Uchiha Makoto's finger. The instant Uchiha Makoto touched it, she also pressed down immediately. 3. Uzumaki Naruto will jump up happily, but when he takes the chakra refining technique scroll, he will look at Hiruzen Sarutobi in confusion and ask him when he acquired the qualities to become a qualified Konoha ninja? Inner thoughts, that old man. After working so hard for so long, he finally completely trusts me. What qualified qualities? It's about trusting me, who has grasped the will of fire, and trusting that I already consider you my great benefactor, right? Ding. The quiz has ended, processing information. The voice of the viewing system sounded again. Most people became nervous because of this. Even the Konoha villagers and ninja who chose option 1 were a bit nervous. Conversely, those who chose option 2 were not nervous at all. The most nervous were those who chose the third option. Of course, they weren't nervous about whether the answer was correct or not. They were nervous about whether they could enter the top 3. After all, the rewards for the top 3 were simply too generous. There was even a reward like resurrection of the dead. In the Pure Land world, Kushina's pretty face was flushed. Beside her, Uchiha Makoto was also filled with nervousness. But her pretty face had no color at all. She was still in a soul state. And in Konoha, although many people showed expressions of disbelief, when they looked at option 3, their hearts kept telling them the correct one should be option 3. The previous quiz was still vivid in their minds. The will of fire might be powerful, but Black Frame Naruto's willpower was also astonishing. Even if he changed, he wouldn't change that quickly. And the answer didn't make everyone in the ninja world wait too long. Soon, the black-framed large screen continued to play black-framed Naruto's life. Little Naruto looked at the scroll in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand. His breathing hitched. Chakra refining technique. As long as he could learn this, he could basically be considered a ninja. Wall walking and such would be no problem in the future. He suppressed the longing in his heart. But he couldn't control his facial expression, even jumping up in excitement. Then he reached out to take it, but then asked against his will, Hokage Grandpa, when did I acquire the qualities to become a qualified Konoha ninja? Can I really possess such noble qualities? I feel like I haven't even grasped the will of fire yet. This answer made Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face smile as ugly as an old chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha. Naruto, do you know? Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally stroked little Naruto's head. At this moment, little Naruto's somewhat long yellow hair no longer seemed an eyesore to him. Instead, it was the opposite, becoming extremely dazzling. He already had a preliminary plan in his mind. It was a plan concerning little Naruto's background. As long as it was utilized well, he would only profit more in the future. Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi's appearance, little Naruto showed an expectant look. However, inwardly, he was extremely disdainful. This cursed old man, I spent more than half a year, and I finally gained his trust. But, it's also not ruled out that if I cultivate this chakra refining technique, it might be able to suppress the fox demon in my body. There was very, very little knowledge about this aspect in books. But little Naruto still, through scattered information, combined with himself and all useful information, came to a highly probable guess. That was, his so-called fox demon transformation might be because a fox demon was sealed inside his body. Because of the previous babbling, the comfortable feeling he experienced, and the sight of his eyes turning red in the mirror. Little Naruto believed that this possibility was truly very high. The moment little Naruto took the chakra refining technique, he unconsciously curved his lips. Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. You are truly my great benefactor. I will definitely not let you down. Little Naruto's inner thoughts were basically the same as option 3. Instantly, those who chose 1 and 2 were dumbfounded again and again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uchiha Azuna, still dared to choose 1 and 2. Talented people, what is this called? Ino Yamanaka. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. The blunt Ino immediately received Uchiha Izuna's praise. Uchiha Izuna, well said. Little girl, if you can speak, say more. Uchiha Izuna, if you can be revived, I guarantee to grant you one wish. Uchiha Izuna, of course, it must be within my power, cough cough, of course, if you want to recognize me as your godfather, that's completely fine too, you little girl, you suit my taste, ha. 46 Chapter 46 Hinata, it's over. Everyone knows. Ino Yamanaka. My handsome adoptive father, please accept a bow from your humble daughter. Inoichi Yamanaka. Uchiha Izuna, ha ha ha. Ino's face flushed with excitement. Uchiha Izuna was in existence on the same level as Konoha's second Hokage. Behind him was Uchiha Madara, one of the two ancestors who founded Konoha. Humph. With that thought, Ino naturally lifted her chin. Finally, she could speak without any reservations. Wait. If that's the case, what should Sasuke call me? Ino Yamanaka. Old monkey. Speak up. You can only do, not speak, right? Ino Yamanaka. You're useless at everything else, but number one at infighting. Danzo Shimura. That's right, Hiruzen, speak up. Hiruzen Sarutobi was so angered by Danzo's recent remarks that his teeth ached. He wished he could eliminate the root organization right now. Anoki. Interrupting for a moment, while your Konoha infighting is quite amusing, our attention should now be on the prize quiz. Fourth Reikage. Indeed, I wonder who will take first place this time. Mei Terumi. I hope I can also win a reward this time. Makoto, you'll definitely be first. Kushina grabbed Makoto's fair hand, calming Makoto's nervous emotions. Uchiha Makoto forced a smile, looking a bit unnatural. Her palms were sweating. Similarly, even Hiruzen Sarutobi was getting nervous. Those who chose 1 and 2 still didn't know that their omnipotent third Hokage had secretly chosen 3. The comparison viewing system didn't keep everyone waiting long. Soon, the notification sound rang out. Ding! This prize quiz has ended, results are being tallied. Top 3 fastest to submit answers. Congratulations to Uchiha Makoto for receiving a reward. After the comparison viewing ends, Uchiha Makoto will be revived at any designated location in the ninja world. Congratulations to Minato Namikaze for receiving a reward. After the comparison viewing ends, his soul will be freed from the Shinigami's belly. Congratulations to Hyuga Hinata for receiving a reward. After the comparison viewing ends, her malnourished body will be restored. Note, if you receive a reward again, you can choose to be revived at any time and any place. You can also choose to continue receiving a random reward best suited for the winner. Uchiha Makoto? Revival? In the stands, Hiruzen Sarutobi's body suddenly shook. Uchiha Makoto, she's also going to be revived? Fortunately, within controllable limits. However, she wouldn't be reviving with Kushina, would she? That would be a different situation. A former Ninetales Jinchuriki plus an Uchiha is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why was his hand speed so slow? If he had gotten first place, this comparison viewing system would surely have heard his deepest desire. His aging body restored to its peak condition. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi's worries were not over. Orochimaru glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi's grim face and chuckled. Hee, Hiruzen Sarutobi-sensei, did you see the second place? Minato's attitude seems a bit different now. He can even answer quickly, which means he internally acknowledged this answer, and he even got second place. Oh, right. Orochimaru's lips curled into a wicked smile. He immediately spoke in the chat room. Orochimaru. Minato, have you already come out of the Shinigami's belly? Orochimaru. Reaper Death Seal is truly an ominous sealing jutsu. Orochimaru. After the viewing ends, I think my previous preparations can also come in handy. Orochimaru. This time, your Edo Tensei won't fail again. Uchiha Izuna, Orochimaru, can you do one for me too? Uchiha Izuna, preferably one for Oniai-chan too, later I'll let Oniai-chan tell you where we're buried. Meanwhile, inside the Shinigami's belly, Minato Namikaze breathed a sigh of relief. As one of the fastest reacting people in the ninja world, it was no surprise that Minato Namikaze got second place. What a pity. The Nine-Tailsine half-body secretly sighed. Then it added. Edo Tensei, huh? That Orochimaru fellow really is. I bet your grave has been completely dug up. Minato Namikaze gave a wry smile. It doesn't matter. However, being Edo Tensei is fine too. Minato Namikaze, then, I'll leave it to you, Orochimaru-senpai. Orochimaru. No problem, no problem. Anyway, after this comparison viewing ends, I'd really like to see Hiruzen Sensei's exclusive funeral. Orochimaru. Such a luxurious lineup. TSK, truly worthy of the strongest Hokage. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned dark with anger. Ungrateful disciple. Hinata, you? The girls were stunned, looking at Hinata's flushed face. When did this girl make her move? Ino was the most surprised. Hinata was right beside her, yet Ino hadn't sensed Hinata answering quickly at all. No. This reward. Hinata, how could you be malnourished? I don't know either. How could Hinata possibly answer that? But little Hanabi's eyes suddenly lit up. Sister, Black Frame Naruto Nii-chan seemed to say that you have to eat well, and you have to eat enough. I've heard your stomach growl a few times at night, and then you'd run to the kitchen. So, sister, are you often not full? But, I remember you already eat the most in the house. Little Hanabi hadn't finished speaking when Hinata immediately pulled her into a hug and covered her little mouth. Hanabi, don't joke around. How could big sister not be full? The girl's expressions changed, looking at Hinata's ears, which were red all the way through. They seemed to have learned something incredible. Uzumaki Kushina. What? Uzumaki Kushina. How could my little Hinata be malnourished? Uzumaki Kushina. Hayashi Nii-san, you're going too far. Minato Namikaze, Hayashi Nii-san, you really have gone a bit too far. No matter how strict you are, you shouldn't let a child go hungry. After Minato Namikaze finished speaking, he nervously stared at the chat room's messages. Seeing that Kushina hadn't told him to shut up again, Minato couldn't help but smile. Unbeknownst to him, Kushina was currently happy about her good friend's revival. Uchiha Makoto. Sasuke, Mama can also be revived. You must be good. When Mama is revived, I will take you and Naruto, along with Auntie Kushina, to seek revenge on Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke. That's great, Mama. The second Hokage's eyes turned red. This was all real, he could actually see his mother again. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke. That's great. Fuga Hayashi. Fuga Hayashi. Hinata, did you really, all these years, did you really not eat enough? Fuga Hayashi. I've already had them add an extra person's portion for you every time. Hinata. Mist rose above her head. The next second, her eyes rolled, and she fainted directly. It's over. It's all over. Now the entire ninja world knows how much she can eat. A trace of black aura flashed again in those white with purple eyes. Senju Tobarama, humph. Foolish. Senju Tobarama, the Hyuga are a taijutsu clan, so their consumption is naturally high. Since you already noticed your daughter eats a lot, yet you didn't investigate how much she actually eats. Senju Tobarama shook his head. Senju Tobarama, from the looks of it, that little girl Hinata's situation is very similar to Goldframe's Naruto. If Hinata can still maintain good talent, then it can only be said that you, the head of the Hyuga clan, are truly an extremely unqualified clan head and father. Fuga Hayashi. I am very sorry. Fuga Hayashi. From tomorrow, from the next meal, I will have people continuously serve food until Hinata is full. From now on, the amount of every meal will be Hinata's minimum amount per meal. Fuga Hayashi. Hinata, father apologizes to you here. The second Hokage himself spoke up for Hinata, and Hyuga Hayashi's heart had already experienced the death of his brother, his debt to Niji, and so on. He immediately abandoned all so-called status and position, lowering his posture and apologizing sincerely. Poor Hinata. She had still retained a sliver of consciousness, intending to bluff her way through, but upon hearing her old father's voice, she instantly lost her last trace of consciousness. Seeing this, little Hanabi quickly shouted. Oh no! Big sister has fainted from hunger. 47 Chapter 47 Ninja Bear, not bad, only slightly worse than mine back then. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at the gratitude and excitement in little Naruto's eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but think. Minato, your and Kushina's child is too outstanding. Minato's comprehension, the Jinchuriki saint body, Uzumaki clan physique. A stable and obedient Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is truly rare. He glanced at the chakra refining technique. Although little Naruto's physique was excellent, a seal was still a seal. Over time, if little Naruto was not allowed to refine chakra, the seal would still loosen slightly, allowing the Nine-Tails chakra to leak out. Well then, congratulations in advance on becoming a qualified Konoha ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a light chuckle. MHM. Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. I will definitely work hard to gain everyone's approval, then become Hokage, and also become a great hero like Hokage Grandpa. Very good, then you must work hard. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and added. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come ask me. Okay. Little Naruto quickly nodded. Afterward, Hiruzen Sarutobi led little Naruto into the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi brewed himself a cup of tea, then leaned against the window, enjoying the cool breeze, and lit his pipe. He occasionally looked at little Naruto. His smile was irrepressible. And little Naruto was also eagerly flipping through the chakra refining technique scroll. Shikamaru advised me that most of the time, I still need to learn to conceal my abilities. So, little Naruto went to Hiruzen Sarutobi with the scroll, pointing at the more obscure characters and asking him what they meant. This made Hiruzen Sarutobi overjoyed, experiencing the feeling of being a mentor once again. Before long, little Naruto finished reading the key points of the chakra refining technique. In short, chakra was the product of the combination of spiritual energy and cellular energy. These two energies mostly did not interact with each other, only by consciously controlling them could chakra be refined. If one did not learn the chakra refining technique, they would not be able to use controllable chakra. Little Naruto frowned slightly. Spiritual energy? Cellular energy? So, chakra is actually an energy that can only be obtained by consuming one's own energy? Will it cause great harm to the body? The book says that at my age, I'm still growing. Shikamaru and the others also went to study, so it seems that this age can withstand the consumption, but if it's too much, it will definitely deplete the body's origin. Little Naruto kept thinking. And everyone in the ninja world also showed looks of surprise. Uchiha Izuna, this child's comprehension is truly very high. Uchiha Izuna, little Ino, take him down. Help Godfather revive the new Uchiha. Ino Yamanaka. Senju Tobirama also couldn't help but agree, a ninja is essentially an existence that exchanges life for power. Senju Tobirama, if one learns chakra too early and is not restrained, it will definitely deplete their origin. Senju Tobirama, in our era, the lifespan of ninja was not long, because of constant wars, so basically, every ninja, from the moment they could remember, the first thing they did was learn the chakra refining technique. Senju Hashirama, so one of the purposes of establishing the village was to protect the new generation. Madara and I once shared the same ideal. Uchiha Madara, you're already dead, why are you still so long-winded? Danzo Shimura. You all don't know, Hiruzen actually sent a large number of children to fight. Senju Hashirama, monkey, is what Danzo said true? Senju Hashirama, you actually let children go to the battlefield? Tsunade. Nawaki died on the battlefield. Boom. This news, for Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. No wonder Nawaki hadn't spoken until now. Nawaki. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed slightly. Hokage Grandpa, chakra cannot be stored. So, does a ninja have to extract it first when they need to use it? Little Naruto asked. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly and said. Even in battle, it's the same. Learning the chakra refining technique might not be very difficult, the difficult part is being able to make the chakra refining technique instinctive. An excellent ninja can quickly refine chakra, and similarly, an excellent ninja will also calculate their chakra well. If chakra is overused, it is very likely to lead to death, you know. Little Naruto quickly nodded, saying he understood. After asking Hiruzen Sarutobi several more questions, he sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to refine chakra. Little Naruto was not in a hurry, he didn't even immediately try the cultivation method from the chakra refining technique. Instead, he constantly adjusted his breathing and his own state. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched little Naruto with expectant eyes. The physique of the Uzumaki and Senju clans truly made people envious. Others had chakra, but they at least had Kadora, and even Chaktanare was common. As for Chakara, perhaps one would be hard to find in 100 years. Chakara? Kakashi frowned slightly. Why did he have a bad feeling? However, this narration did speak to his heart. Having little chakra was truly uncomfortable. Of course, Kakashi's chakra wasn't actually small, at least it was normal. It was just that his Sharingan couldn't be turned off, constantly consuming chakra. In other words, Kakashi was passively refining chakra at all times. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called Kakashi, the empty one. The unit 1K was actually Kakashi's own chakra amount, minus the chakra consumed by the Sharingan, leaving the remaining chakra amount. As a ninjutsu professor, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew many ninjutsu, otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of his position. However, all his skills were also accumulated through countless resources. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's help, little Naruto tried a few times and successfully refined chakra. That feeling was very subtle. Little Naruto quickly suppressed the inner desire and stopped refining chakra. Knowing that refining too much chakra might deplete his origin, he was extremely restrained, even though the feeling of having chakra was very comfortable. Hiruzen Sarutobi was equally happy. Little Naruto had refined chakra, so there was no need to worry about the nine-tailed seal anymore. At least, there was no need to worry for a long time. And little Naruto had already been controlled by him, so there was no need to worry about little Naruto using chakra to attack the villagers. Hokage Grandpa, am I too stupid? You were definitely more amazing than me back then. Little Naruto said with some disappointment, lowering his head. Huh? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyelids twitched. Based on little Naruto's description just now, Hiruzen Sarutobi roughly estimated that if little Naruto knew how to use ninjutsu, the amount he had just refined would be enough to activate one qualified fire release, Great Fireball technique. But, looking at little Naruto's lost yet expectant expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat. He gently placed a hand on little Naruto's head. Naruto, you've already done very well. Although you're still a little behind Grandpa when I was your age, you've already surpassed most people. Really? Little Naruto's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked up and asked. MHM. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded heavily. Alright, you still need to study the will of fire well. When you become a ninja in the future, Grandpa will prepare many surprises for you. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but laugh himself. Ino Yamanaka. Shameless. Ino Yamanaka, but Naruto's chakra is indeed a lot. Sakura Haruno. Yes, yes. Give me a reward of 100-fold chakra increase. Ino Yamanaka. Godfather, how does your chakra compare to that of the Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Izuna, a ninja's strength is not determined by the amount of chakra, but by its essence. Senju Tobarama, humph. Then what would happen if Big Brother used fire release with his chakra amount? Uchiha Izuna, that's your brother. What does it have to do with you? Your chakra amount isn't much more than mine either. Uchiha Izuna, little Ino, we shouldn't compare chakra with those monsters like Oniai-chan. The tailed beast's chakra is immense, right? It's just a glance. Uchiha Izuna, oh, didn't they just mention something about the Nine-Tails rampage? That little fox, Godfather can make it obedient with just one glance. Ino Yamanaka. So amazing. Uchiha Izuna felt pleased after being praised. Uchiha Izuna, Tobarama, what about you? Senju Tobarama, just a dead man under my blade. Karama. You're full of crap. Uchiha Madara, Karama. Damn Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama, give me some face, everyone stop arguing. 48 Chapter 48 Naruto with black frames, a fox demon? A very, very bad big fox. After bidding farewell to Hiruzen Sarutobi, little Naruto returned home alone. The feeling of being monitored had completely vanished. Now that I can refine chakra, I can immediately sense the approximate location of the ninja who are monitoring me. It seems, future surveillance might still happen, but it definitely won't be as intense as before, where they almost treated me as blind. Upon returning home, the first thing he did was throw his cotton coat and scarf into the washing machine. Then he continued to work on filling his little stomach. After eating and drinking his fill, little Naruto rubbed his round, bulging belly. Once I've digested a bit, I'll try refining chakra again to see the exact consumption. Akimichi Choza. Oh my, this child is practically a combination of Minato and Kushina. Nara Shikaku nodded slightly. Nara Shikaku. That's right, this child's future potential is unimaginable. Of course, he still has one hurdle to overcome. Nara Shikaku. If I'm not mistaken, Minato, you left some leeway in your seal, didn't you? Inside Shinigami's stomach, Minato blinked. Then he rubbed his head, smiling faintly. Minato Namikaze, yes, as expected of Shikaka-senpai, I did leave a key. Minato Namikaze, at the time, I considered using 2 4-symbol seals, a double seal. This is part of the 8 trigram sealing style. Minato Namikaze, its purpose is to convert the Kurama chakra leaking from between the 4-symbol seals into Naruto's chakra. Minato Namikaze did not reveal everything at once. He also had his own considerations. Senju Tobarama, a very good idea, no wonder that child has such talent. Senju Tobarama, I'm talking about black-framed Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Actually, you don't need to specifically remind me. This time, Naruto, somewhat unwillingly, actively punched himself on the head. Damn Whisper, appear quickly. If you appear, I'll immediately reject you. Even though we're both Naruto, I won't lose to my black-framed self. Night. After several attempts, little Naruto ended his training. He felt a bit drowsy. Chakra refining was still a bit too early for him at the moment. That's what little Naruto thought. Normally at this time, even if little Naruto felt sleepy due to his biological clock, he would absolutely not feel so drowsy, or even a little fatigued. Thinking this, little Naruto unconsciously closed his eyes. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, it was the latter half of the night. Little Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. His mind was filled with the pair of enormous eyes he had seen earlier in his dream. Red pupils, with a vertical one. Extremely oppressive. In the dream, little Naruto seemed to fall into an endless dark space, with only those enormous eyes before him. And they emitted a chilling red glow. Who? He took a deep breath. Little Naruto's back was already drenched in cold sweat. But the next second, little Naruto suddenly curved his lips. Fox Demon. It must be you, Fox Demon. Those eyes, though terrifying, little Naruto felt a sense of familiarity. Because he had seen those eyes in the mirror before. His eyes had looked like that when his emotions had fluctuated violently. Humph. Brat. Fox Demon? Are you talking about yourself? Little Naruto's eyes widened. Then he quickly looked around. It was pitch black and silent. He released his senses. There was no feeling of being monitored. So, where did this voice come from? Wait, why do I feel a little comfortable? It's that feeling. Fox Demon, you're talking about me, and you too. Little Naruto took a deep breath, calming his inner self. This change immediately made little Naruto realize everything was due to the chakra refining technique. Which means the change only occurred after he refined chakra. He could now talk to the Fox Demon inside him. Fox Demon? That's what those foolish ants call me, and you admit it? Is this Jinchuriki of mine so worthless? Why, after refining chakra, don't you immediately seek revenge on them? Lately, you've been chattering in my ear from time to time. Now, I've appeared. You can confidently do what you want to do. Don't resist my power, and I will absolutely protect you. As soon as it appeared, it couldn't help but expose its intentions. Little Naruto naturally wouldn't be swayed by Kurama's words. Why? Why would this Fox Demon help him? And not resist its power? Little Naruto's lips curled slightly. If he were trapped inside someone, unable to get out, he would definitely try to entice that person, then take over, or unlock the cage holding him. All right. Little Naruto replied with a smile. Hiss. Many people gasped. Putting themselves in his shoes, in this situation, if their roles were reversed, they might truly have been swayed by Kurama. Uzumaki Kushina. Kurama, are you looking for death? Uzumaki Kushina. Oh, right, you have a name, Ku. Kurama? Put. Uzumaki Kushina. Ahem, Kurama, speak up. Kushina's voice came from the chat room. Inside the ceiling space. Kurama lay on the ground, not even lifting an eyelid. As if it heard nothing, saw nothing. Uzumaki Nido, Kurama, so you have a name. Kurama. Forget it, I won't stoop to the level of these two ignorant women. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha. Senju Hashirama's laughter came through. Kurama almost broke down. But in the end, between anger and forbearance, it still chose to swallow its anger. Inside the ceiling space, Kurama slightly lifted an eyelid. He agreed, so let's act. Little Naruto, alright. My power is beyond your imagination. You only need to get a little, and the entire Konoha, including that so-called third Hokage, will be no match for you. Little Naruto, alright. Brat. You don't believe me? I do. Little Naruto nodded with a beaming smile. Damn it. Kurama's eyes widened, and it growled. You and your. Beep. Little Naruto frowned slightly. He felt as if a lot of his chakra had disappeared. Chakra wouldn't just disappear for no reason. Immediately, little Naruto sensed something. He lifted his shirt and looked at his lower abdomen. It felt somewhat hot there. Upon seeing this, little Naruto saw the incantations of the 8 trigram seal. What is this? Little Naruto clearly hadn't learned any related knowledge yet. A cage? The cage that holds that Fox Demon? The consumption of chakra just now was because of this cage, right? It also directly absorbed a lot of my chakra, and interrupted my connection with the Fox Demon. As he thought, drowsiness set in, and little Naruto quickly got out of bed to write down everything about his first communication with Kurama. At the end, he also wrote, "It's a very, very bad fox demon. It tried to entice me during our first conversation, and it seems a bit tsundere." Kurama? Nonsense. Inside the ceiling space, Kurama couldn't see or hear anything about Naruto. The seal that just loosened has tightened again? It's because that brat extracted chakra. Damn Minato Namikaze. In the Pure Land world, the Six Paths Sage's lips curled slightly, then he shook his head with a chuckle. Kurama was split into two by Minato, wasn't it? He. The Six Paths Sage wasn't too worried. Even split into two, the chakra would still be enough for Azura's reincarnation. After all, when the Ten-Tails was split into nine-tailed beasts, it was splitting chakra. One share for Kurama, one share for Shikaku. Another share for Kurama, and one for Matatabi too. 49 Chapter 49 The Uchiha Who Were Excluded. The next day, little Naruto woke up from his sleep. After lying in bed for a while, he sat up and picked up the notes he had made yesterday. He looked at his first impression of the fox demon, which he had written at the end of last night. A slight smile played on little Naruto's lips. It should be an interesting great fox. However, now it seems. Little Naruto lifted his shirt again, looking at his abdomen, which had returned to normal. That cage must have been reinforced. I don't know when I'll be able to talk to it again. But one thing is certain, if I think about the fox demon, then everything I say and see can be heard and seen by it. After waking up, little Naruto immediately wrote down his discoveries. He read it a few more times, then, with a rip sound, little Naruto tore off the page where he had written his analysis. To prevent unnecessary trouble, I'll tear it up after I'm done writing from now on. Only then did little Naruto get out of bed. As for why he had to write, it was simple. Little Naruto found during his studies that although his memory was good and he could remember a lot, the quickest and easiest way to remember things was to write them down first, and then read them over, which would leave a deep impression. Gradually, it became little Naruto's habit. Ino and Sakura also picked it up. It was a relatively efficient learning method. While he was washing up, little Naruto's door was knocked. He opened the door to check. He saw Sakura, wrapped tightly in her clothes, standing at the door, her little face flushed. She was carrying a large bag of expiring food. Upon closer inspection, one could even see steam rising from Sakura's exposed fair skin. Clearly, the weight and distance were quite a challenge for her. Little Naruto quickly took the bag from her hand and welcomed her into his home. After she sat down, little Naruto quickly poured Sakura a cup of warm water. "You must be exhausted, right?" Seeing Sakura recover and still smiling at him, little Naruto helplessly tapped her wide forehead. "Did you eat breakfast?" "No." Sakura shook her head repeatedly. Little Naruto shook his head and smiled. "Why did you suddenly think of buying me things?" "I thought, in this kind of weather, the traps in the back mountain definitely wouldn't have any catch. And the water's frozen over, it's winter, so fish are hard to catch, so I just bought these for you on my own." Saying this, Sakura quickly added before little Naruto could reply. "I know, Naruto, all your money goes to buying books. Besides, we usually read them with you, so you shouldn't be the only one paying." Looking at Sakura's little face, flushed with emotion from explaining, little Naruto's lips curved slightly. "This little girl is quite cute. Uzumaki Kushina. My Sakura is so cute, come, let auntie give you a hug." Hearing Kushina's words, Sakura's little face flushed slightly. "Auntie Kushina, why does she always say my?" Inoichi Yamanaka's face instantly darkened. This is the difference between raising a daughter and raising a son. Of course, Kushina's meaning was more about the black frame world. Uchiha Makoto looked at her good friend helplessly. "Kushina, you can't be like this." However, before Uchiha Makoto could finish, Kushina said righteously, "I am also Black Framed Naruto's mother, I am talking about the black frame world." But as soon as she finished speaking, she stuck out her tongue a little sheepishly. She couldn't help it, looking at the girls in the black frame world, no matter which one, she was very satisfied. She wished she could grab them all and have them call her mom. Looking at the current progress, Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly. "That's enough." The black frame big screen continued. I understand, but one thing at a time, I'll make a note of it." Saying this, little Naruto took out his ledger. It meticulously recorded the things he received from the four little ones, and then converted them into money. "When I'm able to earn money in the future, I'll pay you back. If you don't want it, I'll convert these into delicious food." Seeing Sakura still wanting to speak, little Naruto put on a serious face. "You cannot refuse." "Mum." Sakura could only nod softly. Seeing this, little Naruto suddenly felt a little amused, and at the same time, another girl's figure appeared in his mind. Perhaps, as fellow ninja clan members, Ino might know her. As for Sakura, her family probably has very little contact with them. Oh, right Naruto, I didn't find any history books, but I heard some news. Sakura came to the kitchen, helping little Naruto beat eggs, and suddenly spoke. Oh? Tell me about it. Little Naruto stood on a chair, not even turning his head. When I was looking for books, I heard the bookstore owner tell someone that annoying Uchiha arrested Inoue again yesterday. How hateful. Inoue didn't do anything. Another person said, Sai, there's nothing we can do, but there's some good news. What good news? Is the fox demon going to be executed? As she said this, Sakura's little face was fiercely cute, as if she was standing up for little Naruto. Little Naruto, however, was already used to this. He silently added a note about that bookstore owner in his mind. No, it's about the Uchiha. They seem to have an inseparable connection with the fox demon's incident. After deliberation by the various officials, it seems an order has been issued for the Uchiha clan to move to the village's outskirts. That's great. Sakura repeated the conversation between the shop owner and the other person. Little Naruto listened, his brows furrowing slightly. Uchiha? They seem to be one of Konoha's ninja clans, rumored to be very powerful. He usually saw them on the streets. The Uchiha clan, it seemed, all wore clothes with their clan crest. The Uchiha are in charge of public order, so arresting people is normal, but why are they disliked by so many people? The fox demon's incident is inextricably linked to them? That's possible. That old man probably issued a secret ban. Little Naruto recalled the ban he had heard earlier. Then, he thought of how the Uchiha people usually seem to deliberately avoid him. Because he was the fox demon. Little Naruto had originally thought it was because they disliked him, but now, hearing the news Sakura had, he immediately changed his mind. The only pity was that there was too little information. So, this large clan, the Uchiha, is very likely being ostracized. Thinking about it carefully, when managing public order and enforcing it, if someone deliberately says bad things behind their backs. Little Naruto mumbled, and then his eyes lit up, as if he was about to grasp some crucial information. However, that flash of inspiration passed quickly, and little Naruto could only frown in deep thought. Sizzle sizzle. Ah! Sakura exclaimed, pulling little Naruto back to reality. He looked down, oh no, the fried egg was burnt. Fourth Reikage. Haha, the Uchiha's good days are coming. Anoki. Konoha has kept the intelligence on this matter very well sealed. Mei Terumi. Right now, the Black Frame world seems to be exposing a lot of intelligence. It will likely restore the original course of events. I'll bet an A-rank water release ninjutsu that the Uchiha situation is definitely related to those 4 people in Konoha. Fourth Reikage. Hey. Isn't that a guaranteed win for you? Senju Tobarama's face was grim. Senju Tobarama, this is too much. Senju Tobarama, if this is true, with the Uchiha's temperament, they will definitely not sit idly by. Senju Tobarama, I don't believe you few rebellious disciples can't maintain balance. You just simply want to slaughter the Uchiha. Did I teach you this way? Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen is merely following your will, teacher Tobarama. Senju Tobarama, bullshit. Senju Tobarama, you are forcing them to rebel against Konoha so you can purge them. Shiranui Gunma. When Lord Minato was alive, he was repairing the relationship between the village and the Uchiha, but unfortunately later. Uchiha Izuna, nothing to say, they deserve it. Karma. For treating Oniai-chan like that. Uchiha Izuna, they were manipulated and turned around, and in the end, they were annihilated by their own people. While little Naruto and Sakura were eating breakfast. The heavy snow outside continued. Following the Hyuga's absurd incident, the Konoha High Council's blade turned towards the Uchiha clan. This winter, they would move out of Konoha's core area, being driven to the outskirts. The seed of rebellion was planted at this moment, and the beginnings of a coup d'état emerged. But under the suppression of the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, the hawkish faction still obediently reigned in their aggression. Uchiha Fugaku's reason was also very reasonable. The time was not yet ripe, for now, they would endure, plot in secret, and seek an opportunity. Shursui has already been sent to Anbu. After things settle down for a while, I will have Itachi also join Anbu. For now, we will endure. I will have Sasuke voluntarily attend preschool to show the High Council that we Uchiha accept our fate, and besides, we are also members of Konoha. 50 Chapter 50 Treading Water and Climbing Trees, New Classmate Uchiha? Should I try to contact the Uchiha? No, not yet. It's safer to wait until I'm a bit older. Besides, I don't know why the Uchiha are thought by that group to be inextricably linked to the Fox Demon's rampage. It's a shame. If only the Great Fox could talk to me. Then little Naruto looked at Sakura. The strength of one person is often limited. Sakura. Sakura's cute face peeked out from behind the kitchen door. I'll teach you some skills later. Ino and the others have already started learning the chakra refining technique. I just learned it too. Okay. Sakura's eyes lit up. During this time, she hadn't seen Ino or Shikamaru at the Ninja Academy. Sakura also knew that they were currently training with their families, preparing for future enrollment in the Ninja Academy. Sakura's parents were just ordinary people, so they naturally couldn't teach her these basics. Hearing little Naruto say he had learned it and would teach her, how could Sakura not be happy? To little Naruto's surprise, Sakura learned the chakra refining technique in even less time than he did. However, the chakra she refined was minuscule. Sakura Haruno. How embarrassing. Moreover, the most important thing is that even now, Sakura's chakra is not much more than black-framed Naruto's at this stage. This is still because black-framed Naruto is restraining his refining, not wanting to waste his essence for no reason. Otherwise, at this stage, Sakura probably wouldn't even have as much chakra as black-framed Naruto. Tsunade. Her chakra reserves are pitifully small, but this child will find it easier to control chakra than most, and she also possesses her own unique talent. Sakura was startled. She looked up. She hadn't expected to receive recognition from Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. In Tanzakugai, Shizen said with some excitement. Lady Tsunade, that child might be able to inherit your medical ninjutsu and secret techniques. Tsunade took a small sip of sake. It's time to return to Konoha. Lady Tsunade, didn't you say? Before Shizen could finish, Tsunade interrupted her directly. That annoying old thing will definitely die. How can I miss such a good show? Besides, my great-grandfather and great-uncle might be brought back by Edo Tensei. It's been many years, I miss them very much. Naruto. I feel like I've gotten a little stronger, and I have more strength. Sakura said excitedly. Little Naruto rubbed his nose, deciding not to tell her the truth. That's very good, but don't easily refine chakra from now on. So little chakra can only mean one thing. Sakura has too little of either physical energy or mental energy, causing the amount of chakra she can refine to be outside the normal range. However, at present, little Naruto believes that his chakra reserves are within the normal range. Put. Throughout the ninja world, most people who were drinking water spat it out directly. Come on, tell me, if your tiny bit of chakra, refined right after learning the chakra refining technique, is considered normal, then what are we? Minato Namake's mouth twitched. This child, truly perfectly inherited Kushina's talent. Judging by black-framed Naruto's age, the chakra he refines is indeed enormous, no wonder it directly repaired the 8 trigram seal you left. The other me in the black frame world doesn't seem to have succeeded. Then, Sakura, you'll train with me from now on. Sakura's situation made little Naruto realize a problem. Is the amount of chakra also related to physical strength? And can this weakness be compensated for through training? Sakura responded obediently. A few days later, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji also rejoined the small group. Knowing that little Naruto and Sakura had been training recently, and from little Naruto's explanation, Ino also seemed to see hope. Her chakra reserves weren't much either. Among the three, Choji had the most chakra, followed by Shikamaru, and finally Ino. Although her father said that the family's secret techniques didn't require much chakra, Ino didn't want to be at the bottom. And so, the 4 little ones were once again led by little Naruto to train together. Starting so young, who knows how much stronger they will be than other children their age when they enter the Ninja Academy. Because of training together, the task of finding books fell behind quite a bit. Of course, the main reason was that at their current age, even if they searched all of Konoha, they probably wouldn't be able to buy relevant materials. 1 month later, little Naruto was meditating at home, practicing the meditation taught by Shikamaru. Little Naruto really liked meditation. Meditation enhances mental strength. Although slow to take effect, the results were very good. After meditating a lot, little Naruto felt that he had improved significantly in all aspects. In 1 month, he had successfully made the chakra refining technique an instinctive action. Thanks to his immense energy, just a short period of refining was enough for him to use for a long time. In contrast, the 4 little ones had a much harder time. If they were doing chakra training, carrying weights, or running in the mountains, it would be very strenuous, requiring them to constantly divide their attention to refine chakra. After preschool at the Ninja Academy, The four little ones rushed over without stopping, leaving a string of small footprints in the snow. Naruto, Naruto. As soon as the door opened, Ino rushed in. Let me tell you. Guess what we saw today? Ino's little face was flushed. She wanted to blurt out what she saw immediately, but she was a little out of breath. Little Naruto patted her back, helping her catch her breath. Don't rush, you can tell me later. He welcomed the three children from outside into the house. Ino picked up the warm water on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Don't be impatient, you tell it, no one's going to snatch it from you. Shikamaru cast a helpless glance at the excited Ino. But the expression on his face betrayed him. After catching her breath, Ino quickly said, Naruto. Today when we were going to school, we saw people walking on the water. Those people seemed to be ninja who had just graduated from the ninja academy. We went to ask, and they told us that chakra can do many things. Before they practiced walking on water, they had already learned tree climbing. Ino finished in one breath, her face flushed with excitement. Tree climbing and water walking were too interesting for curious children. To be precise, tree climbing isn't climbing with hands and feet, but attaching chakra to the soles of your feet, like suction cups, to walk on trees and walls. Water walking is similar, but it requires even more advanced technique. I think it's because the water surface isn't calm, which really tests one's ability to control the chakra attached to the soles of the feet. Shikamaru outwardly seemed bothered by it. But he spoke these words very smoothly, without the slightest pause. Choji distributed a bag of chips to everyone, then looked at little Naruto with anticipation. Clearly, he was also very interested in this ability. In response, little Naruto just smiled, looking at the four little ones with a hint of helplessness. Everyone, I'm not omnipotent, you know. I'm also very interested. Let's try it together later. Hearing this, the four little ones' eyes lit up. Their usual training was too boring, suddenly, it became so interesting, naturally, they were very much looking forward to it. Sakura was the same, but in an instant, she thought of something else. I remember Naruto-kun, you seem to be somewhat concerned about the Uchiha. We have a new classmate in our class today.